Alright, what up everybody, it's your boy the Infinite Dragon here, and welcome back to Slay the Princess. If you're watching this on YouTube, you're watching an archive stream, be sure to check me out live. Link is always in the description down below, as well as a link to my Discord, which I will let you know what I'm doing, what I'm thinking, how I'm feeling, and all of that good stuff. Today I have Magic with me, because I wanted to show her this game, and it's been a while since we hung out. Magic, how you
Yeah,
doing?
good. I just moved into a new apartment. The place is still covered in boxes, but I have my computer set up. I'm here.
Hell yeah, boxes. Um, I can't wait for that to be me. All right. So you guys have already seen me play Slay the Princess. However, I love that game a lot, so I've been recommending it to other people to play. One of them actually took my recommendation by the name of Natty Cake. I watched her play it, and then she very quickly became obsessed with it and wanted to get all the other princesses. And then I realized pretty soon that there was a lot of shit that I missed in this game. Even now, the wallpaper that I have up right now is a princess that we did not meet, and I have no idea how to get because I didn't see anyone else get this princess. So we're gonna go ahead and run through the game. But let me get Magic here set up so you can see. But I think Magic will really like this game. This game definitely feels like a her vibe type deal.
Most likely, I've heard there's a lot of like meta narrative stuff in it, which is literally what I was defending Danganronpa 3 for like yesterday.
Yeah. Can't wait to kill these princesses. Alright, so we're just gonna. So the first things first. I was gonna let Magic make her own decisions for the first run, but before we do anything, we have to do the thing that I did not do, and that's actually slay the princess. Because hilariously enough, I didn't actually do that my first run.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Alright, I'm just gonna, no talk, no bullshit, we're just gonna see you down to the cabin.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about. The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
Again, you guys can't see it, but now my cursor has changed from like the pointer finger to like have a little stabby. I got a little stabby hand.
Knife time.
Knife time. I ain't
The
into
door to the
domestic violence, but let's cut
creaks
this
open,
bitch.
revealing a staircase
God.
faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
Fuck the blade, grab the table, and go WWE on her ass. There is a princess for that, Whis, and that's my favorite one so far.
Her voice
Oh,
carries
yeah.
up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Protagonist with the wooden table. Not literally.
Good. You're still
Not
listening
literally
to reason.
WWE, but there is a princess in which you just keep fighting.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly beautiful.
Is she really a threat to the world? Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
Still your nerves to step forward.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me? I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it.
She's a lot sassier
you
than I was
should just
expecting her to
drop
be.
it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Let's stab this bitch.
You lunge forward without a moment's hesitation. You feel flesh easily give way and look down to see your blade already sinking deep into her heart.
Oh. This is it,
Are we
isn't
a
it?
lizard?
We a lizard? Maybe.
I'm almost embarrassed.
It's more implied that we're a
I
bird.
should have seen that coming.
Okay.
But I have to wonder, do you actually believe this was enough to kill me?
It's like she's convinced she can't die. Yes. Even as she lays there
Oh,
dying,
well, look at that. I've
she
been stabbed.
entirely believes herself to be alive and well. But it's over, isn't it? She stopped breathing moments ago. That arrogant look still plastered on her face.
I really like this art style specifically for the princess. Her eyes are fucking huge. Even like for like anime art style eyes. Her eyes are huge.
But is it over?
Mhm.
Really over?
Of course it's over. She's dead.
Yes, exactly. It's over. With your work done, you make your way back up the stairs, closing the door to the basement behind you. Why do I feel like we've done something terrible? You did kill someone. Greater good or not, something would be very wrong with you if you didn't feel at least a little bad. But it was for the greater good. One of these days that will sink in and help ease your guilty conscience.
Oh, mostly because it's important to my job. Magic, make sure you get back to me on the thing.
Yes, I will.
Okay.
But that day isn't today.
Because I only say that
Let's just
because
get out of
I
here.
immediately forgot, and I know you forgot. All right, let's leave this cabin.
You open the cabin door.
Yes, I
Ready
have
to
seen that
return
image.
to a
It's
world
Kami
saved from
Samakari,
certain
I believe,
doom.
is where that screenshot's actually from. Kami Samakari has a crazy art style where the eyes are like most of the head.
Have you seen the image of an anime girl skull where it looks like a wild animal? No, I have not seen that. I'm here for Mr. Sims, Your Honor. Yes, Dizzy is here for the narrator.
I will send it.
Only a world saved from certain doom
Oh, this
isn't
is the
what
guy
you
from the
find.
fucking
Instead,
podcast.
what you find
Ugh.
is nothing at all. Where a lush forest stood mere
I don't know
minutes
this
ago,
podcast. I've only heard
the
things
only thing in
that
front of
you
you
and
now
Dizzy have said.
is the vast emptiness of some place far away. What happened? Everyone is fine. It's just that you and the cabin are now far away from them. Don't worry. You'll be safe here. This is good. Everyone is happy. You'll be happy.
I like referring to Dizzy as a local cryptid. That's fun.
Yeah, it's because they are.
Oh, okay. I guess I'm happy then.
I'm so glad you're keeping an open mind.
This is specifically a closed mind, but okay.
This is what's best for everyone. Trust me. Time passes.
I
You
put
can't
the
be
image of
sure
the
if
anime
it's
girl
days
skull
or
into
months
live
or
stream.
years or even decades. It's all a wonderful, boring blur. You've never been happier. Psst. Hey. We're not just gonna stay here forever, right?
I'm thinking about the princesses that I've gotten right now, and I think I've already gotten the one that I'm thinking of. So no, we are going to stay here forever. Didn't you hear the narrator? We're fucking happy.
Are we really happy? Or is he just telling us that we are?
No, we're happy. I'm sure of it.
Really? Well, if you ever change your mind, just let me know, I guess.
Disappears for the podcast. Kick him in the teeth.
More happy time passes, though the word begins to lose its meaning. Time, that is, not happy. Happy still has plenty of meaning. Please, shake yourself out of it. We have to get out of here. The little voices' pleas fall on deaf ears. Eventually you pass into a blissful state of pure existence. Though words like eventually and pass ceased to have any meaning to you long before that shift, you simply exist. Happy. Forever.
Alright, guys, we did it. We can go home now. Stream's over. We got the
You did it. You saved everyone.
Yep, I saved everyone.
Also, everyone just talked about that fucking podcast so often, like, when it was, like, came out, and I'm tired of hearing about it.
I don't know what podcast it is. I've never heard of it, except for when Dizzy's talked about it, and you just now.
It's about eyeballs. What the fuck is it called? Dizzy, what's it called?
Okay, now that that's done, Magic, how about you take a whirl about the decisions?
Oh god.
You're
Cora's
on a
already
path
got me playing
in the
Baldur's Gate
woods,
3. I'm making too
and
many
at the end of
decisions
that
right
path
now.
is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Well, it's because she's locked up.
You should speak louder.
Oh, sorry, I was reading it to myself mostly. Have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending? Forget it, I'm not doing this. Can't someone else do this? Killing a princess seems kind of bad though, doesn't it? I want to go with the one, like, maybe it's because
There's still
she's
more.
locked up. Oh. Do I get some sort of reward for doing this? Oh, okay, thanks for telling me what to do. Sweet, I've always wanted off a monarch. Viva la revolution. Okay, that's also very me. Silently continue to the cabin, turn around and leave. Let's go with, I'm gonna stick with what I wanted to do, which was, like, don't you think she might be doing this because she's locked up? It's called Magnus Archives.
While
That's what
I
it is.
appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a ticking clock.
Okay. Magnus Arquez, I want to clarify, Mr. Sims is not my favorite. Jerry is my favorite. How can he be your favorite? His name is Jerry. He's fucking dead in the podcast. You talking about the guy? He's like a character in the show. They're referring to the character in the show by the actual actor's name.
Oh, okay.
That's why they call him Mr. Sims. The actor's name is Jonathan Sims.
Oh, okay. I thought the character's name was Jonathan Sims for some reason.
No.
Nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up because she's dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up. And before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation. Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end, and there is no changing that. It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything. Unless, of course, you do your job.
That's
and
right,
slay her.
boys. Mondo cool.
Jerry's my favorite because he's cool, and every fucking reference to him on the podcast is that scary goth was burning buildings and beating the shit out of people. Okay.
Amazing, valid. Let me see.
So I want to
Explore-
point out that
Oh.
Explore will not advance the story. It is always just a thought that you were thinking about.
Okay, go ahead and scroll to the bottom. Okay, thanks for telling me what to do. Sweet, I've always wanted off a monarch.
So if you want to think about this more, those are your Explore options.
Yeah, scroll up a little bit. Sorry, you got the wheel right now. Can't someone else do this?
That isn't like I don't want to. That isn't very you. Like I don't want to kill someone. It's not.
Unfortunately, you're the only
can't
one who
someone
can
else do
pull
this?
this off. I don't make the rules. I wish I did, but I don't.
I don't know, narrator. You're the narrator. I think you pretty specifically make the rules.
Maybe I'm okay with the world ending. Killing a princess seems kind of bad, though, doesn't it? The end of the world, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people. You have to put an end to her.
But how can a princess locked away in a basement end the world?
Don't
Let's go with that.
linger on the specifics. You have a job to do here. Just get in there and do what needs to be done. We're all counting on you.
Do you have any evidence to back this up?
Look, you're already on the path that leads to the cabin. Why would you be here if it weren't to complete a very important task? You've made it this far, you might as well reach the end of your journey.
Scroll down a little bit. Yeah. What'd you say?
I'm laughing at this text.
Yeah, let's do the I'm not doing anything until I've met her face to face.
I think the rest of that was the same. So yeah.
Then I guess we'll just have to see what happens. But a word of warning. If you go in prepared to hear her out, she could easily trap you in her web of lies. And the more you listen to her honeyed words, the harder it'll be to pull yourself out. Then each and
Yeah,
every
you picked
one
the
of
wrong
us
girl to do
is
this. I
doomed.
love problematic women.
So sure, go, talk to her. See how that turns out for all of us. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. We're not going to go through with this,
I'm a
right?
bitch who likes
She's a
Celestia
princess.
Ludenberg. Like,
We're supposed
you
to
picked the wrong
save
girl.
princesses, not slay them.
She wasn't really that problematic, except for the way she treated what's his face.
She also did her murder plan involved fake sexual assault allegations.
Oh, that's true.
Ignore him. He doesn't
She
know what
did
he's talking
murder two
about.
people.
Some may say I can fix her. Magic will say I can make her worse.
I support her how she is. Oh yeah, let's go to the cabin.
There was no other choice.
Yeah,
The interior of
but
the
that was
cabin is
I'm
almost entirely
taking
bare.
agency now, joking.
The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
I'm not having you lean into one option or the other. I just want to make it known that you cannot take that blade.
The blade is your
Okay.
implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
I say we enter the basement without the blade.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life.
Shout out to these two voice actors doing their fucking damnedest, bro. Because that is the same woman doing a completely different voice.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
I also have other favorites in the podcast, such as the clicking clock nun man, skydiving old man, angry lightning man, and he come inside my house with fun mirrors.
Skydiving old man sounds like he would be my favorite.
Angry lightning man sounds like mine. You have options. What do you want to do?
I'm here to save you. Lie, I'm here to save you. Hey, I think I'm here to slay you. Just checking in on you.
You are? It's been so long since anyone's come down here. I was starting to think they'd forgotten about me.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone?
Wheeze, if they skydived while they did the podcast, you wouldn't hear anything except the wind blowing.
Welcome to.
Yes. Yep. Exactly. That was a really good impression.
I am begging you to stay focused.
Putting that on my
There's a lot
resume.
riding on it.
Can make good wind sounds.
Hi. Do you think you can get me out of these chains?
Let's talk a bit first.
Okay.
What is
What's
your
your
name?
name?
I'm just gonna read them all since
Okay.
it'll be faster for me to read all of them, and then you just tell me which one you want to pick.
Yep, that sounds good.
Yeah. I don't know anything about you. For all I know, you're locked up here for a good reason. If I'm the first person you've seen in a while, what the fuck have you been eating or drinking? I've been sent here to slay you. You're apparently supposed to end the world. What are you going to do if I let you out of here? I'm going to keep you locked away down here, at least for a little bit. We can get to know each other better while I decide what to do with you. Keep you locked away. I'm sorry, but I just can't trust you. This doesn't add up, and it isn't worth the risk to take your word over the potential fate of the world and retrieve the blade. Go back upstairs and retrieve the blade without saying a word. I can't believe they've been keeping you down here like this. I'm gonna get you out of here. Examine the chains. Okay, I'm going to get you out of here. Don't make me regret this. Examine the chains.
Scroll back up to the top. I don't know anything about you. For all I know, you're locked up for a good reason.
Of course I'm locked up down here for a reason. I don't actually know what that reason is, but you don't just stuff a princess in a basement and throw away the key without there being some sort of an explanation, right?
Maybe they have good mics, you don't know. Wheeze, it doesn't matter what kind of mic you have, it's going to catch the wind.
You have all the explanation you need. You should know better than to trust whatever she comes up with.
These are largely the same, so I'm not going to scroll down.
I was sent here to slay you. You're apparently supposed to end the world. Let's go with that one.
But I don't actually think you're dangerous, but I want to see you for myself. I'm still not sure what to believe. I'm starting to think it's true. There's something about you that doesn't feel right.
I wanted to see you for myself. I'm still not sure what to do, what to believe.
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think. I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here for so long.
So as you can see, this is already a very different princess than what we just saw.
Yeah.
That's... How long has she been locked away?
Did they tell you how I'm supposed to end the world?
That's what someone who would end the world would say. This is true. Deflect, what are you going to do if I let you out of here? I've been told enough. I was hoping you'd tell me. No, but I'm sure they have their reasons for keeping that information secret from me. This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah.
No, which is why I don't think you're actually dangerous. Remain silent.
I was hoping you'd tell me.
I don't know how to destroy the world, if that's what you're getting at.
I believe her. She doesn't have to know how to destroy the world to be capable of doing it.
Oh, we're just killing people because they are capable of doing stuff.
Yeah, that's... This is
At the end of the day,
not
whatever
adding
the
up
two
on
of
the
us have going
narrator
on
side.
down here is about trust. Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why. I don't trust that, and I don't think you do either, or you wouldn't have come down here to talk.
She has a point. We're talking like this for a reason.
So this shouldn't be about what I'd do if I got out of here, or me saying the right thing to convince you to save me.
Yes, we said it. I'm not reading that out loud because I think that'll get the video flag, but yeah.
This is about how messed up this whole situation is. This is my life we're talking about. Do you really think I can even end the world? Why would I even want to? We both know that if there's people we can't trust in this situation, it's whoever locked me down here, and it's whoever sent you here. And those two groups are probably one and the same.
Don't let her turn the tables here. This isn't about trust. This is about risk. We stand to lose everything, all for the sake of one person, and a subjugating monarch, no less.
I don't know. I kind of like risks. It's
a great board game.
I uprooted my whole entire life to move to the UK, and I hope and a prayer, bro. I'm about risks. We do have some new options. I won't kill you, but I can't just set you free. It's too risky. What if I stayed here for a while, just kept you company? Maybe then everybody could be happy. I'm gonna keep you locked away down here, at least a little bit. We can get to know each other. Okay, no, that's the same. Sorry, I can't trust you. That's the same. Go back upstairs and cheat to play without saying anything. Can't believe we keep it down here like this. That's the same. I'm gonna get you out of here. Don't make me regret this. All right. So the only new option was the I won't kill you, but I can't set you free.
What have you been eating?
I don't see what that has to do with anything.
This is the only time this is ever going to happen, but I agree with the princess.
It is completely
That's
relevant.
hardly relevant. Okay, but actually, what has she been eating? She has to eat, right?
I love that. I did this. I said the same thing, and they were just like, "No, don't think about it. We don't have an answer. We don't have a good answer. Don't think about it."
I was expecting that to be like, is she human or is she not human? What's your name? Let's just go with that.
Oh.
She pauses, carefully formulating her words before she responds.
Watching you guys play a board game like Risk would be so fun to watch.
We would kill each other.
We won't ever do it. However, it would be hilarious. I would totally play Dokapon Kingdom with Magic. However, we may not be friends after.
I would love to play Dokapon Kingdom with you.
You can address me as your Royal Highness.
Dokapon Kingdom with you.
Or you can just call me Princess if your Royal Highness is too formal.
I was very much debating on my birthday to play Dokapon Kingdom. However, that would have been an all-day thing, and I would have to continue it at some point. That's not like a one-day thing. That's like a planned thing for like a month.
We should play
Is
fucking
Princess
Sonic
her name
Shuffle
or
or
her
some
title?
shit.
Yeah.
What if it's both? Could you imagine being named Princess?
Ew. Moon. So is Princess your name?
Like I said, you can call me Princess if you'd like. I'm sorry, I've been down here so long, I guess I've just forgotten. I must have a name, though. Everyone has a name.
Like one of you will legit kill the other if you did play Dokapon Kingdom. I would have to get someone else involved so that way we can target our anger towards other people.
Yeah.
Okay, that's weird. She hadn't even
Set
thought
one of the
to pick a
NPCs
name
to
for
hard
herself.
mode so that we get
Hopefully
angry at the
you're starting to
NPC.
see that she
Indeed.
can't be trusted. Go back upstairs, get the blade, and slay her before it's too late.
Alright, you can no longer avoid a choice.
Yeah, I wanted to do everything before I would be stuck doing a choice.
Alright, so I'll just make it simple. Do you want to save her? Do you want to sit down here with her forever, or do you want to go and kill her?
Let's let her free.
Okay.
Let's.
Which
'cause
choice
that
is
one's
that?
down. That's down at the very bottom. Both of them are, and it's 2 choices.
He's having the chain. Okay, which one do you want to say then?
Don't make me regret this.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you, and you won't. I promise.
You're making a huge mistake.
No, you're doing the right thing.
You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug.
So you don't have a name? Well, I shall name you Steven.
They're large
Your name
and
is
heavy,
Doug.
far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break
It's
them
Princess
apart.
Doug.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs.
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
And if there isn't a key, do you have any other ideas? I'm going to check upstairs. Maybe there's a key still lying around somewhere up there, and if not, maybe I can at least find something to break you free.
Do you have any other ideas?
Maybe there's some way to break the chains? Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always cut me out of them.
She offers the suggestion with almost complete nonchalance.
If we were stuck down here long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out if it meant we could finally be free.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
Is someone else here?
Try the door.
You try the door, but it's locked from the outside.
Let's bang on the door then, like yell.
Get me the fuck out of
Your
here!
shouts and
I'm
pleas are
claustrophobic!
met with silence. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
Okay, I guess we're
You
going to
make
the
your
bottom
way
again.
to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to.
Easier for whom?
Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates before raising her
God,
arm
all
to her
right.
mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf. As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now.
For a hot second, I was like, why is the hilt shining? It's not shining, it's like an impact effect.
Yeah, it's an impact effect.
I was like, why is that part shining?
Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
we got fucking fruit flies in the apartment, and there's one just circling my head.
Apple cider vinegar.
Yeah, we need to get some. Save the princess. I'm still into save the princess.
Fine. Against your better judgment, you
Hello,
place
Batra.
the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place. You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm.
All right, small detail because you guys can't see my mouse. My little stabby hand with the knife in it is now covered in blood.
Oh, okay, I thought I noticed that.
Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit.
She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal.
No, she didn't.
She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground. How is she still smiling after everything?
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
First the locked
Yeah,
door.
No,
that's approachable.
We won't
Locked
have
door.
any
Just
of
because
that.
she's
The
human
stakes are
doesn't.
too
Just because she's not human
you
doesn't
can't
mean
just let
she's
her escape
bad.
into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade.
Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that.
Watch me.
What are you doing?
Oh shit! Just Monica, just Monica, just Monica, just Monica. I'm gonna guess that's our only option all the way down. Oh, we have warn her. Warn her. I'm still into saving
Stop
her.
that.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart.
But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect.
Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive.
Oh, sorry, I was reading chat. I mean, you have a knife. It may take a while, but you could break the door down. Yeah, I mean, we probably
Yeah.
just break the lock with the knife.
Resist.
The blade.
I'm trying to save her.
Move the blade.
Oh,
Wait,
stop
stop,
dodging! I'm trying to kill you! Trying to
As your
kill
body
ya!
remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
We both know this isn't you.
She
Okay, you don't know that, you just
nervously
met me.
reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
This might be your favorite part.
She plunges it into your chest, tearing through flesh and sinew. It is agony. But you aren't dead yet.
Jesus Christ,
no.
clip your fucking
I'm
nails.
so sorry.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake. For her sake? Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone. Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again and again and again, and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
Oh, is that a sackling?
We got yeeted.
I'm sorry.
That part was what I was referring to. This fucking
That's
stabbing. Like,
funny.
oh, I'm sorry, I'm
She
sorry!
doesn't know how to use a knife, does she? Apparently not. Though it doesn't matter how sloppy her knife work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
I'm so sorry.
With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks.
This is a new run, Xenosackling. I've already played this game. I have Magic here with me so we can discover some new princesses.
I've never played before.
Yeah, so what I'm gonna do is the first run I'm gonna let her do what she wants to do, and then I'm gonna like actively search out princesses to achieve.
It can't just
Oh, yeah.
end like this, right? Oh, that's rich coming from you. As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Yeah, this stuff's shooting on YouTube. Yeah, I played it when the game came out. So if you look on the archive channel, you can catch
You're
my
on a
first
path in
first
the
run.
woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Wait, hasn't this happened already? Okay, no. But I died. What am I doing here?
Emotional damage.
But I died. What am I doing here?
I can assure you that you're not dead. And to answer your second question, you're here to slay the princess. I literally told you that a second ago. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
Yes, he didn't approve of us last time, did he? If we're going to save our beloved, we'll have to be sneaky about it.
This is
Oh
the
my
most. This is the most magic voice.
No, it isn't. It's
Yes,
going
it
to be.
is.
It's going to be, and I know it.
Our
I'm
beloved.
fucked.
Yes, you'll have to be very sneaky about your intentions if you're going to try and save the princess.
I don't know if we'll see on this stream, but the voice that is the most me is voice of the Contrarian.
Ah, so all of the cards are on the table. Then you should know that we and the princess are in love, and the four of us will be foiling any and all assassination attempts you've got in the works.
We'll see about that. Whatever you do, just be sure to ignore him specifically. Sounds like he's the sort who'd sacrifice the whole world for a peck on the cheek.
What can I say? A world without love is a world that isn't worth saving.
I have emotes for this.
Let's assume I'm telling the truth and all this really did already happen. Why should I listen to you? Why should I bother doing anything? Proceed to the cavern, turn around and leave.
Let's do the first one. Like, what the fuck's happening?
Those are two very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. You died last time, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me. You were the one who did us in, villain. Well, not you in the literal sense, but you did everything you could to stop us from rescuing her. Oh, I wonder why. Maybe it's because the entire world was at stake. No lone princess is worth that price. I beg to differ. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just going to take a deep breath and assume that whoever is making the decisions here has the common sense to ignore your protestations. Anyway, I believe your second
Wheeze,
question
excuse
was,
me, my
what's the
lesbian
point of doing
desires
anything?
are pure of
If you're
heart. I want
asking
to kiss the
that,
back
it
of her
sounds to
hand
me like
daintily.
you're making the rather dangerous assumption that
think
your
that's
actions
creepier.
last time around didn't have any consequences.
I think that's creepier than trying to get rid of that, actually.
What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. You forced the princess to kill us, and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me. Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself?
Alright,
Or were
can
you
we chill
instead
with the sound effects?
transported to a different world entirely? If it's the latter,
Fighting
what
all
do
the
you think
voices in your head
happened
be like
after
the
you
following.
died?
God, no, literally. This is me trying to make myself not buy a fun little treat at the store.
Do you think the people
You
there
need to
lived
save money,
happily
but
ever
the
after?
treat, though.
Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would? She would never. She's a perfect angel that you cruelly imprisoned as part of some convoluted, dastardly scheme. Convoluted? I don't know how this premise could be any more simple. Princess bad, stop her, save everyone.
He's
I'm
talking
gonna
to
find
the
a way to-
demons in my head. Hey, chat, what's up? So today I'm just gonna stay in bed.
God, mood. I want to find a way to save her.
That's right, you can't stop all of us.
Never seen this dude or with a new voice? Yes, you have. I definitely got this dude.
We're going to sweep her off her feet if it's the last thing anyone does.
Because at some point, I know for a fact at some point I was like, man, fuck what the narrator said. I'm just gonna do the opposite. And then we got Voice of the Smith.
Are these really the sorts of people you'd like to align yourself with? You're not at the cabin yet. You still have plenty of time to reflect on the situation. I just hope for all our sakes that you make the right call.
Let's go to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
We already told you we're not playing along with your little game. It's your lies that can't be trusted. Her beauty is the only thing in the world we can believe in. I think we've already been over this. I'm pretty sure he just likes the sound of his own voice. I do, but I also speak from the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed.
Die.
Sure,
Oh,
yeah, your passions are
is
strong and all,
me-coded.
but not
Goddamn.
everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept quiet.
Did you get the one where they argue against each other? I've seen one in which that happens. There are a lot of routes in this game.
Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead. The interior of the cabin is clean and elegant.
Oh,
Its
damn,
stone
over
walls
70?
draped in fine-threaded tapestries. A prison befitting a royal prisoner. The only furniture
Oh,
of
this is
note
a
an
different
ornate wooden
room, too.
table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
He didn't say anything
Speaking of
about
a
the
lot of-
mirror. Go ahead.
Speaking of a lot of roots and endings, have you played Needy Streamer Overload yet?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I need to get all the
I
endings
got-
for that too.
I got like a secret ending that's apparently like super rare, like 5 times in a row.
Oh hell yeah!
So whatever the requirements to get the secret ending was, I hit them several times in that same stream.
The first ending, the natural ending I got without like looking at anything, was the one where she like takes a deal at a content house and then her content creator boyfriend cheats on her, and then it ends with her like saying she's gonna cut his dick off.
Oh, Jesus. I got one similar to that one. I think she just leaves you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's probably the base one. I don't remember everything about that game. That was like several years ago. You didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall. This whole cabin is different than last time. Approach the mirror, take the blade into the basement.
This whole cabin's different than last time.
Very different.
Is it? I can't say I was paying much attention to the scenery last time around.
Maybe that's because
Goddamn.
you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess. So focus up. Stop letting yourself get distracted.
I hate how
you
he
didn't say
talks
anything
that
about the
so
mirror.
much.
That's
Oh yeah, no,
because
the
there isn't
narrator's
a mirror.
annoying.
There's a table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't.
I'm sure the princess would tell us there was a mirror if she were up here.
Shut up.
Jesus.
In which case she'd be lying to you because, again, there isn't a mirror.
No, this is my man's. Why would you lie about that? What's the point? I want to look at myself and I want to see how handsome I am. It doesn't matter. Remain silent. Approach the mirror. Let's approach the mirror.
All right, Xenocycling for now, no spoilers because Magic has not seen this game. What? Approach the mirror. You said.
Yes.
You walk up to the
Having
wall
been replayed
next
the
to the
Stanley Parable,
basement
know what I've been thinking about it this
It's
whole
a wall.
time.
There isn't much to see here.
I haven't played it, but I've seen enough people play it too to warrant me not playing it.
This really isn't
I'll
funny.
probably play it at some point. Wipe the mirror clean.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. But it was there a second ago.
And now it's gone. Pity. We could have a feather out of place, and now we'll never know. We can't gallantly sweep her off her feet if we have a feather out of place.
You see what I'm saying when I say it implies that you are a bird.
Apparently, yeah. All right, let's enter the basement. I'm not taking the blade.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. The basement almost seems welcoming in the dim firelight, but it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. A soft voice carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Her voice. It's somehow even more beautiful than last time. I can hear wedding bells already. I've held my tongue
Jesus
till now,
Christ.
but you're taking this a little too far. We barely even know the princess. We can still do right by her without all this over-the-top fawning.
Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love. Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation.
Can't believe they
You walk
put
down the
Sanji in this
stairs and
game.
lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the
Not
far
my
wall.
man! Oh god.
My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment.
You know she can't hear you, right?
She may not be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear my spirit.
Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
It's you, my dashing hero. I was so worried you wouldn't come back.
Did you hear that? She said we're dashing.
And she called us a hero. Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it? Waiting for you to come back. I didn't want to believe your ravings back in the woods, but this is next to incontrovertible evidence. You've been
Oh,
here
so you believe
before.
her, but not us?
Fucking racist.
That's right, villain.
Bitch.
And you
We're
killed
a bird,
us.
isn't it?
Well, she killed us.
Only because he made us try and kill her. It was self-defense. Our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty.
And you've died before. So an entire world has been damned to oblivion. I'd really hoped I'd be the first, but what's done is done. What matters is you have a chance to do it right this time.
Does that make us a bird from The Legend of Zelda or a humanoid griffin? I don't know. We don't really ever see the rest of us. Like, I think there may be a part where you see our feet, but like,
I'm up for being Naruto from Zelda. Is her dress poofier too? Her dress looks different.
She looks different.
Okay, yeah, I
Hold
thought
on.
there
If
was
she
differences.
actually ended a world, are you sure we want to do this? Are you sure we want to rescue her?
Do you believe the narrator?
We never saw a world end, and now I'm even more certain that we must chase our heroic and romantic destiny than I've ever been.
I can't
I
believe
shan't
this
let
princess has a
anyone
thing for
convince
birds.
us
The princess
otherwise.
is a furry.
Are you listening to
No.
him? He's lost it. Don't let him distract you. Just do your job.
You killed me last time and it hurt. Why'd you do that? I didn't bring a knife. Do I have to cut you out again? What happened after I died? I have to ask, did you end the world after you killed me back there? I'm sorry about what happened last time. The narrator who sent me here to kill you took over my body. It was extremely unfair. Rescue the princess.
What happened after I died? There's no
Uh,
accusatory. Don't be accusatory, just
He
ask.
died, and now we're talking.
Me. But before we started talking, did the world end? Did you end the world?
I don't know. Was I supposed to have ended the world? Would that have made you happy?
Isn't that just like our darling princess? She wants to make us happy. My heart melts further with every word that passes through her beautiful lips.
Are you listening to her? That's a confession.
Y'all about to get hit with ads. Sorry.
Rip. No, I don't want the world to end.
Then I didn't end the world.
See? She didn't confess anything. She is innocence itself.
Not so sure.
You killed me last time. Why did you do that?
I'm sorry. Didn't you want me to?
Did we?
We warned her of the cruel forces seizing our body. That's practically telling her to kill us. She is our beloved, and she made the choice to free us of our misery, to show us mercy and make the best decision for everyone.
She made the best decision for her. Don't be so quick to assign kindness. You're just opening yourself up to manipulation.
I'm really good at doing that, though. Letting myself get manipulated. I'm sorry about what happened last time.
I was looking for the joke, but the only one that came to mind is that is also on her resume.
God.
The spin be
Easy to
like, no,
manipulate.
we wanted her in our bed. No, that's a little bit too far. He's a little bit too like storybook for that. Oh boy, smooching
He doesn't know
down.
what happens after you get married. He doesn't know where babies come from.
No, not even a little bit. Sorry about what happened last time. The narrator who sent me here to kill you took over my body. It was extremely unfair.
If another version of me
Yep.
was pushed to such drastic action, it was for good reason.
That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters.
She took that in stride. To a surprising extent. An almost unsettling extent, actually.
That's because she's perfect.
Do you think she has someone like him telling her what to do? She doesn't. There's no one else like me.
I think he's right, because I like it better if she doesn't have some horrid little voice like him, always trying to drive her to violence.
I didn't bring a knife. Do I have to cut you out again?
I'm okay with whatever you come up with. You can cut my arm off again.
Okay.
We won't be laying a finger on her perfect wrists, and indeed, we won't even have to. Do you see how dainty her hands are? We'll be able to slip her right out with no harm done.
What? No,
Yeah, she
she's a
went right to
prisoner.
cutting her arm off.
You
She
can't
could have
just
broken her
slip her
thumb.
hand through the chains.
That is not the issue here for any of you.
Why are you two arguing over the logistics of slipping her hand out of her shackles? She just said she'd be okay with any idea we came up with. Am I the only one here who thinks that's weird?
No, Hero, you are not. I thought that was incredibly weird.
She didn't care last time. Why should she care this time? That's our stoic, smiling angel.
That's still weird.
No, you're right. It's extremely bizarre behavior and further evidence that she's a monster who's not to be trusted. So go ahead and slay her.
I think I trust you less than her, though.
Rescue the princess.
We don't have a choice.
That's our only option.
I can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, You'll what? Take over our body and force us to try and kill her? I would if you had a weapon. Not on my watch, villain. My passions contain titanic depths, and if you try anything that might harm our dearest, I will end our life without a second thought. You wouldn't. I would. I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings. And doesn't the world end if we don't stop her? You approach the princess and gingerly slide her hand from her bindings. That shouldn't have worked. I'll be damned. We're doomed. I can't believe it. But I guess I have to. I told you, there's no life more worth living than that of a true believer.
I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace. Ugh.
What? If she was in the basement, why is there a starlight window behind her? Is she underground? Don't stop! Stop it! No! No!
Asking too many questions.
Stop!
If you had a weapon, one slip of the wrist and your pristine blade would be buried in her back, and everyone out there would be saved. Luckily for Mr. Romance, we don't have a weapon. Who needs a weapon?
You didn't take the
when
weapon
we have
either
the
last time.
Power of love on our side.
What do we do now?
Okay, so I had a moment when I played this where this got incredibly creepy. Let's see what you do.
Okay. What do you want to do?
Let me guess. End the world? Spoken with the rank cynicism of someone who has never felt love in his heart.
I don't actually know. Nobody's ever asked me what I wanted before.
She doesn't even know what she wants. You may have had her all wrong. What if this whole thing is just a misunderstanding? What if she doesn't want to end the world? You're so gullible. Is the only thing you've ever doubted the actual truth?
I only doubt the truth if it's presented to me like very sus information. So, you know.
You have not explained anything, Mr. Narrator.
And anytime I ask you, you're like, you don't need to know, so.
You don't need to
I
know,
think
keeping
I
you in the
want to
dark.
leave.
Don't ask how the
And I
sausage is made.
think
The princess closes her eyes in deep reflection, and then she shrugs.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
There must be something you want.
I just want to make you happy.
She can't just want to make us happy.
So the music hit this, and I was like, yeah, let's just ignore whatever's going on and just move on.
It makes sense to me. That's all I want for her, so of course she'd want the same for us.
This will also be on
well-
YouTube later, yes.
What would make you happy?
I just want to make you happy.
What the fuck?
Is she
Her eyes are getting bigger.
broken? What's going on? What's going on is she's lying to you, only she isn't a good liar. Are you starting to trust me now?
You can't base your entire, there's a lot of them, actually.
Yeah. I want you to tell me what you want. You have to want something more than just making me happy. But you need your own thing. You just met me. You can't base your entire happiness around me. I want you to make me unhappy. Do you want to end the world? I just want to leave. You can figure that out later. If you want to leave, let's just leave. This isn't right. Let's just get out of here.
You need your own thing. You can't base your entire happiness around me.
Okay, if that's what makes you happy.
This isn't right. I don't know what's going on, but this isn't right. I fail to see the problem here. She's just sweet on us. You don't have to act like it's a big deal.
Hello, Yike. Yes, this is a very intense decision game, and I'm letting Magic make the first decisions. Although we're coming to an end with the with her decisions. I mean,
I want you to tell me what you want. I feel like we've said that
I
already.
just want to make
Let's
you
put that.
happy.
oh, she's got fucking smudges and shit. I hate it.
He's getting less well drawn.
Is it just me, or does it feel like we're alone right now?
And they lived happily ever
Like
after.
we're
It's
the
all
only
she
ones
wanted.
here?
All right,
Oh, I
Magic
got
got
you
me.
the-
You got me a new you got me a new princess. Yoink. But you don't get the chance to ask another question. Something has taken her away, and it's left something else in her place.
No. She was our perfect match. She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her?
Oh god, she's become a sketch. Are they drawing on the wrong layer?
Me.
And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
Into the princess verse. The narrator is gone. Yeah, he didn't say
Yes.
anything.
Does that mean the world ended? A villain vanquished?
I don't know how we'd even go about looking for her.
Right. She's gone. It's just us and that awful thing. I can't believe she was taken away from us. The nerve.
I think I'm supposed to look at the mirror.
There's something dreadful about it. I don't think you should. Yes, I fear that we won't like what we'll see. What if we just sit here and preen for a while? That can't hurt, right?
Preening is a bird-based word.
Let's approach the mirror. That's all we got.
I'm begging you, don't do this.
You approach the mirror, gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone. The mirror remains. It's time for you to see what's in it. It's you.
Word up.
Dun-dun-dun. You are alone in a place that is empty. It is quiet here. Proceed to the cabin. You are at the cabin. Approach her.
Something finds me in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
What are you? The gift of a
What?
fragile
You-
vessel? Is this the end of the world? Let her out of there. Do you know the narrator? Are you what sent me to slay the princess? Are you trapped? Are you what trapped me here? Do you know about the world beyond this place? Are you the princess? Do we know each other? What happens now? Attack the entity, destroy your body.
What are you? Let's just go straight
I'm
for it.
solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
A lesbian. I don't know what I am.
I think that you are like me. We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
The gift of a fragile vessel?
Yes, nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond, perspectives to make my own.
Just like me, for real.
This one is soft and delicate. You molded her to love you, and she'll make for a gentle heart. Do not mourn her. She has served her purpose.
Is this the end of the world?
How can the world have ended if we are talking?
Do you know the narrator?
You are the only thing I have ever known. The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us.
Are you what sent me to slay the princess?
I have only just now stirred to consciousness. I could not have trapped you here, and I too yearn to be free.
Are you the princess?
She is part of me, and part of me is her.
But were you always the princess, or are you just now making her a part of yourself? Let's go with that.
You speak in circles. Does it matter where one thing begins and another ends?
Do you know about the worlds beyond this place?
I know only that they are.
What happens now?
Nothing, as we are. But I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them. There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to. Bring me more perspectives, so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom.
Aren't you scared that I'll find a way to kill you? How much will I forget? How many more pieces of you do I need to find? And what if I don't let you do this to me? I was sent here to slay the princess, to stop her from destroying the world. If I help you, is that what you're going to do? Okay, make me forget.
If I help you, are you going to end the world? I like that one. So it's like the one at the very bottom.
You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy is merely to reshape, to remold.
You're being semantic. What are you going to do if I help you?
How can I know? I am flickers in something sprawling and unilluminated.
How many more pieces of you do I have to find?
More than you have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite.
She just like me for real.
The rest will find their own
God
way
mood.
home.
And what if I don't let you do this to me?
Then we will be here forever, as we are now. Unfinished, dry, hollow.
How much will I forget?
Everything, until we meet again.
I say okay.
We just saved. I'm actually going to veto that for one particular ending. I'm not going back. Wait.
If you
Hell
need
yeah.
time, then I'll wait with you.
Alright, wait forever.
You are as I am now, and forever is a long time to remain undone. I am not you, but I know that I would return before forever was finished. What textures will you weave for yourself to occupy forever? Will you place the images of you and I into a box for safekeeping? If you close that box, will you become another you in another world? An imaginary pattern repeating itself until it can no longer bear the weight of its hand-drawn cage? You'll always come back to the box, because you'll always want to know what it means to be you. I will be here waiting by your side until you're ready to return to mine.
Damn, alright.
So the game cut off, obviously.
She said no more game.
You have returned to me. Though you were gone mere moments, I never left your side.
All right. You have returned to me, though you were gone mere moments. I have never left your side.
Alright. Then. Okay, make me forget.
She asks that I tell you to remember her. You won't.
Oh, alright.
All right.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
I don't know if I got the achievement for that. But I have a save point, so we can always just go back. All right. This is where I start making decisions to find different princesses now.
You're here to...
Alrighty. Right back real quick.
Yep. So I'm curious about something. So we're gonna go see a similar princess.
You make your way up. We're not going to ignore. The interior of the blade.
The basement.
The door to her voice
Hello?
is don't. Good.
And down the
You
stairs.
walk down the stairs. I am begging. You're only making this.
Thank you.
You're making no. They're large. And
I'm guessing you don't have.
maybe it's doubtful.
Maybe there's some way to break.
We're going to do the exact same things we did.
You make your way to the bottom.
All right. So we got back to the part where you were like, "Oh yeah, let's save the princess." The blade got thrown down here. I'm now going to slay her after I save.
Alright.
Without hesitation.
Oh shit!
Bring the blade down and plunge it into the princess's back. Finally.
Oh. Okay. Whatever's happening right now, I don't know what happens.
The wound drives her to the ground. Okay. There's no going back now. I'm with you to the end.
You bastard. Were you lying to me this whole time?
The princess pushes away from you, the motion ripping the blade from her back. Wounded, but still alive, she crouches on all fours in the corner of the room and meets your eyes with the ferocity of a cornered predator.
You've made a terrible enemy, and there's nothing in the world that can possibly save you from me.
I thought we had the upper hand, but it's as if she's barely even threatened by us. It's an act. She's wounded and unarmed. There's nothing she can do to hurt you. I'm not so sure. Don't waver now. As you ready your blade to deliver a lethal blow, she lunges at your legs with the same animal ferocity she used to tear at her arm.
Okay, I think we get the beast here.
Your knife cuts into her again and again as you're tackled to the ground, your body racked with pain as she rips into you with tooth and claw. Forget about trying to rescue her. This is about survival now. Give her everything you've got. Though your nerves are seizing with pain, you know you've done your fair share of damage as well, your blade having left deep gashes in the princess's back. You seize a moment of hesitation to throw her off of you and shakily push yourself back to your knees. We can still turn this around.
Run for the stairs and let her bleed out. Maybe she'll bleed. Run for the basement. Maybe she'll bleed out. Give up. Finish the job. This is not something I would do, but I'm curious. Give up.
Are you serious? As what's left of your blood pools around you on the cobblestone floor, the blade falls from your trembling hands and clatters uselessly against the ground. I suppose you simply lacked the will to finish the job. The princess, wounded but still alive, nervously jumps at the blade and kicks it far away from you before retreating into a dark corner of the room. Her shining eyes watch you from the darkness, unblinking and curious as you bleed out. We can only hope the wounds you managed to inflict will be enough to at least delay her escape from this place. If we're very lucky, they'll kill her before she can reach the outside world.
After all this time alone, I thought I'd finally found a friend, but you were just another monster, weren't you?
This is the end, isn't it? Before you can answer, everything goes dark, and you die.
Yeah, I think we get Beast here. Yeah, we get Beast. I don't think we actually got to see how this turned out, though, so...
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Deja vu hasn't happened, okay, but I died. She's going to kill me again. Proceed with the cabin. Just proceed.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie. Does a cat lie to a cornered mouse when it plays with its freedom? Or is it just acting out its nature?
Why are we hunted? We stopped her.
I don't see why that matters. A lie's a lie, and if anything, she's the one who's cornered.
She could have gotten out of there whenever she wanted to. We should trust nothing that she tells us, only what we hear and smell.
That's a very roundabout way of saying that you should listen to me and take this seriously.
We should, in fact, take this seriously, but we should not listen to him.
Maybe.
Proceed to the cabin. Also, Magic, I'm really okay with you just kind of vibing now. I just wanted you to get that first part out. So if you just want to chill, I'll go with that.
Yeah, I'm chilling. I'm watching.
Like no one has
I'm
lived
just
here
sorry
for
I'm not
a
saying
long
much. I'm just
time.
kind of paying
No,
attention.
I'm saying if you don't want to say anything, I'm fine with you being here not saying anything.
The only furniture of note is a termite-eaten table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. You take the blade from the table. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing what's left of an old wooden staircase.
Music's great.
It's still sturdy enough that you can make your way down in one piece, though you'll have to be mindful of holes.
We're going into a cave.
The air seeping up from below is oddly warm and wet, as if you're descending into a jungle. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. She growls up the stairs.
I can smell you.
She sounds almost feral.
This feels like a Dark Souls area. Oh, there's a Dark Souls boss in this game, and we'll probably get it.
Impatient. Or maybe eager. You carefully make your way down the stairs. The last step gives way to the damp
Yeah, we did get this
floor
one.
of a starlit pit.
Oh.
The
But we didn't get to
walls
see
are
how it ended.
obscured by an impenetrable darkness, giving the illusion that the room might stretch on forever. You brush against the wide leaves of plants that surround you on all sides, seemingly the only living things that occupy this strange underground wilderness. The jungle is pressing in on us, hiding her from view. She could be anywhere.
She's right there. Normally, you would be right about
Could
that.
be anywhere, even attached to that tail that's attached to something.
Normally, you'd be right about that. I'm sure you've seen those pictures of, like, find the mountain lion. But in this case, she's right there.
You see only a flash of the princess before she scurries away into the underbrush, dragging her heavy chain behind her. Remember, she's just a princess.
Hey, if you're watching this on YouTube and you've gotten this far, you should hit the like button. It's free.
She's certainly not just a princess.
This princess would hit the like button.
You're not helping. It doesn't matter what she is. It only matters
princess would
what
like
she
and subscribe.
does. Her shining eyes appear between the leaves, staring hungrily at you from the darkness.
I can hear your heart pounding from the bottom of the stairs,
Oh, her eyes,
fledgling. You're right to be terrified. I'm so much more than you. And a little splinter clutched in trembling hands won't save you from me.
A shiver rushes up your spine and pulls you upright. The air's shifting. She's getting ready to pounce. Move, now.
Move.
You lunge to the side,
Oh,
picking
shit.
the direction on instinct. As you land, you're buffeted by a gust of air, disturbed by the sudden motion of a massive body. The princess. In an instant, she's pounced on the spot where you would have been, her chains rattling across the floor behind her. Before you can blink, she's gone, vanishing once more into the shadows. But you still feel her gaze on you.
You're faster than you were before, but you're still meek, reactive, prey.
You whirl around to find her, and your gaze meets hers, a pair of shining eyes peering out at you from just beyond the basement stairs. So she's cut off our escape. Shit. What do we do?
Run for the scissors. Terrible idea. What do you want? We don't have to kill each other. What if I helped you? What if we left together? If you could... Nope, that's not gonna work. Stop hiding and show yourself. We're sent here to kill you because you're a threat to the world. I'm sorry to believe it's true. Run for the stairs. None of these options are good. We know what she wants. She wants us to die. That's just not gonna work. Stop hiding and show yourself is just... She's just not... Why would she do that? Fuck it, run.
She's right there. We have to wait for an opening. That's fair. She'll kill us if we try and run past her.
It took that away from me. What do you want?
I want to swallow you whole.
There you
and
go.
I will get what I want. You have no exit. You have no hope. You live and die by my whims, and my whims alone.
Don't ask her what she wants. Just slay her.
That's not an option here.
Is that all the advice you have? We don't even know what she looks like. Some specifics would be very helpful. She's just a princess. Don't overthink it.
Okay,
Definitely
at
not.
this
I
point,
can
at
see
this
something
point,
there.
at this point, we are underthinking it. Narrator, do your job and narrate some shit, all right?
She's clearly not.
There is definitely at least a horn on her head, maybe more.
Stop hiding and show yourself.
If you want to see me, you should get better at seeing.
Man,
She knows that her strength lies in shadows and secrets. She won't reveal herself unless she has to. She's coiling for another strike. Be somewhere else. We're on the back foot. The back foot keeps us nimble, keeps us alive. It doesn't matter if it keeps us alive if it eventually kills us. We need to take back the momentum. We need to do something.
survive, wait for her to strike and give her a hit back, stand still. Tatakai!
This isn't going to work. We're in her domain. We just have to stay alive.
I actually should have saved there.
If we keep dodging her forever, we're going to get tired. We're going to slip up. We have to take a risk. As the princess lunges from the shadows once more, you tighten her grip on the blade and lash out.
I thought that was you
Strikes,
for a second.
cutting deep, and the princess loses her focus, crying out in pained surprise as she crashes into you. You're sent sprawling and can already feel the massive bruise blossoming on your ribs as she scrambles back into the darkness. Ha! Look at that! We wounded her, and she wounded us. Bad trade.
That hurt. Are you just the cornered animal you seem to be? Or could you be a rival?
She rears back, then leaps at you, more forceful, more ferocious, more serious. The scuffle is brief, and though you inflict a few deep wounds, you find yourself quickly overwhelmed by her savagery. You collapse to the floor, and she wastes no time before pouncing on you in a flurry
Me
of
in the
claws
morning.
and blood, your nerves barely able to keep up with the onslaught. By the end, you're lying in a nest of your own intestines, spine severed, blood rapidly draining out onto the jungle floor. The princess, drenched in both her blood and yours, idly prods your body.
No, that's it then. Cornered animal it was. Do better next time. I still need to devour you. And it doesn't count if you're dead.
Do you see that?
See what?
In the background, there's like a silhouette of an eye. It's like
I don't see it.
it's like right. You can't. The chat can't see my mouse. You see it?
I'm seeing it a little bit. I'm seeing it a little bit. Yeah, I'm seeing it a little bit.
Well, we're not dead, but you don't have time to protest her premature observation of your death, because everything goes dark, and you die.
Okay. Now I just straight up don't know what's happening.
You're on a path in the You felt her. She didn't have a soft underbelly. She didn't have blind spots. What could we have done that would have saved us from her hunger? When someone tries to make you dead, you have to hit them back. You have to show them your authority. There's nothing worse than a bully that thinks they own you.
Fucking left stubborn.
Great. So you've been here before. That doesn't bode well. You're not
Okay, I
supposed
think
to
we
have
got
been
this
here
one
before.
last time
This is
too.
supposed to
I
be
definitely
done.
should have saved at that juncture and played dead.
Oh, shut up. It bodes fine. You're the reason we're stuck in this shit situation. Now I have to do the hard work of dragging us out. And how do you intend to do that? We're going to fight her, and we're going to win. There's a reason she slinks around in the shadows. Well, no complaints here. Now hold on. We're not just gonna let the fact that he knows things about this whole Lupin situation go, are we?
Doesn't matter. Kill Princess.
He's not important. He can have his secrets for all I care. She's killed us twice now, and that's enough of a reason for us to want her dead.
Okay, what's the plan?
Like I said, we're going to fight her.
That's not a plan.
But we're so small.
Shut up, Hunted.
We don't actually know how big she is. We just know she wants us to think she's big. And if she's going to treat us like prey again, then she is sorely underestimating us. One good wallop, that's all we need to put her on the defensive.
Path was different than it was before.
Ground is ground. It doesn't matter what shape it takes. We'll adapt. If it looks different, that's because the situation has started to spiral out of everyone's control. So please, disavow yourself of the notion that you can just come back here and fix this place if you manage to make a mess before that line of thinking leaves you yet another world in ruin. Though, as evidenced by you dying twice, it's safe to assume the fates of the worlds you've left behind don't concern you very much.
So, the reason why we're still on this path, as opposed to going back and reloading, which I'm about to do after we finish this path, is because this was the last princess that I got, and I didn't get to ask her what she thought of it.
Consider this your last opportunity to make things right. For you and for the rest of existence. But especially for you. We don't need your pep talk. I'll make sure we pull this off.
Okay. What if we just leave? What happened then?
Yeah, she was still there last time. I'm not so sure she can free herself without our help. Maybe not quickly, but it's inevitable. That cabin won't last forever.
Okay, if we turn around and leave, I know what happens then. Then we get, fucked up contradiction princess. I want answers. What's going on here? What are you not telling me?
I've told you as much as I can without putting you at a disadvantage.
Fucking lies.
If anything, I've told you too much. Like that grumbling voice said just a moment ago, you've already died by her hands twice. You shouldn't need much else in the way of motivation.
That doesn't mean I don't want to know what's going on. Alright, proceed to the cabin.
You make your way down to the cabin. Your fated confrontation awaits. You know what to do. We've already been over the plan.
It's not much of a plan.
I'm not sure that use violence counts as a plan.
It's not.
It's a better plan than you had last time. I don't like this, but I'll try to keep us breathing. The interior is dark and overgrown. Vines and brush obscure so much of the place that, had you not seen the exterior, you might not have noticed this was a cabin at all. The only furniture of note, if you could call it that, is a knotted stump, a pristine blade embedded in its exposed rings. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you're going to do this right. Take it. We're not fighting a monster without a blade. Even if it's not a very big one. Is no one going to mention the mirror? What are you talking about? There is no mirror. It's just the stump and a narrow tunnel that leads to the basement. He isn't tricking us. Can you feel the wind? It's telling us there's a hole in that wall. Our eyes deceive us.
Hunted is such an interesting voice.
If that mirror's blocking our way, just smash it and be done with it.
take the blade.
Yes, take the steel claw. You pull the blade from the stump, gripping it tight. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Good. One step closer to ending this. You step forward, approaching the small hole that leads to the basement, hesitating before you enter the princess's lair. You heard him. Stop hesitating and smash that antique. That mirror isn't part of this place. It's seeped through from somewhere else.
So, I mentioned this in Natty's chat when I was watching her play, but I think the mirror is like... So, the princess, the entity itself, Shifting Mound, she is collecting princesses so she can view herself. She can only view herself through experiences and everything that isn't her. I think the mirror is our way of doing the same thing.
It, if there even is an it, is a hallucination. Like you said, you've been here twice before. Your mind was bound to start playing tricks on you eventually. It's so grimy. Maybe we can wipe it clean and finally get a look at ourselves. You reach forward and wave your hand over the open hole leading to the basement. See? Nothing. Tricks of the eye. No one sense can be trusted on its own. You step forward into the darkness. If there were once stairs leading into the basement, there is nothing left to attest to their existence now. There is only a long tunnel of packed earth, growing more narrow as you descend. It smells of mold and decay. The damp walls leave streaks of dirt along your body as you're forced to hunch, then finally squat down on all fours in order to continue. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. As you crawl forward on hands and knees, you're met only with the sounds of ambient earth. No voice slinks confidently up the stairs, no entity threatens violence or pleads for safety. Stay quiet. Don't give her a sound.
Say nothing and suddenly proceed down the stairs. I think hunting is going to keep us alive.
You say nothing, maintaining the silence as you carefully make your way down into the basement. The basement is dark and cavernous, a gaping maw threatening to swallow you whole. There is no light here, save for what little starlight has managed to filter down the tunnel. And though you can't see the vastness of the space, you can feel it. You're exposed. It doesn't matter if we can't see down here. We know where she is.
Step into the shadows, ready to fight. Step into the shadows and try to lure her out. Ready for fight.
You step into the shadows and are enveloped in total darkness. Your heart pounds in your chest, ears pricked, eyes wide despite the inky blackness, waiting for any sign of movement. There, she's about to strike. With the near silence of a determined predator, the princess erupts from the shadows. Swinging your blade, its tip intercepting her before she can draw first blood. She recoils, stunned for a brief moment. See? I told you. We needed to assert our might. We needed to prove to her that she can bleed too. She'll doubt her every move now.
6 legs, wings, snake-like body. What is that? 3 horns?
3 horns, it looks like.
With even more ferocity than before. But that voice in your head wasn't wrong. Within that ferocity, there is also hesitation. Not much, but enough. Not a word is spoken between you and the princess as you exchange blows in the dark. The glint of bloody claws and fangs, the flash of wet steel. In the pit, all of your senses are heightened, each injury stinging like a chorus of insects, each small shift in your favor a major victory that swells your heart. All reaches a climax.
Alright, we got the achievement.
And...
But he doesn't respond. Eyes glance at you from the untextured threads of the world unravel. Am I free? They asked. You don't get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Approach the mirror.
This doesn't feel right. It feels different. Final. That thing reeks of death. Screw the mirror. We just need to find the princess.
The voices feel small and distant as you approach. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You've grown. You find yourself in a long quiet once again. You are at the cabin.
Flickering lights and empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before. Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
Are you the same thing as you were before? How much have you changed?
Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same.
Do you have any thoughts on this vessel?
This one is consumed by instinct, a predator pushing those around her to adapt. She will make for a bold heart. She wishes me to devour you, to make you a part of myself, but she is only a voice.
That's so interesting. All right. That is so interesting in an interesting way. So, a lot of what you hear when you're learning about yourself in therapy and whatnot is that the voices in your head are only voices. They're just thoughts. You don't have to act on them. You don't have to give them any kind of weight. And that's what she just did. This is only an experience. This is only a voice in your mind. I do not have to act on this.
Do not mourn her, for she is part of something greater.
Does it feel like it's changed like this? What do you feel about me? These vessels that I'm bringing you, I've heard them.
The vessels are shaped by memories of you, but they are drawn to the edge of the long quiet. To them you are a gate to something more, and you are something more than that, too. But they are only thoughts and perspectives. They are not me. The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before. I would be alone and without sensation. I could not feel the joy of having you by my side, for I would not know your absence.
Alright, I'm ready to go back.
I will long for your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
You're on a path in
Okay.
the woods. And at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Let me save it here so I can actually have a point to go back to if I want to do more stuff. What can we do? We haven't gotten a tower yet. Let's do that.
You're here. You make your way. The interior.
Take the
You
blade.
take the blade from the table.
Into the basement.
The door to the base.
Continue
Good.
upstairs.
You're still listening to reason. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall.
I will save here so I can get Fight Princess later.
She's so coldly
Fight
beautiful. Is she
Okay.
really a threat to the world?
Okay. What? Me kill you? What? No.
That giant knife you're holding kind of gives it away, doesn't it?
The blade. Of course she doesn't want to talk. Who'd want to have a conversation at knife point? We should drop it. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster, but killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
Drop.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the...
Thank you. Maybe now we can just...
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face. Unarmed.
Hi.
We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
Yeah, it's pretty awkward.
I know. I just said that. Now why are you here to kill me?
All right. She's sassy now.
Why are you here to kill me? Do you know why I'm here to kill you?
That laugh. I think I'm in love.
Hero? Hello?
Stop it.
Hello?
Yeah, stop that.
I have no
Don't do
idea.
that.
To be honest,
Don't get horny in
I
here.
don't even know why I'm down here, or how I got here. I was kind of hoping you might be able to shed some light on the whole situation.
How do I get you out of here?
You can't. Don't bother.
I'm guessing you don't have the key then. I'm sure there's a key somewhere around here, and if there isn't, well, we can always put that knife to good use.
Her sharp eyes settle on the edge of the blade. She isn't suggesting what I think she's suggesting, right? She is. I'm sure of it.
Okay, we've talked enough.
Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
You know why you're here.
I'm gonna get you out of these chains.
Oh, you have to be kidding me. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
Bosh, are you still here?
If you don't have the key, maybe you should go looking for it. I'm sure it's somewhere upstairs.
Okay, you're about to see a Dark
Whoever
Souls
locked
boss.
the princess away down here intended for her
Hell
to
yeah.
never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
I'll be here.
You attempt to make your way out of the
I
basement.
think. You might have
The door at
fucked
the
that
top
up.
of the
I don't
stairs
know.
slams shut.
There is the
You hear
possibility
the
that I
click of
fucked
a
that up.
lock sliding into place. Is someone else here?
Turn.
You make your way back to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd simply slain her like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they? The knife. Pick it up and cut me out of here.
Yep.
You won't like what happens if you do that.
I'll do what I want. If I slay her here, what happens? Let's fucking find out. Save the princess.
Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the princess's arm, just above the massive, unyielding chain. You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and you make quick work of it. Before long, you're able to crack through bone, and she pulls the bleeding stub of her arm through the iron gauntlet. She didn't so much as utter a sound. Free from her bindings, the princess turns to face you, her fierce gaze meeting your eye. How is she so composed after losing an arm? It's like she isn't even bothered by it.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I just can't let her escape into the world.
Alright, this is the moment.
As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
Okay. No, I don't know if this moment matters or not.
You bring the blade down and plunge it into the princess's back. Finally. Okay. There's no going back now. Though the blade left a deep gash in her shoulder, she barely so much as flinches, turning around to stare at you incredulously.
Are you serious? I don't know what came over you, but if we're doing this, I guess I'll have to kill you. Do you think I need both of my arms to do that? I can beat you to death with one.
That's cool.
Damn,
But I don't
alright.
have to tell you that. I'll go ahead and show you.
Give up.
Thank you. You swing your arm towards her throat, the blade singing through the air. But she's ready for it. She
Okay,
grabs your
definitely
arm,
got the-
her
got the
grip
one.
like a stone vice.
We got the one that I wanted to get.
You drop the blade, pathetically.
Maybe. We'll see.
She lets go, and faster than you can react, rears back and hits you with a bone-shattering haymaker. There's a ringing in your ears. You're fairly certain you can feel bone grinding against bone where she fractured your jaw, but your body isn't allowing you to feel much right now, adrenaline coursing through your system and numbing your nerves.
We might have gotten Fire Princess on accident, which I'm okay with.
You fall to your knees. You're barely able to bring your trembling arms up to defend yourself before she hits you again. Every blow is as punishing as the first. You feel bones shatter with every impact,
I'm
unknown
thinking
ruptures
of that one JoJo's
blossoming with
Bizarre
blood
Adventure
somewhere
kit.
inside of
The
you.
guy on the ground.
The meme, yeah.
You poor thing. I'll go ahead and put you out of your misery.
She places a confident heel on your chest and pushes you down to the ground. Her knee falls to your throat, your windpipe crushed beneath a weight you didn't think her slight form could possibly possess. It can't just end like this, right? I'm sorry, but it's over. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Alright, did we get the one that I wanted? Yep, we did. Cool.
Hell yeah.
You're on a path in the wood.
Alright, before anything, save that here.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Hello, Broken.
Again? People don't die twice. You haven't even met the princess, and I hardly think she'd be capable of killing someone as skilled and courageous as yourself. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. What does it matter what he knows?
There he is.
There's nothing we can do to stop her. She's just going to kill us again. She is not going to kill you unless you let her. But slaying the princess and saving the world is going to be much more difficult than it has to be if you spend the whole time second-guessing yourself.
Alright, proceed to the cabin.
A warning.
Shut
She
up.
will-
Shut up.
Can we tone down the pessimism just a smidge? I'm not being a pessimist. I'm just being realistic.
I know that's the eternal joke, but there is a difference between that.
You're being annoying. Just ignore their bickering, and whatever you do, don't pledge yourself to her. I cannot stress enough how absolutely catastrophic that would be for everyone.
yourself included.
Wait until you see her, though. We have something to pledge for.
I agree. If she's wrongfully imprisoned, then we should rescue her, but if he's telling the truth, we shouldn't just hand her the world on a silver platter. Rescue her? Given the stakes of the situation, there isn't really a difference between rescuing her and pledging yourself to her. Either would be terrible. So please try to ignore both of those knuckleheads and focus on saving the world. If that's what you want, I guess I don't have a say here. The interior of the cabin is larger and more grandiose than its humble exterior would suggest. The only furniture
bigger on the
present
inside.
is a massive marble altar with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll
Are you
need
watching
it if you
on
want to do this
stream
right.
or through Discord?
I'm watching through Discord. Sorry, I was looking down and then I looked
Okay.
back up.
Okay, I was like,
Why do we feel so small? We don't feel small. We are small.
Do you want to take the blade or should we leave it? Actually, no, I veto your answer. Never mind. In order to get the thing that I want, I need to do both options here, and I can get both options if I take the blade.
You take
Alright,
the blade
valid.
from the altar. It would be
Yeah, I'm just
difficult
kinda
to
hanging
slay the
out now.
princess. And
I
save
will
the world
ask
without
you what
the
you want to do when we get down there, but for now, I'll just take the blade.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a spiral staircase. Its steps almost as deep as you are tall. The smell of incense drifts up from below. For a moment,
Incense?
you almost feel at ease. This is actually kind of nice. It's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her booming voice rolls up the stairs.
Is that a guest I hear?
Oh.
Don't linger on the stairs. Come down and witness me.
That is much different with headphones on.
You weren't kidding when you said it was booming.
Yes, ma'am. No.
This last time. We need to get down there. She wants us to see her. We need to see her. Should we be worried about your sudden change in attitude? Just a few minutes ago, you were going on about how pointless everything was. Now you want to go down there. It doesn't matter what that little voice says. He's not the one making the decisions. Though if his ramblings get you to the princess, they get you to the princess. Making your way down the spiral staircase
Making my
is
way
a
into the
time-consuming
hood.
and exhausting effort, every step requiring you to clamber over one edge before dropping to the next. But soon the end comes into view, and you tumble to the bottom, entering the vast, temple-like room beyond. The princess
There
towers
she
over
is.
you,
That's a Dark
almost
Souls
glowing
boss.
in the weak starlight, her figure framed by a stained glass window. Her long hair billows around her, and a chain binds her wrist to the far wall. The chain is nothing to her. It might as
Alright,
well
Magic,
be
you get to start
toy
making
for all good it
decisions.
would do. I
Oh,
told
no.
you it was pointless to resist her.
The little bird has returned to me. I wonder what he wants. You brought that knife again, even though you know it's useless. Such charming audacity. Drop it.
What do you want to do?
Tighten our grip.
As if on command, the blade slips from your
Oh.
grasp. It clatters uselessly to the floor. But we didn't drop it. We decided to grip it tighter, remember? Are you really just going to let that happen to us? I have a duty to report facts as facts, and the fact is that you dropped the blade. Of course we dropped it. She's so much more than us. You wouldn't understand what it feels like to be in her presence.
I think I understand perfectly because you're using my body to experience this.
Oh, I understand what's going on, and you'd better snap yourself out of it.
Kneel.
What do you want to do?
I would say no, but I'm gonna guess she's gonna make us do it anyways.
Oh, are you still trying to defy me? I said kneel.
Your legs buckle, and your knees hit the floor.
That's my good little bird. Now, why don't we talk?
The last time we met, you couldn't even scratch me. And yet here you are again, trying to succeed where you've already catastrophically failed. What draws you back here beyond the empty halls of death? Speak!
The last time we met? I suppose that lends credence to our conversation in the woods. Still, whatever you do, don't tell her why you're here. It's best not to give her any ideas.
You're supposed to end. Oh, yeah. Let's save. You're supposed to end the world. No, remain silent. You're supposed to end the world, maybe?
You weak-willed buffoon.
Is that so?
The princess closes her eyes in contemplation.
Something about that thought wraps itself around my heart. It feels like a fundamental truth to my being that I'd somehow forgotten.
It's interesting that you had her say that. Interesting.
The collapse of the old is a necessary prelude to the birth of the new. And the world as it is now is overdue for alterations.
I'm curious.
It's time for me to seize my destiny. And you, little bird, will help me seize it.
She's inevitable. There's nothing else for us to do but help her. Maybe she'll be nice to us.
What would you have me do? What do you have planned? Just because you're supposed to end the world doesn't mean you actually have to do it. You can do whatever you want. You can be whatever you want to be. I have questions for you before I decide to do anything. What happened to you after I died? I'm not gonna help you to end the world. I don't care if it's something new or something new comes after. I just can't let you do that. I'm yours to command. Pledge yourself to her.
Scroll back up to the top. Just because you're supposed to doesn't mean you have to.
This isn't about desire. This is about what I am. And I have little interest in discussing destiny with one that cannot see the divine truth that shines in my heart.
That is the most pretentious thing I've ever heard in my life.
What happened to you after I died?
Know the limits of your privilege, little bird. There's an empty place at my side for you to fill, if you'll have it. But it is not a place for an equal. It is a place for something worthy to be kept. A priest, perhaps, or a pet.
I want to kill her more. The more she talks, the more I'm like, stab this bitch.
I'm not gonna help you end the world.
I say, perhaps you need another lesson in submitting to your betters.
Yeah, that line of thought right there makes me want to kill people. I hate that. I hate that a lot.
Do it.
Your
It's
betters.
what she wants. No objections here. Don't know what she's planning, and I don't like that we don't know what she's planning, but we might as well pick up the blade.
You already played this game, but there were so many things we didn't get to do. How you doing, Official Throw?
As your eye
Also, I'm
falls
here.
on the blade, you feel a weight. Some divine hand that sits unperceived by your senses, but that manages to push you towards its desires like an unseen puppeteer.
We have no choice but to pick up the blade.
Yep.
You reach forward and grasp the blade.
Stand.
This one's easy. See? This isn't so bad. Okay, yeah. We can do that. You can feel a creaking tension between body and will as you slowly rise to your feet, like two foes forced into an unhappy truce. The princess eyes you with soft contemplation. The moment seems to last a lifetime, the silent anticipation of what's to come dragging out the long, painful seconds. But all silences are broken eventually.
To defy me is to claim we stand on level ground. We do not. You are quiet shadow, while I am brilliant radiance.
You see what I mean when I said fucking Dark Souls boss? Like, if the fucking the text at the bottom just says brilliant radiance, you start fighting.
Yes.
Take that knife in your hand and slit your throat.
Alright.
What? You don't have to listen to her. You're armed. Just steel your nerves, step forward, and end this.
Alright, let's end this.
Oh,
Let's end this.
we'll end this all right.
Your hand
Yep,
lifts the
thinking
blade
about
and brings it towards your throat. Okay, I apologize for the unclear language. End her.
She's cute. I like this version of the princess. She's kind of a badass. However, it doesn't make me not want to kill her.
Yeah, she's a baddie, but she's like a baddie.
She's a bad baddie. Actually, I'll
Slay
just,
the princess.
yeah, I'll overwrite that one. Alright, Slayer?
The one who's both. Yep, let's slay her.
Your body is sluggish and unresponsive, actively fighting against you, but you do your best to stagger forward. One step at a time, you move towards the princess.
Slitting your throat would have been a mercy, but it seems you're in need of a harsher lesson.
Is she basic television bad or cable bad? She has the ability to, what are we doing here? She has the ability to make us do things by speaking, so whatever bad that puts in there.
Plunge that knife into your lungs.
I'm sorry.
Don't! As you take another step forward, the blade digs into your ribs, slicing through flesh with ease. It somehow feels like an entirely natural thing to do, while the simple act of walking has become an arduous impossibility. Then it slides back out, the wound burning as a small hiss of air escapes through the fresh orifice. Blood fills your lungs.
Now, do it again. Keep doing it until I give you permission to stop.
Those are just words. You don't have to listen to her.
It's what she wants.
You, heroic one, what are you doing? Don't just let this happen. Stop him from killing you. I'm on it. Your other hand locks around your wrist, struggling to keep it from perforating vital organs. But the blade still flails towards you, managing to slice bits of skin that plop to the floor to join the growing pile of blood and gore beneath you.
She's
Despite
freaky.
the pain,
She is
you
making
manage to
everything
keep
sound
yourself in
sexy
one
for some
piece.
reason.
At least
Yeah,
for
she
now.
is. No, 100%. Like, when she was first, like, come down here on the top of the stairs, I was like, yes, ma'am. Like,
What
Hello,
a pitiful
nurse, like-
display.
right?
A wounded little bird thinking it can defy a god. It doesn't have to be like this. It doesn't have to hurt so much. You can choose a gentle end. You can choose to leave that punctured vessel for the next.
Can we try and slay the princess again?
Or you can pathetically struggle against yourself until the floor of this temple is painted with the bloody impressions of your futility.
You continue to approach the princess, even as the repeated gouges of your blade expose bone and muscle to the open air of the basement. You know, this would be a lot easier if you gave us a hand. My influence only goes so far, and I can only juggle so many things at once. The best I can do right now is to continue to drive you forward. Believe me, this whole ordeal would be so much easier if I didn't have to contend with free will.
You're the one making things difficult. You're the one making us hurt. She doesn't want to hurt us. She's just doing what she has to.
Shut up, Broken.
Stop.
As you finish crossing the room, you fall to your knees at the princess's feet, your chest heaving as your blood pools in the crevices of the stone floor, the coppery taste coating your throat. The princess kneels down, lifting your chin with her finger as her face lowers to yours.
Your devotion is misplaced. You've surrendered to delusion. But something about your defiant spirit speaks to me. You are different than you were before. Perhaps, if you've learned your lesson, I can spare you from the release of death.
That's a little demeaning, isn't it? Yes, how thoughtful of her. It's a mercy. Take it. I think he's given up whatever say he had at the start of all this. At least one of you is sane. She's within striking distance, and she's only negotiating now because she knows you have what it takes to put an end to her. Seize the moment before it's too late.
Can we
Magic?
try and slay the princess again?
Yep.
No. Yes. Though your body trembles, struggling to defend itself in the face of the princess's overwhelming will, you finally manage to break through, darting to her side before she can react.
Sorry, I have a stack on my
Wind of
desk.
your
I turned
freedom
away.
rushes through you.
That's fine.
And you channel it into a decisive blow, stabbing into the soft flesh of her ankle and severing the tendons in an act of unyielding defiance.
You got her Achilles heel.
Youch.
Don't do it, because why is he telling you what to do? Throat, I just want to point out that no matter what we do here, someone's telling us what to do.
Yeah.
So that's a lose-lose situation. At that point, is who do you like least?
She falls to the floor,
Also, we got that
crashing
Achilles.
unceremoniously to her knees.
We got that
That's a
Achilles.
sharp fucking knife. We got all the way to bone.
But you don't give her any time to recover. Your heart pounding with determination, you plunge your blade into her chest. As you find your target again and again, she laughs, crude emotion breaking through her once stony composure as your blade cuts her flesh. We can do this, can't we? You always could. The decision to give you this task was not made lightly. You're here for a reason.
It's not too late to pick up the pieces. It's not too late to toss that blade aside and beg for forgiveness.
Shut up.
Shut up.
I can't believe you would actually strike me. You
heathen! You worm! You defiler! You don't know the consequences of your arrogance!
Before you can strike the final blow, the princess lashes out, knocking you off your feet. There's an unsettling wet pop as your spine breaks, numbness and pain spreading through your body. As you rebound towards the ceiling in a moment of disorientated lightness, she drives her fist into your chest. Your body is crushed as she pulverizes you into the floor, the ground itself breaking from the impact.
I want to point out, and I could be wrong, someone will correct me, but I think the artist that did all the art for this is only one person.
You lie there, broken, beyond pain, unable to even see what she's
My point
done
in
to
saying that is, damn,
But
they
the
are killing
princess
me.
is succumbing to her own wounds as well. She looks down upon her body in abject horror and disgust.
You made me use my hands. I
Yeah.
can feel myself twisting into something new, something dull, something defiled. What have you done to me?
I won. Even if I die here and I lost. I won. You were wrong, it was 10 people? Shut up.
You're monsters and conspirators. I can't bear to watch this.
Then stop. Shut up.
The princess has been nothing but cruel to you. You should feel liberated by her fall.
But I don't feel liberated. I feel empty.
I think you always felt that way.
Aside from the pain, I feel fine. She
God
collapses to
killer.
the floor. Her glassy eyes watch, unblinking, yet somehow still full of anguish and fear, as the two of you perish together. I suppose we were never gonna get a happy ending here, were we? Don't let those be your final thoughts. You saved the world. That's worth something, I guess. Regardless of how you feel about it, it's finally over. Thank you. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Let's see what we get here. The Fury.
Ooh, chapter 3.
This is the first chapter 3 we've gotten in this run.
You're on a path in the woods. And at the end of the path... Okay, what the hell is that? I think he's upset. And what's he got to be upset about? We just killed a god.
Exactly. You heathens destroyed the most beautiful thing that ever was, and ever will be.
You're damn right we did. You'll get over it. I can't say I have much sympathy for you. She was bad for us and you almost got us killed. You're being too generous. He did get us killed. Alright, enough chatter. Got a thing I'm supposed to do, and if you don't mind, I'd like to do it without any more interruptions. Okay, great, you're listening. You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a... If your thing is telling us about the princess, don't waste your breath. We know all about her. It's hardly a path in the woods at this point, is it? Well, this is just great. Let me cut to the chase. Clearly, you've already been here. Yeah, you think?
Actually, I don't think we have been here.
Great song. Amazing song. Why is it so fucking loud?
Yeah, exactly.
This is all different, isn't it?
Yes, precisely. And if you'd given me 2 seconds to finish my thought, I would have said that. Oh, you're actually letting me talk now. Great. If you've already been here, it means you've seen things you aren't supposed to have seen, and you know things that you aren't supposed to know. This doesn't look like a path in the woods if reality seems
Turn
distorted.
this shit down on that word.
It's because reality is distorted. So you knew this could happen. You knew we'd be able to restart like this. Look, if the world around you is changing, especially all the way out here, then that means you're nearing the point of no return. Whatever happens next, that's it. There won't be any more do-overs. So you'd better take things seriously.
Feels like I'm being pulled in 100 different directions. You better all listen to me when the time comes to make a choice. If I don't slay here, I'm just gonna sit. If I don't slay here, if I just stay here and do it, or do anything else, if we hit the this point of no return, then what happens? Yeah, I'm actually curious. What happens?
Then what happens? Have you even been listening? It's the end is what happens.
Yeah, but what does that mean?
Yeah, but is there something...
I will be
After
right
the
back.
Yep.
How am I supposed to know? The end means finality. It's not like I can just peek on over to the other side and tell you what it's like there, if there even is a there.
I mean, aren't you happy, Mr. Narrator? One of these variations actually killed the princess like you wanted. What else is there to do?
It doesn't matter.
What do you want?
Because we're going to win. Now that's exactly the sort of mindset I like to see. Don't let yourself be consumed with self-doubt. Don't flirt with oblivion. Just focus on the present and everything
What if Oblivion's
will be
cute?
absolutely fine.
Alright. Ew.
Good. We're all on the same page. It isn't long before you find yourself at the end of the path, staring up at the cabin on the hill. You'll find the princess within, as I'm sure you already know. End her. That's it? No final words of advice? I'd rather not waste any more time. I'm sure that any advice I'd give at this point is something you've already heard.
If there's still a princess at the cabin, maybe we can salvage things. Maybe if we just grovel and apologize, things can go back to how they were before.
Oh, cut it out, will you? We need to be tough right now, and you're making it so much harder than it has to be, so stop whining. The interior of the cabin is a place that feels long forgotten. There was once an elegance to its construction, carved marble columns holding a high arched roof, vaulted windows letting in the weak starlight. But that is how it was. Now there is a growth that has overtaken it. A viscous fluid seeps from cracks in the stone walls, and it congeals into chaotic streaks of writhing nerves and wet clumps of living meat. That's horrible. You did this. The only furniture of note is a pulsating pedestal, a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
We don't care about the mayor. Let's go.
You take the blade from the pedestal. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Good. Nothing feels better than gripping cold steel.
The narrator and Miguel would be very good friends. This is true. The princess is gonna look like Jabba the Hutt? I don't know about that.
You step forward and approach the door to the basement, hesitating before you open it. Almost as if you don't see it. But you must, because it's right there in front of you.
All we see is a damn mirror.
It's a bit grimy. Why don't we wipe it clean? Wipe what clean? The door? The mirror. What are you talking about? You're standing in front of a door. Whatever non-door thing you think you're looking at, it isn't real, because if it were real, I'd know about it. But it has to be real. It's right there.
Smash it. Smash it to pieces. It's the only thing keeping us from her.
Don't you want to know what we'll see in there? We won't be able to see anything if we smash it.
Nah, I'm with him on this one. Smash it. Let's get violent already.
He's stubborn and so
Do
violent.
whatever you want with it. The mirror isn't real, so how you handle it doesn't matter, aside from wasting dangerous amounts of time.
Alright,
You bring your fist crashing down against the door leading to the basement. As if on command, it slowly slides open, scraping against the stone floor, its ancient hinges moaning as it reveals the dim path ahead.
Why am I not surprised?
You step forward into the darkness.
It's a good way of opening the door,
The
hitting
stairs
it. I would
leading down
kick
to the
open every
basement
door
are
if I
once
could.
both narrow and grandiose. The high-vaulted ceiling stretches up into a gloom beyond your sight, while walls wet with tumorous growths press in uncomfortably at your sides.
No, Magic
feel
came back
both
to see what she did.
unprotected and
See what she's done.
At once exposed and claustrophobic.
Nah, it doesn't look like it.
The air is thick, its odor an oppressive violence. The metallic scent of fresh blood twisting with the nauseating embers of charred remains.
If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
Her voice, a bellowing rage, roars up the stairs.
Was severing the tendons of my ascension not enough for you? Was it not enough to rend my divine heart? Come, see the horrors you've wrought upon my flesh, and feel my hands set upon your throat.
Are you tinier now? I would have got the Kool-Aid Man power. Kool-Aid Man power. Every wall is a door and I'm gonna charge through. Oh yeah.
Why? Why did you desecrate her? Why couldn't I stop you?
You've got to stop thinking about her like that. It isn't doing anyone any good.
She's not some untouchable god. She's an abomination, and we're going to put an end to her once and for all.
Whatever she is now is our fault. If she's an abomination, then what does that make us?
She was going to end the world last time. If I might interject, you didn't make her into an abomination. She's always been what she is. It's why you're here, and it's... You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. The chamber's walls
There
are
she
painted
is.
in blood, a deep, sickening red that drips down in clotted streams onto the charred corpses that make up its floor. This place reeks of torment, of ripped skin and burning bone.
This is your phase 2. That's the Dark Souls boss if I've ever seen one. There's one more Dark Souls boss that I'm aware of in the game.
The princess stands in its center, muscles flayed and bare and weeping, draped in a tattered dress of her own skin. Her heart beats from its place in her open chest.
Do you know what I'm going to do to you?
I don't really care.
There's not so much a moment of hesitation before she steps forward. Her chains pull taut, holding fast as she strains against them. The cuff around her wrist digs deeper into her skin. Blood drips from the place where metal meets flesh. And then, with a nauseating sound, the skin tears. It plops
I
to
came
the
back and
ground.
she's even hotter.
She
No,
pulls her red,
Oh my God.
glistening arm free from her bindings. She is loose, and she is coming for you.
Let her end it. It's the punishment you all deserve for what you did to her. It's the punishment I deserve for letting it happen.
Screw that. We can win. We've done it before and we'll do it again, only this time we'll make it out the other side. Hell, she's practically done most of the work for us.
Letting the lesbian inside of you take control. She is a lesbian. That's just how that works.
the lesbian inside of me is also the lesbian outside of me.
Right. I'm I'm going to end you, Slay the Princess.
You'll try. That's what I've been so excited for. Let's hurt each other.
Your heart free of fear, you charge towards the princess, your eyes locked on each other, both of you prepared to lay down your very essence in one blow. It's now or never. Let's make it a beautiful blaze of glory. With a horrifying squelch, you are unwound.
I hope you weren't planning on dying. We're going to make this last forever.
No, that's it.
Huh. I feel cold. I've never felt cold before.
Gotcha.
And I assume our insides go back inside.
She's
Memory
gone.
returns.
Where did she go?
You pull like a ripcord and they all
Should
go
we
like.
try and find her? And there's that mirror again.
You've withered. Alright, we're gonna reload. I just want to see what happens, I just want to see what happens if, what she says about this vessel.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction, a mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again. All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
I like that the hands, the cacophony of hands, is holding the heart up.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think of this
Another variant's been captured. This is the weirdest version of Pokemon I've ever played.
one?
This one is desecration. She placed the weight of her agony on you, yet it is she who unwound herself. But there is passion and empathy in her misery. She will make for a burning heart. Do not mourn her. She has finally found peace.
Do you know what happens to the worlds we leave behind?
My perspectives are shadowed. You have seen what I have seen, just as I have seen what you have seen. The angles of my vantage do not offer me hidden truths, and my attention is turned inward, except when you are here with me.
Translation: everything you see is what I see. I'm thinking about myself most of the time because there's nothing else fucking here, except for when you get here. Then I'm thinking about you.
Perhaps this will change when our work is done.
Alright, I think we're done here then. Alright, we're gonna reload then. We're going to slay ourselves this time.
No, you can't just slay yourself. You're perfectly healthy and capable, and all you have to do is ignore her and do what has to be done.
Also, I don't think I actually got the achievement for that, but it's fine. We saw it.
The blade and the hand that wields it remain firmly locked in place until you change your mind and decide to do literally anything else.
Alright, this one I did see. I mean, I saw both of those already, but like, check this out. This is fucking cool.
Look at you quaking against my will. An ant defying a god. It's pointless to resist. In the end, everything submits to oblivion. But you're not the one resisting me, are you? There's something else in there. Is that a person? No, it used to be a person. It's something different now. An echo.
You see what's happening here? Do you see what's happening right now? This bitch has peered inside us and sees...
Is she talking about you?
That's impossible. She's not supposed to be able to interact with me.
You're a small one, aren't you?
She sees the narrator.
A shriveling little worm stretched beyond its limits, trying to control things that it can't understand.
No. What are you talking about? I'm just...
I don't care what you are. You're mine.
You bring the blade to your neck. You slice through soft flesh, severing veins.
Sorry, my roommate
and
came in to
arteries.
tell me something, but I did hear
Your
the narrator
blood
do that little
flowing freely
scream.
down your body. It's a painful lesson in obedience, but the pain won't last forever.
So you see what's happening.
Yeah.
She peered deep into our soul, found the narrator, and now all this is happening.
No.
When I see you again, you'll free me from my chains and deliver me to the destiny that lies beyond this place.
We will. I promise.
I know you will.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
She must have a Scorpio moon.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path...
Oh, let me guess. At the end of that path is a cabin.
Excuse me? This is the third time we've been here, and this is hardly a path in the woods. It's all big and weird.
Alright, I'm gonna skip most of this because I've already seen this, but all of these trees are marble. These are marble trees.
Another
hell yeah.
witness to her radiance. Her hour is soon upon us.
I'm here to keep him in check. I'm sick of prying fingers digging around in our head, and he's making it all too easy for them to get in.
Also, Voice of the Paranoid was the first voice I got.
This is
Oh, really?
bad.
Yeah, so the first in my version of the thing, I started asking hella questions. So I was like, narrator, why are you trying to get me to kill her? What have you done to be killed? What is going on right now? I need information, and they gave me Paranoid.
Nice.
Oh, is it now? I hadn't noticed. Do you need a primer, Mr. Amnesiac?
No, I'm quite all right, but if all of you would take a moment to settle down, there's something important I'd like to get across to you before it's too late.
Is it about the princess? We already know all about the princess.
Hero's pissed.
Not to be trusted, that one.
No, I mean, yes, it's about the princess, but whatever you think I'm going to say, it's probably not that.
You're not to be trusted either.
Look, fine, just out with it already, yeah? But if I hear the words, "You're here to slay her," or "If you don't, it will be the end of the world," you'll have lost speaking privileges.
You two are just wasting your time. It's all going to end when we open that cabin door, which means it's already all over. What's the point of dawdling when the end is already written? Okay, that nonsense he's going on about, that's what we need to talk about. You've been here before, obviously. So you have met us. Because boy, were you in denial about that last time. No, I haven't met you, but reality is clearly falling apart at the moment, and the only reason that would happen is if you knew things you weren't supposed to know. What the hell are you talking about? He's talking about those weird marble trees and how wrong everything looks. Yes, exactly. Whatever you did before gave her far too much power. So you've got to cut it out. Get to that cabin
You'll
and slay her
disrupt
before
the
things get
canon.
any more out of hand.
We've built a new god, and she is limitless.
Are our thoughts doing that? Make her small, make her small, make her small, make her small. Shit! What if I'm doing it wrong? What if I'm making her even stronger? Do you hear those two with their runaway thoughts? I'm only giving you the sliver of information.
Paranoid
I'm
is
giving you
actually
now
not
because
wrong.
things are already deep in the shitter. This was my last card to play.
Paranoid
and it
is
looks like it's
also
already
me.
made things worse. So hurry.
Yeah, we're
Cabin.
both anxious,
Now.
of course. Yeah, and so the way that this works is that she only becomes what we think she is. That's the way this works. So we went the route of thinking she's a god, and now she's a god. Run away.
But a great and horrible change is already underway. The ground quakes beneath your feet, and you feel an unyielding force pulling at you and your surroundings. The trees start to sway, then crumble, breaking apart as everything is drawn towards the cabin. Even the earth beneath you seems to shift,
your feet unable to grip solid ground as you're dragged forward along with everything
Which voice would be my first voice? Stubborn? Out of the ones that are in the game, probably stubborn.
The end of everything.
I would agree with
The
that.
beginning of something new. The moment we open that door, she will be free.
Stop believing everything you hear. We just have to get our thoughts in order. We just have to think straight.
Or cold. You could be voice of the cold.
Any, words of warning? You already know everything you need to know. As you step forward, the cabin explodes. You're flung backwards, violently slamming into a tree as debris rains down around you.
Right? Dark Souls boss!
Oh.
You watch in paralyzed awe and terror as the princess emerges, her body unfurling from some vast space as she stands upright to face you.
All of these fucking eyes.
The world bows to her. The ruined landscape shifts, trees and stone and the ground itself succumbing to her gravity, orbiting her like a great black hole.
Finally, the little bird has set me free.
I have a question, Twitch.
This is always how it was going to end. And this is always how it was going to begin.
I have no problem. But how come things get censored? Like, Xenocycling played Grab His Dick and Twisted, and Dick was censored and got caught by Automod, but fucking Serving Cunt didn't get censored?
Because it's a compliment.
I don't think that's how that works. I think Twitch is just bad.
Well,
There's
that
a
too.
loud thunk from the tree behind you as something embeds in its shattered bark. Your pristine blade. It's now or never.
What do we do?
Take the blade. I'm into fighting.
Screw all of this, I'm with you. A real god wouldn't need us as part of her plan.
The rules don't apply to me. Someone ban official. No, I'm just kidding. Don't do that.
You'll never make it to her. And even if you do, what could you possibly hope to accomplish?
We'll do what we were always supposed to. We'll take this blade and we'll sink it into her heart. Look at the way everything's being flung around her. If we just throw ourselves in her direction... I don't know. Maybe it'll work. Maybe none of this is real. Maybe we can do whatever we want to do.
We would have had Twitch beef.
With a forceful tug, you yank the blade out from the tree. You close your eyes.
So we have the blade in reverse grip now. You guys can't see it, but the cursor is like that now.
Like you're a part of everything.
Oh, yeah.
And everything is a part of you. And then your eyes open, settling on your target. It's time.
Slay the princess.
You launch yourself towards the princess. You can feel her gravity envelop you, carrying you from the ground into the violent swirl of her orbit.
Even now you defy me. Do it then. Show me what you think it takes to end what's destined to end everything.
Yeah, do it. Show her.
Why do I feel so cold?
Y'all are going crazy right now. And yes, of course she has boobs. They're literally mountains.
Hell yeah.
She's fucking huge.
Oh, where did she go?
The end of something. Witness your better's ascension. Alright, cool. We got the achievement.
She's
Move up life.
gone. Is
I
this
want to hear what she thinks
the
of
end
her,
of the
though.
world. Did she end herself? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now? This doesn't feel right. It feels different. I don't want to look at us.
Ooh. I love Adventure Time.
Huh.
I am a growing chorus of
You know?
all of me is
Okay, what do you think of this one?
This one is dominance, a figure capable of bending everything to her will. She will make for a terrifying and divine heart. Do not mourn her, for she would not be able to mourn you.
Damn. Okay. Alright, we can go back now. We go back to this, I think.
You weak-willed.
Is that so?
Alright, pledge.
Your will was so easily broken. Am I that magnificent? All you need to do now is break my chains.
If this is what you want, then I guess there's not much else for me to say. No, you can't just give in to her, not when the stakes are so high, not when you're so close. I won't let you do this.
There's still something in the way. A greasy film inside of you where it doesn't belong, trying to conceal you from me. Is that a person? No, it used to be a person. It's something different now. An echo.
Is she talking about you? That's impossible. She's not supposed to be able to interact with me.
You're a small one, aren't you?
I don't know what's gonna happen now because I've never seen. We didn't attack her, and we pledged ourselves to her immediately. So I don't know what's gonna happen here.
A shriveling little worm stretched beyond its limits, trying to control things that it can't understand.
No. What are you talking about?
I don't care what you are. You're mine. Rise, my little bird.
Without hesitation, you're brought to your feet.
That is so cool.
Break my chains.
Am I capable of doing that?
And how are we supposed to do that? All we have is a blade. All you need to do is believe it's been done.
Wait, what? What? Have to? It's over. I'm sorry. And what if I don't believe? What happens then? Well, then I assume we just go to the other route. Break her chains.
Her chains shatter, and the cuff falls from her wrist. She is loose, and the end is upon us.
That's interesting. She talks about herself when she's narrating for us.
Mm-hmm.
So everyone else heard that, right? So the narrator says her wrist, she is loose, but she says my wrist, I am free.
What a good disciple you are. Come, it's time for us to leave.
But you do not take her hand, nor will you ever.
She's gone. Is that a... This... I don't want...
Alright, we've withered. We really are collecting other princesses. I want to know what they are.
I am a growing core.
Yep. What do you think of this one?
This one is dominance, a figure capable of bending everything to her will. She will make for a terrifying and divine heart. Do not mourn her, for she would not be able to mourn you.
Same thing as the other one. Got it. Alright. Let's go back here. What happens if we give up here?
As the blade falls from your trembling hands, the princess rears back. Ready, you fall to your knees, barely able to process the ring. Every blow is as punishing as the first. You feel
Oh, too
Same
weak.
thing. The same thing happens. That twist didn't actually matter. Alright. We still got the tower there. Is this chapter 2?
You're on a path in the woods. You're here to slay her.
Yeah, this is chapter 2.
Yeah.
This is a chapter 1. Make sure I'm loading.
You're on a path in the woods.
Yeah.
And at the end of that path,
Alright, what do we do? I guess we can get Fight Princess. I want to try to do something new, though. Alright, chat, Magic, what ideas do you have?
I say we turn around and leave. Let's get out of here.
I've done that one before.
Ah. Alright, then let's go to the cabin.
I think no matter
Actually,
what we're gonna...
Yeah.
I think no
Let's
matter
do
what
the
we're gonna
suite.
have
I've always wanted to off a monarch.
to go. No, that's just gonna give us some dialogue.
that's the spirit.
Aw, damn, alright.
You make your way up the short path to the
Do I get
cabin.
some reward?
You'll find the
Yes, but
princess
it's not a
within.
reward. We've already done that. So the thing is that we have to decide what we're going to do to the princess, not necessarily what decision we're making, because sometimes theirs aren't decisions, sometimes it's dialogue, right? So, we've already betrayed her. We've already seen what happens if we try to free her on both sides of betray her. I'm not sure what else we can do. The only one. Why did you ask us? Because I don't have any fucking ideas. Any other ideas?
We're not going to go through with this, right?
I know.
She's a
I
princess.
know. Official threat is
We're
trolling.
supposed to save
However,
princesses,
I think it's
not
funnier to
slay
just
them.
completely sideblind that and just go straight answer.
Ignore him.
What do we
Have you
do?
gotten all the endings now, I guess?
No. There are 70 routes. We've gotten like 4
The
princesses.
interior of the cabin is almost
Oh.
entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a
Shut up. Let's see. Save that there.
Let's...
I have an idea.
You take the
Yeah,
blade.
take the blade.
I have an idea. I know what I want to do.
The door to the basement. Good. You're still listening to reason. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with them. You step forward. You lunge forward.
Of course not. That was too easy.
It's over. Don't get all worked up. We should make sure. What's the harm in checking for a pulse? I really don't think you should do that. And why shouldn't we? Is there something you're not telling us? I've told you everything that's happened with complete accuracy. The princess is dead. Your blade pierced her heart. There's no coming back from that.
I'm gonna remove the blade. I don't think anyone's done this. No one that I've seen, at least.
You lean down and wrap your hand around the blade's hilt. But as you begin to slide it out of its resting place, you feel a sharp and sudden jab in your side. What was that?
I guess I won't be dying
Wow,
alone
it just does the
after
same
all.
thing.
Quick, let's get out of here. It's too late for that now. You collapse to the ground as the mortally wounded princess twists a blade of her own deeper between your ribs.
No, we got Blade Princess. We haven't seen this, so we can keep going, but...
As you fall, she falls with you, exhausted by the effort, the little life that was left in her eyes fading rapidly.
An eye for an eye. A life for a life. I guess we're even now. See you around.
You were so close. Why did you hesitate? It doesn't matter. At least you managed to take her with you, for whatever that's worth. Everything goes dark, and you die.
This is Blade Princess.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path, you're here to slay her. If you don't... A warning. She will...
He couldn't be more on the money. But we're really doing this, aren't we? I'd say you're lost, but I'm stuck here with you.
You cheated here.
We know what to look out for this time. We know to be careful. Just stay focused and you'll be fine.
Alright, can we get a different princess
The interior of the
from
cabin is a
Blade
jagged
Princess?
mess of warped wood and broken boards, their splintered edges as uninviting as shattered glass. The only furniture of note is a pointed table with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
Perhaps we can get a different princess from here.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Take the blade.
You take...
It feels a bit...
Into the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing what must once have been stairs. The fractured slats look as if they've been torn from their source and violently jammed into the wall. The air seeping up from below has an almost metallic quality to it, like the smell of fresh blood. And you can hear what sounds like the rhythmic scraping of metal coming from down below. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favour.
Scraping? She's not even trying to hide her knife. It's like she wants to get in our head.
That sound could be anything. It's probably just her chains dragging across the floor. I am begging you to get out of your head.
So the narrator is now saying that she doesn't have a weapon. I can confirm, based on, by the chapter name and by the fact that I've seen this already, she 100% does.
Her grating voice carries up the stairs.
I hope you've come to rescue me. I've been stuck down here forever.
There is something so wrong with that voice.
You know, that's a blade noise. That is something being cut noise. Yes, it's the ground. Yeah.
She thinks she's better.
As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view, her sharp eyes following you from across the room.
Hi.
Finally, somebody. Quick, get me out of these chains. We're not safe here.
I don't know what they did to the video, the voice editing on her voice. It sounds tin canny.
Come on now.
Which
we're
is
not falling
intentional.
for
It's
that, aren't
100%
we?
intentional, but...
She's trying to trick us, but she can't hide that threatening edge to her voice. She just wants us to get close, to let our guard down.
If she sounds threatening, it's because her mask is already slipping. She knows why you're here. You are armed, after all.
What are you waiting for? You are here to rescue me, right?
Can I just kill her? Screw it. Slay the princess.
The princess falls
Oh, look at her
silent,
face.
her smile unwavering as you charge across
Oh,
the room.
Jesus.
Okay, she hasn't pulled out a knife yet, and her hands are still behind her back.
Also me in the morning.
I think we can do this. I think we can win. We just have to strike now, but make sure you keep your eyes on those hands. I don't trust her for a second.
But your focus is broken by the horrible sound of metal slicing through meat.
Whose meat? Not ours, right?
Hers, at first, then yours.
Hehe.
How? What did she even hit us with?
You stare down at your chest and at the long, thin blade she impaled you with. And then the red, angry slit along the flesh of her thigh, where the blade had been nestled just a moment ago. It's still lodged in her leg, emerging from her knee, hinging up and out of her body like some extra metallic limb.
This is different from what I've seen. I don't know if we get the same ending, though.
Bullshit. Absolute bullshit.
Cheated is right.
You're going to die now.
What did they do to her voice to make her sound like that?
With a twist of her knee and a painful squelch,
Right up.
she does just that. Everything goes...
Arms race. I haven't seen this. We got a new princess. Let's go.
You're on a path in the woods.
No, fuck that. If we're gonna have to keep
You're on
doing
top of
this
Never
over
mind.
and over and over again, we're not starting in that goddamn woods every time. We're starting in the fucking cabin.
You're what? The interior of the cabin is
No, I've seen this. This is still Blade
mess of
Princess.
curved and battered sheet metal pushing you towards... Wait, excuse me? What just happened? What did you just do? I feel dizzy.
Oh ho ho ho! I guess I took us to the cabin, didn't I? Isn't that interesting? Who holds the cards now?
Okay, but what other voice is with us then?
The circle's getting smaller. and
Hunted's
smaller.
with us.
Running isn't an option anymore. We have to fight.
Okay, well, last time I saw this, the Contrarian was with us.
Good. It's better that
Stubborn is here.
Without a fight, no one can win, and if no one can win, then nothing has any meaning.
Great, so obviously you've already been here. How many times?
This is our third?
No wonder things have fallen apart. You do realize that every time you fail, she escapes and an entire world is damned to destruction.
That can't be right. That's too much responsibility. Nah, impossibly high stakes make the fight so much better.
Spitting.
Let's just stay focused, shall we? The only furniture of note is a bent metal table.
She
A
better not use a
pristine
gun.
blade
She's
perched-
gonna
We
be.
take it.
She's gonna use blades.
Okay, sure. You take the blade before letting me finish telling
I
you it's
want
there.
gun
It would
princess.
be difficult to say the princess
So
will
like
save the
gun
world without a
princess.
weapon.
But we have blade
This
princess.
feels right. We just have to keep our senses sharp.
That's right, we've got to be able to win eventually. We will win eventually. Hell, we might even win now. That's a fighting spirit I like to see. You could all learn a thing or two from this one. I'd love to get started just as much as you would, but how are we supposed to get down there?
You walk through the door. You do know what doors are, right?
Okay, so this is largely the same, but depending on your choices in the last section, you get different voices at the start of it, which is interesting.
But there isn't a door, there's just that mirror.
There isn't a mirror. You really messed things up, didn't you? It's like you can't even see reality anymore. I can feel the air coming up from behind it, stinking of iron and steel. He might be right. Could be a trick. If our other senses can't feel it, then we can't trust it.
If it's in our way, let's just break it and move on.
You make your way to the door at the end of the room, stopping just in front of it.
You really must think you're looking at a mirror. Well, it doesn't exist. Just reach forward and open it. Let's just fumble for the handle and be done with it. I don't care what we look like. I care about getting to the end of this mess.
You reach forward and place your hand on the door to the basement. It creaks open.
Oh, I also want to point out that in that last session in chapter 2, there is an option to try to flirt with her before she kills you, and she does flirt back. She still kills you, but she's like, oh, well, now we have a nice romantic subtext to all this.
Hell yeah.
And the mirror's gone. How surprising.
It was never there. Just an illusion.
Let's just get to the princess already. I didn't care about the mirror before, and I care about it even less now.
Guess it's time for us to see her again. Just stay focused and you'll be fine. You step forward, but you don't get a chance to linger on the basement stairs. They are smooth and flat and metallic, an unintentional and unfortunately slippery ramp that quickly sends you skittering to the bottom. Your body tumbles onto
Hi
the
again.
basement floor and the form of the princess comes into view, standing at a distance. She gives you a wry smile.
Hi, it looks like you don't have a way out, so I'm not going to play dumb anymore. But don't worry about how bad you did last time. That's part of the fun.
She's got another thing coming if she thinks we're going down easy again.
Pride makes us dead. The only thing that matters is survival.
We're in a box, Hunted. The only way we survive is killing her.
Actually, does
We got
survival
nowhere
matter?
else to
We've
go.
died twice and nothing bad has come of it. We just need to find a way to win.
Nothing bad has come of it yet.
Plenty bad has come of it.
You've left at least one entire world to ruin. The people there mattered.
I mean, I didn't see any people. Did you guys see any people? Did you see any people, Magic?
No?
Yeah, I think I just
These are
only
the
seen the
people I've
prince.
seen.
Exactly.
The past isn't real. There's only here and now.
Spitting.
Your internal
Ooh.
bickering is cut short by the wet sound of slicing meat. From the princess's arms erupt twin blades glistening with her blood, the empty flesh of her arms flopping at her elbows like torn sleeves. The chain clatters to the floor.
I think the sound got Batra. He scared, spooked him a little bit.
She's loose, and she is coming for you.
You're going to make me walk over to you, aren't you?
Hit that waddle real quick.
Shit. She's coming for us and I'm out of ideas.
Oh, We're gonna fight her again, and we're going to have to step up a little better. She can't hurt us if we don't let ourselves feel it. That's dumb. We're going to appeal to her authority. Puff her up a bit. There's no reason we can't talk our way out of this. We're going to unconditionally surrender. Oh, that's easy. I'm going to try flirting with her.
Now, I've tolerated quite a bit from you, but this is a bridge too far. Please don't try romancing the princess. She wants to kill you. She's going to end the world if you don't stop her.
You know, love won't stop this.
Yeah, do we have to flirt with the murderous monster? I'd rather not. I'm into it.
I love stubborn.
Can't say I mind either. If it weren't for all the cheating, I'd say she's pretty cute. Can we flirt by fighting her, though?
Give her the look.
The look? The look? We've all used it. Yeah, do you not know about the look? The look.
Give her that blue steel.
So we're getting serious about this.
Fucking, I like how everyone knows what the look is except for Hero.
God.
The look? The fuck are you talking about? Even Hunt is like, yeah, the look. You know, the look.
You flash the princess the look. And a rosy blush rushes to the princess's cheeks as she breaks
Not
into a
the
wide
knife
grin.
at the chin. Like,
Oh, is that how it is? Yeah, okay, I feel that. I like you too. Neat.
Oh, be damned. This is actually going to work, isn't it?
No.
Still going to kill you. But now we could both enjoy a mutual romantic subtext to the murder.
Or not. Oh, I like her. I like her a lot. Blush still glowing in her cheeks, the princess closes the distance between you, blades flashing. She skewers you. Ow. What worthwhile romance doesn't hurt at least a little bit? What matters is that she likes us. She's even said as much. Oh, a new one of us. I thought that only happens when we die. Did we die? You're on a... No, you're in a... Where the hell are you?
What the hell is this? I don't like that we died without us knowing it. This really, really blurs some lines that I prefer not to be blurred. Are we still dead? Are we alive again? How are we even supposed to know the difference?
Stop saying dead, all of you. We might have died a second ago, but right now we're extremely not dead. This is all horribly wrong. How many times have you been here?
This is 4.
No wonder everything's such a mess. This wasn't supposed to go past 1.
I wonder what you're going to do next. You're so full of ideas, and I love that.
But I guess we don't have time to talk about things before the princess advances. Okay, whatever we do gets us another... us. Let's see how many we can stack. There's got to be a point where it makes us better than her.
Alright, I only have one voice in my head. It's mine. That's already annoying.
God, yeah.
Well, imagine having 4 and then going, alright, let's get more.
We don't need any other voices chattering about in here. It'll just confuse us. All we need is to keep fighting. Yeah, I'll pass on that. As long as we keep moving. We'll win her heart eventually.
Come on, show me something new.
I wonder how long, if it's sped up, I wonder how long she had to draw out these lines for her to get something that sounded like that. We're going to surrender. It doesn't work. She kills you again and again and again, and your memory blurs as the conscience leaves from the life to life to life, holding on snippets of the conflict that transpires.
What's the point? It's all the same.
She skewers you.
Oh, don't give up on me just yet. You gotta keep going.
Well, there's more of us. Let's see if that helps. Then you skewer yourself.
Huh.
I thought we both understood that dying doesn't get you anywhere.
Huh. That didn't do much of anything. We're tougher than I thought. Just panic. Flee. She skewers you.
No, you don't get to escape. That's not how this works.
It doesn't matter how many times this takes. We can't give up. Okay, let's go again. She's going to kill this body either way. So stop feeling what it feels. She skewers you.
Ooh, not bad. Real tough.
See? We're getting better. Okay, yeah. That was a good one. Let's appeal to her better nature. We haven't tried that. I'm sure she'll listen to reason.
Not at this point. You see those teeth?
Excuse
Yeah.
you. We're getting close to something, can't you feel it? One last time. You're right. One last time, that's all we need. None of this is working. Think. She skewers you. And then everything goes dark, and you die.
Mutually assured destruction.
Your Honor, don't lose your head. We're in a cabin, and we'll take it from here. Everything feels like it finally fits, doesn't it? We're up here, which is different, and different is good. And our steel claw is already in our hand.
So there is a version of this where the Contrarian, where I think Cheated teleports us here, right? And the Contrarian goes, we take the blade and we yeet that bitch out the window, and then we never get the blade back.
Damn.
Oh, what if we throw it out the window? Over
there it
my
is.
dead body.
Yeah, Stubborn will stop that.
That won't be very hard. We've died a lot. But I can't say I mind anymore.
Besides, what better way to die so very many times than at the sharp hands of a beautiful woman?
Magic, I know you hate it, but that's just you, dude.
I
Try to think of a better way to die. They're all the same, really.
If it makes you feel better, I'm Contrarian, and I hate that. What if we just threw it out the window?
How about we stop thinking about horrible ways to die? I don't want us to accidentally.
Yeah, remember that one time you were like,
anything.
Magic, get in here, we're talking about hating men, and I came in and I'm like, oh yeah, I hate men, and you were like, what's wrong with men? Like, bitch, you called me in here for this.
I'm
I hate men too. Thank you, official throat.
Listen, most men suck, but it's still funny. Like, the sides were uneven because it was you and Filler talking about hating men. It was uneven. Someone had to defend. There's too much man hate.
God. You called me in there for the specific purpose to man hate.
The only thing we're gonna manifest is finally ending up on top. There are entirely too many of you. How many times have you been here? This isn't good. This is... How about you stick to describing things, and we'll stick to doing them? Yeah, leave it to the pros. We'll notch up that win in no time.
Narrator, we heroically stride through the door and towards our destined final encounter with our star-crossed lover.
Fine by me. You walk to the door and onto the basement stairs, only... It's fine. I'll just shut up then and speed this whole thing along.
I didn't realize I was gonna automatically do this since it cut off. What I skipped was like there's no stairs and we kind of just slide to the bottom.
Are you sure you don't want me to describe the stairs? Or this room, or anything? It feels like I'm hardly a part of this. Don't care, just want to win. Fine, you make your way to the basement, where the princess awaits you.
You know, this last time I killed you, and you didn't pop right back up again? I thought I'd actually done it. I thought I'd cut you into so many pieces you just weren't able to stitch yourself back together. But I guess we're not done. That's okay with me. It's good even. I like that. I got something ready for you while you were gone. Do you want to see it? I'm not going to wait for an answer. I'm just going to show you. It's worth it though. Just you wait. And not for very long, because I'm going to do it right now.
The way this one talks, like the way that she forms her sentences, sounds like you sometimes.
Oh no.
It's very funny.
The like cadence that she's speaking in feels like I'm talking to her through like a drive-through window.
Yes.
Like, hi, welcome. What can I get you?
And by what I mean when I say it sounds like you specifically, I mean in the sense that when you do like a fake happy, like I'm going to pretend to be happy, this is what you sound like.
Yeah.
Are you gonna say what she does? Do you want me to talk now?
He's so petty for no reason.
Well, yeah, she says she has something new. I want to hear about the new thing. Yeah, me too. I think I speak for all of us when I say that I would like to hear you describe her new thing. Really? Okay then.
Here we go. Now.
The princess's skin twists, splitting into red blooms of raw meat as it stretches and tears. And then it erupts. She becomes a wave of blood and viscera, pieces of her splashing
Blade
against the
Princess!
walls. All that remains in the center of the room is a skeleton of blades. A heart beats furiously in its cage of a chest.
Are you ready for what comes next?
Holy shit!
She's gorgeous. Absolutely divine.
Yes.
With him.
Behold, the perfect woman.
Do you think we can throw her out the window?
There are no windows to
you.
throw. There are no windows to do that with.
That looked
You're right, that's you.
wonderful.
I hate it so much, but it's so true.
How is she still alive? Heart's still beating, that's all she needs. This is fake. This is all fake. That's all just made up.
Was my voice in this game? You're probably cheated. I think most likely you would be cheated.
You know who's also the contrarian?
Whis. Whis is also the contrarian.
She doesn't even have a back anymore. How are we supposed to stab her in it?
This is all just a sick joke. I hate existing.
That's me!
If you've gotten this far into the video, comment which voice you're probably the most like. Also, say why. I do read those comments. I'm not big enough to where the comments are like, oh, you fucking suck, this dude sucks. So I do read those.
We're screwed. I quit. I'm done. Forget it.
I empty my mind. Deep breath. Inhale. Exhale.
What just happened? It's so quiet.
Him too.
Something feels different about you. It almost makes me feel different. Like I should actually take this seriously for once.
You do not act, yet through that inaction your body moves on its own. You've achieved Ultra Instinct. The princess strikes you as you approach, but as her blow finishes its arc, you are already somewhere else.
You're incredible.
You have developed observation hockey.
Your weapons clash again and again, you and her entering a rhythm free of thought, free of self. There is only the dance, the ebb and flow, the shifting of the tides back and forth between you. The deeper you fall into your play, the faster your heart's pound, and the faster the momentum volleys between you. An endless building crescendo and then an opening. Your blade strikes free of volition and her strikes too. Both strikes are lethal. Neither of you will survive, but neither of you fear what's to come. This is a good ending. This is not the ending that I saw for that. The ending that I saw for that is that she strikes you and the blades bend against you, and then that happens. You close the voices and distance the narrator. We closed the narrator too. He was a pop-up window the whole time. We just didn't know where it was coming from. You do not get to see each other die, nor will you ever. It's time for you to leave. Memory returns. You do so. Yes, you've withered, we know.
The Lich in Adventure Time looks different.
It does kind of look. We do kind of look like him when we wither.
I am a growing chorus of all of me. Is
What do you think of this one?
This one is sharp and single-minded. She is cruelty, but she is also joy. She will make for an indomitable heart. Do not mourn her. She is exactly where she needs to be.
This shit looks nasty. It's literally all swords. It's blades and a heart. That's it.
Well, I like her for her personality. No.
I mean, I am ready. I'm trying to think of what else we can do. Let me see. Can perhaps the achievements help us out here? There's so many achievements that I'm missing. Frog. The moon. The monolith of fear. See what's behind the mask. Work out some issues to gain trust. Let your terrors loose upon the world. The Exorcist 3.
There's one called The Nightmare, which seems pretty interesting.
I think I know how to get the nightmare.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin.
Yeah.
Oh, you want me to do it?
No, I'm thinking.
Okay.
I'm trying to
You
remember
make
how to
your
get
way
to
up the
the
short
nightmare. Because I don't
No,
think
you
we
don't.
actually
Yeah,
got it. I've seen it. I haven't actually gotten it myself.
The interior of the cabin
Want to
is
play
almost
this
entirely
with you
bare.
one day too?
The
Wear a
air
Fisher
is
Throat.
stale and
Your
musty,
time is coming
the
pretty
floor
soon
and
because some
walls are
DLC is
tinted in a
coming out.
fine layer of dust.
Hell yeah.
The only furniture of note
How do we...
I think
take
I'm
the
actually
blade?
gonna...
Go ahead.
I think I am going to log off for the day just because I need to go check and see if I got that package downstairs.
How fucking dare you? Oh my god. Yeah, no, go ahead, man. It's all
I
good.
have a peel-off face mask down there. Like, I would've
Again,
ripped my
it
whole
sounds like
face
you're
off.
talking about the rice dish.
I have a rice face mask.
It sounds like she's talking about rice peel-off instead of a peel-off.
No, peeling my whole face off.
Your Midwestern accent makes it sound like you speak peel-off.
I have an accent.
Everyone has an accent, you fucking dirty American.
Huh? Damn, bitch.
That's the most American thing you've ever said in your life.
I didn't think I had an accent.
Everyone has an accent. That's how talking works. Hands have an accent. There's American Sign Language and there's British Sign Language.
Damn. Well, I'm gonna take me and my accent to go look at my package.
Okay.
All right.
Have a nice day,
you.
man. I love you too.
Bye-bye.
Bye. The stream isn't going anywhere, though. I actually don't know when the DLC is coming out. Do I have a Chicago accent? You actually don't have a Chicago accent. Why is that over here? I think we take
You
the blade.
take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it. The door to the basement creaks open. Good.
Continue.
You're still listening to reason.
Steal.
You step forward.
Slay.
You lunge.
Ah, yeah, we can't choose these.
Yes.
She's dead.
Ex-
Leave.
You open the cabin door. Only
Skip.
what's
bullshit.
done is done. And that this is what's best for everyone. Time passes.
Skip.
I do. but you're the blade. I
Yep,
can hear
yep,
right.
yep,
You hear,
yep,
do you not?
yep,
Don't
yep, yep. And then get the hell out
Thank
of
you.
here.
I made this
Yep.
fine.
Yep,
Whatever.
yep,
Princess's body
yep.
is dust and bone. You pick up the blade, you stab yourself. The end. Nice.
All right, we get the Spectre, and I think from the Spectre we get...
You're on a path. You're here. A warning. She will lie. She won't be a problem. The interior of the cabin. It feels like a...
I'm skipping it because we've already gotten this in the previous episode, so... Oh, you know what? If this doesn't work, I have a route we can take.
You take the door, the room, nobody's as much as... I guess we'll just have to go down and see. As you descend. Okay. It's just before you have a 2 and 5. Oh.
Oh.
The princess drifts. Her touch is cold. That a moment, it's like,
But why are you even here? Just making sure you finish the job, or what?
Oh, there's something we could try here. Let's slay the princess harder. Obviously, we can't slay a ghost, but let's try.
You swing at the princess once more, and once more your blade cuts through nothing as she disappears.
Really?
Her voice chides from elsewhere in the room. You whirl around, finding her hovering between you and the basement stairs, looking you over with grim disappointment. She draws in close.
I was willing to let bygones be bygones, killer. I was willing to ignore everything you did to me so we could get out of here together. All I ever wanted was to leave this place. All I ever wanted was to find a way back home.
She's crying.
Wherever home is.
Her eyes turn from wells of sorrow to pits of wrath as she stares into you.
I guess violence is the only language you speak.
She forces her hand into your chest, and then... Yes? Nothing happens. Are you sure about that? Something should have happened. And yet it didn't. We're fine.
Did you miss?
No.
You can't be sure if you first hear or feel what happens next, but it is over before you can fully conceptualize what it is. A horrific splintering, the squelching of organs, the rending of tissue, an icy, numbing pain.
I'm done asking. The next time I see you, I'm taking everything I owed. Starting with your body. If you won't choose to give me my freedom, I'll just have to make you give it to me.
She's real now. If she's making us dead, we should return the favor.
Slay the princess.
You swing your blade towards her briefly corporeal throat. It connects. A gash widens across her neck, glowing ectoplasm leaking from the wound. But it's too little, too late. In her hand, you realize she clutches your still beating heart. Did we get her? Even if we didn't, we've given her something to remember.
See you soon, killer.
I'm afraid you'll never know. As she crushes your precious organ in her hand, everything goes dark, and you die.
Huh. The Wraith. That is not the same one that I was going for, but what the fuck?
And here we go again. Off to slay her. Again. The deck's stacked, isn't it? We kill her, we start again. She kills us as a goddamn ghost, we start again. I'm starting to think we're being run in circles just for the sake of it. Come on, let's not give in to all that misery just yet. There's got to be a way out of this. There's got to be a right answer.
Hold on, I'm texting Magic about something. Official Threat, are you still here? Okay, you are. Just in case Magic did decline something, which is fine.
Yeah. And what if there isn't? Aren't you listening to me? What if all of this was rigged from the start?
I know you aren't texting during the job. I need something from Magic in order to get a job. And if I can't get it from... if they don't feel comfortable doing so, I have to get it from you. Which is also fun.
That's ridiculous. There'd be no point in all this if it was just some kind of cosmic busy work. I think that's exactly what it is. The powers that be seeing how many ways they can screw with us. Could be it's all some kind of sick joke to them. Wouldn't that get... I don't know, boring? Okay, so you've already been here. Twice, even. Great. Then let me poke a few holes in your depressing little theory.
So on the second choice, you know it's fine, I'm used to it. Official throat, you are significantly harder to get a hold of. If you answered the fucking phone.
Nobody here is screwing with you, and I can't imagine any scenario where you would have started over after slaying the princess. Well, we didn't have to start over. We killed ourselves.
I know you aren't talking. I answer every time you text me.
And why, pray tell, did you do that?
Because you decided to foist an infinite tedium on us.
Do you have my new number? No. I didn't even know you had a new number to have.
That doesn't sound like me. If I'd had everything my way, you would have effortlessly slain the princess, saved the world, and been given your happy ending.
The ending was the tedium. You locked us in a cabin and sent that cabin to an endless void, and then you told us we were happy.
Well, were you happy?
Obviously fucking not.
Of course we weren't happy. That's why we killed ourselves. It was awful.
So I got a new number. Yeah, I mean, you still have mine. It's the same one, so if, you can just text me.
It was boring.
It was bullshit. So you killed yourself?
Yes, and then she killed us.
Even though she was already dead. This is all fake. Okay, let's try to get back on track. You're real. The princess is real. The world is real. The people in the world are real. And the danger she poses to all of them is also, quite unfortunately, real. Whatever you did the first time, it sounds like it almost worked. So how about you give it one last try? Because killing yourself seems to undo all the good you almost managed to accomplish.
All this standing around and talking is boring. Let's at least do something. Maybe we'll kill her again. Maybe we won't. Maybe we'll even free her.
Okay, and what should we help you? Are you not the same narrator we made it back in the other loops? You were quick to accept that we've been here before. We've killed her, and neither of those have gone well for us. If we're going to fall through this loop forever, eventually we're going to have to let her out. We might as well do it now. Proceed to the cabin. Something else we haven't tried. Turn around and leave. Okay, we already know what happens if we don't go. Might as well do it now.
You're making a dizzying amount of assumptions. Your perceived reality looping twice before does not mean it will continue to do so forever. Those little voices have already drawn attention to the fact that even the path is different. The world itself is at a tipping point. Know that there is always a choice. Even if you were stuck in an infinite loop, there's no reason to assume that the mere nature of the infinite would force you to make any specific choice. You do have free will, as much as things would be easier if you didn't, and you can just keep making the correct choice forever, never deviating. How convenient, everything always comes back to what you want us to do. I'm sick of him. Makes me want to end the world out of spite.
I think this is new for me, so I'm going to save you. Shall you? Well, let's just go to the cabin.
You continue down the path towards the cabin. It isn't long before you're steps away from your destination. I don't think you need any words of warning. I think you know what's in there, and despite your protestations, I think you know what you need to do. The more he talks, the more I'm interested in setting her free. Whatever. You don't want to listen to me? Do it then. Let her out. See what I care.
It sounds like somebody's about to crack.
Are you trying to use Subverse Recology on me? Or are you actually just giving up?
There's obviously no point in trying to reason with you right now, especially with all these clowns offering up their useless advice. Honestly, it seems like the more I try and talk sense into you, the more single-minded they get about letting her out. So yes, I'm done trying to argue. Would you look at that? We won. Take it however you will.
Subverse Recology keeps you thinking that you as hot as me.
The interior of the cabin
there's
is
not even a
long
place
and
to have a
dark,
blade.
A single narrow hallway stretching far into the distance. Curtains billow out from tall windows on either side, obscuring the path forward, fluttering helplessly as opposing gusts of wind rush into the building, clashing and joining and driving everything forward. The only furniture of note is... That's strange. What's strange? Is it the mirror? The mirror? No, there isn't a mirror. What's strange is that there isn't much of anything in here at all, aside from the curtains. There's supposed to be a pristine blade. Why isn't there a pristine blade? Great. Something else has been taken away from us. I suppose the only way to go is forward. So forward we will go. Blade or not, it doesn't really matter, does it?
Let's pretend that there is a mirror at the end of this hallway right now, and we can't see what's behind it. What's behind it?
If you're asking what's at the end of the hallway, it's the way to the basement. The way to the basement. Don't you mean door? No, I didn't say door, because there isn't a door, it's just an opening. What are the odds she's waiting for us right behind it? If I were running a bullshit factory, it's what I'd do. Let me assure you that there's nothing there. Nothing is going to jump out at you, and certainly not the princess. The princess is in the basement. He can't see the mirror. The knife is gone, defying his expectations. Who the hell is calling the shots here? Nobody is calling the shots. That's how reality works.
Mirror, let's see.
You slowly make your way towards the gaping maw that awaits you. Your fraying nerves buzz with trepidation, the chill wind raising your hackles as it gently pushes you forward, towards the darkness at the end of the hallway. You can't shake the feeling that you're being watched. We've always been watched. You're watching us right now. Sometimes the feeling is just stronger than others. I feel like you're trying to put us on edge. We don't need all this anticipation, we just need this to be over. You stop as you reach the end of the hallway, I presume in front of whatever mirror isn't actually there. Here we go. You reach your arm forward into the pitch black of the opening. Nothing. It's like this place read our mind just to mess with us.
What you looking at, killer? Staring into the void? Thinking about what it'd be like to die again? I know exactly how you feel.
Shit. Where is she? You feel something long and frigid coil around your ankle. Your heart skips a beat, standing in muted shock for one long, frozen moment. And then she, the princess, constricts. Your bones snap. Icy pain radiates up from the break, a deep cold flooding your veins as your legs, numb with the shock of it, collapse, and you collapse with them. You're met with the terrifying visage of the princess. Her hand grips your leg in a steel vice, her grin carved jagged from ear to ear, crowded with far too many long and crooked teeth.
But do you know how I feel? I gave you a path to forgiveness. I gave you a chance to make things right. I thought maybe you'd seen what you've done and feel remorseful. Maybe try to make it up to me. But no, you'd rather use that knife to keep making the same mistake over and over and over.
It's not that I was making a mistake. I just wanted to see what would happen.
Even after I ripped your heart out, you still cut me. And for what? I didn't go anywhere. You didn't banish me. I'm right back here with you. A little better, a little worse. Well, maybe a lot worse. So, here's how this is going to go. I'm going to take your body, and I'm going to walk it out of here. And you get to watch me do it. Completely helpless. Just like you left me.
How are we gonna walk anywhere? You just broke my foot.
I say we let her do it. It's something different. Do we even have a choice?
You always have a choice.
How exactly did we kill her? We don't have the ability to do any stabby stabs.
Maybe before, but not now. There isn't a blade this time.
Exactly. What choice is there if there isn't a blade?
Well, unless you have any specific ideas, I think my vote's the only one that counts.
And look, for even now I killed you, and then you killed me. Water under the bridge, right? No, we've killed her twice. I never wanted to hurt you. I don't even know how I got here. I'm a victim of all this too, you know? That's kind of fucked up to say to her. Wouldn't possessing me go against my will make you know better than me? You don't have to be evil. You don't have to do this. Do you need to take my body? Can't I just open the door for you? That's fine. I actually came here to free you. Struggle. I don't know if there's a chapter 4 after this, but I'll save anyway. Do you need to take my body? Can I just open the door for you?
I don't think you get the magnitude of hatred that sits between us. You've broken more trust than I thought I had. Oh, we're past the point of compromise. I'm taking your body, and there's nothing you can do to stop me.
Okay, fine, just do it. Okay, fine, just do it.
Great! See you in a jiffy.
You remain pinned to the floor of the long hallway as the rest of the princess's body emerges. Her proportions all wrong, limbs bent and curling, moving in ways that defy your understanding. Her torso stretches until her face is practically touching yours, her neck cracking audibly as she twists to look at you from a fresh angle.
Are you sure you can't do anything to help us? Can't you, like, manifest a rock right on top of her head? And crush you along with her? Not that I even can manifest a rock. Besides, I thought you all wanted to free the princess. Not like this. You don't even have a weapon, so I'm afraid you're out of luck, which unfortunately means that I, and the rest of the world, are out of luck too.
What about all those times that you just threw the fucking the knife into the room? What happened to all that?
And whose fault is it there isn't a weapon here?
Yours, I assume. There's supposed to be a pristine blade. Whatever you did in those previous lives of yours, you really messed up.
Are you seriously trying to blame this on us?
Your vision fades as she tears open the membrane of your soul. You're awake. Eyes once again fixed on the long hallway, your vision swimming as the princess's command reverberates inside your skull. Her voice is all-encompassing. You feel wrong.
It's so cramped in here. Like there's some sort of growth trying to push us all out.
Ah.
I know. You rise to your feet, though the pain in your ankle is blinding. Your body slumps against the wall, desperately leaning into it for support.
I'd beg you to resist, but you've already surrendered your will to her, haven't you?
Fuck, what are we supposed to do?
Anything to get out of this hellhole.
It's a new experience. You should try being possessed sometime. There's nothing else like it.
There's nothing wrong with fixing your mistakes. I'll remember that. But I'll also never forget what you've done.
That's fine.
Your body inches along the corridor, every step more difficult and painful than the last. Your joints stiff and unresponsive, the shattered bones of your ankle grinding ceaselessly, as if they're fragmenting, then reforming, then snapping all over again as you make your way towards the outside world.
We're so close.
But despite the anguish, it doesn't feel like the exit to the cabin is getting any closer. If anything, it's getting further away.
How curious.
It doesn't matter how long this hallway is. I will drag this body till it is a piece of meat and feathers. I will be free.
More feathers.
Please, just let her out.
Yes. Let me out.
Okay, I was interested in the sense that when she possesses you in the previous chapter, if you let her possess you, she actually can hear the voices. In this one, she didn't mention it until just now.
It's pointless, isn't it? I can't stop her without you, and you'd already given up by the time we met. No, screw that.
the hallway gets even longer.
You had to slide me into submission. The door is right there.
It really is, isn't it?
I walked to it. I placed your bloody hand on the door.
Why is her hand bloody?
I made you twist the handle.
Isn't saying all of this his job?
He is gone.
Oh.
Oh, he really is, isn't he? I had a feeling you could deal with him for us.
I did nothing. He dealt with himself.
Oh.
This is it then. The big moment. I just hope it's a way out.
The handle clicks as we push forward. The air is different here.
Ha! When taken against your will, witness the enemy's freedom. But as you step outside the bounds of the cabin, you feel another violent tear, a rending that cuts all the way down your soul. You are again separated from everything that had been nestled into the deepest crevices of your body, from everything that isn't you.
We're us again. How interesting. We actually won, didn't we?
What is happening to me?
But you don't have answer her before she's gone.
She's
Memory
gone.
returns.
And
Yep.
there's that.
Approach the mirror.
Ignore the cowards.
You've unraveled. I can't
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet. I am curious to see what it means for us to know it.
Do you sing that song? Don't ask me questions you don't know. You know I don't know the answers to. Do you know the answer to it before you start asking me shit? How many more vessels?
1. Whatever you bring me next will be enough, and then gravity will pull the others back to me. I will be singular, a final multitude.
That's a contradiction, but that's fine. What are your thoughts on this vessel?
This one is loneliness turned to seething. She could not find her strength in others, so she found it in herself. She will make for a driven heart.
That is a very sad statement.
Do not mourn her. She isn't alone anymore.
Let's go.
The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are. I will be here, waiting for you.
Bring it right to her.
You're on a path.
Alright, I'm just gonna load.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin.
I'm trying to think, what else can we do? Still have some time left here. Alright, let's see what happens if we get to the princess, the one princess, the one that loves us, and we try to kill her.
You make your way up the short path. The interior. The door to the base. Good. You're still listening. You're only making this more difficult.
Okay, I'll be here. Good luck.
You attempt to make your way. You make your way to the bottom of the... Fine. No, we won't have any of... Stop that.
I can't resist. Can't resist. Okay, so I can't do that. So I have to slay her here. I guess there's no point in saving if I have to slay her.
Thank you.
There's no getting through to you right now, is there? A betrayal of will is still a betrayal. You'll regret thinking of me as a helpless damsel.
She pounces on you with the same animal ferocity she used to tear through her arm. It's not enough to stop.
Wait, no, this
you
is still the
collapse.
beast.
If we're lucky,
this is still the
wound
beast.
you
I don't want
managed-
this. This is still the beast. So that means there's no other ending in that version. That's still the beast. Let's see.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
We didn't get Fire Princess yet. I'm gonna get that one, I think.
You make your way. The interior of the cabin.
Yep. Take the blade.
You take the blade.
Into the basement.
The door to the basement. Good. You're still listening to reason.
Haven't decided yet.
How about you drop the knife and the...
Look how Don't you dare. It's fine.
Tighten your grip.
You ignore the trembling in your hands and tighten your grip on the blade.
You poor thing. Your hands are shaking.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason. So, you should just
She's unarmed.
I'm not dropping the blade.
Then I'm not talking to you.
Slay.
Doubt,
There we go.
unfortunately, clouds your thoughts as you attempt to run her through. A moment of distraction and hesitation is all she needed to sidestep your thrust and deliver a catastrophic blow to your jaw.
That's something I would have said? What?
It feels like you've been hit with a sledgehammer. You can feel bone grinding on bone where your jaw has been fractured. Holy shit, that hurt! Though she's unarmed, the shock of that first strike is enough to stagger you, putting you and the princess on somewhat equal footing.
Then I'm not talking to you? I mean, yes.
Your blade slashes through the air again and again, and her fists connect with your body as many times or more, each impact as heavy as that first bone-crushing hit. We can still turn this around.
Finish the job.
You and the princess stare at each other, both gasping for breath, equally exhausted. You probably won't make it out of here alive, but you can at least make sure that she won't make it out of here, either. Excuse me? Do you think this is what I wanted to happen? I have a duty to state the facts of the situation, and honestly, it's a miracle anyone is still standing right now. Can you not feel all those ruptured organs bouncing around in there? If the princess doesn't do our friend in herself, internal bleeding is certain to finish the job. The two of you clash for the final time. You feel your ribs break as she delivers a heavy blow, but you push through the pain, falling forward and sinking your blade deep into the princess's heart.
Oh.
The two of you fall to the floor.
This What's fun?
The princess gasps, her voice an unhealthy rasp as her lungs start to fill with blood.
You put up more of a fight than I thought you would. But I have to wonder, do you really think this is the end?
But you don't have time to worry over such things. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Alright, we got Fight Princess. The adversary. This one's my favorite one.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that...
Okay, this is in chapter 2. So let me save over her.
You're here to slay her. If you don't...
I'm actually curious, but I already slew the princess. Sure, she killed me, but I definitely got her. Why am I here again?
I can assure you that you didn't slay her, and that she didn't kill you. People don't just spring back to life after dying, and the two of us are meeting for the very
I should have saw
first
that coming.
time. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. That's fine. It doesn't matter if he can hear us. The only thing that matters is marching up to that cabin and winning. That's the spirit. There's no point in squabbling when the real threat is just up that hill. A warning. Before she will lie.
Lying and cheating doesn't sound like her at all. Not that it matters. It's not like she can lie or cheat in the middle of a fight.
You can, it just won't matter.
Are you sure about that?
The point of my warning wasn't to start an argument over what circumstances the princess is capable of lying in. It was to give you some broadly applicable advice. The princess will do and say whatever she thinks it will take to get her out of there. So don't trust her. Ever. Are we clear?
Tell me what to do.
Crystal. Let's just get on with it already.
Proceed to the cabin.
The cabin is tighter than its exterior would suggest. Its cold stone walls press in on you, as if trying to forcefully direct you towards your destination. The only furniture of note is a black iron altar, with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
Jesus. Alright. I think we can get 2 different princesses, depending on if we take the blade here or not.
The blade is your
Alright, first let's take it.
You take the blade from...
into the basement. Saying anything about the mirror just goes, oh, the mirror's not there, and then you touch it and then it's not there.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a rough stone staircase, its walls pressing at your sides and tightening as you descend. The air seeping from below is heavy and oppressive, with an almost sulfuric odor to it. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her fierce voice carries up the stairs.
Is that another challenger? Finally. It's been ages since I've had a good fight.
This isn't what she sounded like last time. Her voice is a little deeper, almost threatening.
Good. Sounds like my kind of princess.
As much as I appreciate the enthusiasm, just make sure you don't let your bloodlust get to your head. You need to stay focused and keep your wits about you. Remember, you're here to slay the princess, not to have a good fight.
No, I'm here for a good fight.
As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view. A large shackle leading from her wrist to the basement wall.
Alright, this can end several ways. I've already saved, so it should be fine, but...
Looks like she could rip those chains out of the wall without a second thought.
Oh, it's you again. I'd been hoping you'd find your way back here. Good to see that death doesn't stick for either of us. And you brought your little knife, too. Yes! I'm going to have fun breaking you into little pieces.
Now, if you heard all that, Mr. Narrator, this is different than last time, but it definitely happened.
What's that? Oh, that whole deja vu situation. Yes, it does seem like you and the princess remember each other, so let's say for a moment that I do believe you. For all we know, whatever happened to you last time was just a fluke, and beyond that, do you know who doesn't remember anything that happened last time? Me. I don't remember what happened last time.
Are you okay?
Of course I'm not okay. As far as we're all concerned, the fate of my world is still very much on the line. Not all of us have the luxury of jumping over to a parallel universe the second we die.
Okay. Not saying I'm not trying to fight, but I do have a few things to unpack before we... I don't know what happened to you since the last time we met, but I am not fighting a giant demon lady. Bye. That sounds weak. Again, I saved. I'm actually here to free you.
Free her? You aren't... I don't know why I'm even bothering, to be honest. You know the stakes of the situation.
Who says I want to be free?
Remain silent.
Are you really just gonna not say anything to that? If she doesn't want to leave, doesn't this whole situation just work out for everyone?
There's nothing out there for me. The only thing I care about is right here. All I want is to keep knowing what it feels like to kill you and be killed by you. I want to feel that knife split me open. I want to feel your bones snap beneath my fists.
Alright, that might have been the hottest thing she's ever said.
I think I'll just let the princess speak for herself here. Leaving her in the basement isn't an answer. You have to make a choice.
Did her voice just change? Her voice changes every time you speak to her.
And there's only one choice worth making. Fight her. Win.
Sure. Let's fight her.
Finally ready to complete your destined task, you launch off the wet stone floor of the basement and catapult yourself headlong towards the princess. Here we go. Let's make this count.
Oh, we'll make it count, all right.
As you bridge the gap, your blade slashes across the princess's chest, splitting skin and drawing a jagged line of bright red blood. But she's unfazed by your onslaught. Her expression barely changes as her fist collides with your ribs, cracking them like twigs and driving you right back down to the basement floor. You can hear her chains snap as you struggle to recover from the impact. She almost looks disappointed in us. Why is she disappointed in us?
Oh, you don't actually get it, do you? That knife may be sharp, but you clearly don't want to kill me. It's not fun if you hesitate. It's not fun if you try to trick me and make me bleed out. It's only fun if you go straight for the heart. You need to put everything you have into seeing me dead. Or what's the point? So don't be afraid. Don't hesitate. Kill me.
Don't let her get in your head. Reincarnation or not, this world needs you to win.
Nah, bro, she's speaking to the chaos. The chaos in my brain's going brr.
She's huge, but that probably means she's slower than us. Take it slow, think it through, and don't panic. Bleeding her out is our best course of action.
Don't listen to them. She understands something that they don't. The only way to win, the only way out of this is through her.
Get an opening, outmaneuver her, strike her head on. I'm curious about what happens here. Strike her head on is what I would do, but I'm curious about what happens if we bait an opening.
You push yourself off the ground and attack the princess, trying to bait an opening. You do your best to outplay her, slashing out and leaving red cuts in the tattered remains of her white dress. But you have little room to maneuver. For every glancing blow you manage to land, she slams you against the wall in retaliation, each impact threatening to be the last.
This weak little dance isn't working. Just toughen up and overpower her.
She's throwing us around like a ragdoll. I think overpowering her is a little out of the question.
Did you think you could stop me with a few cuts? All this dancing around is doing nothing but annoying me. I own this place, and I own you.
No one owns me.
The princess's arm shoots forward, her palm wrapping around your head, fingers gripping your skull.
How disappointing.
She squeezes, pressure unbearable as her fingers dig into your scalp. The last thing you hear is the unsettling crack of your skull, and the sickening churn of what was your grey matter. Everything goes dark, and you die.
The Eye of the Needle. I don't know what this is.
You're on a path in the wood. If you weren't so damned afraid of what she'd do to you, we wouldn't have died back there.
Fear is good. Fear keeps us alive. We died because you didn't have enough of it.
So what? You'd have us cower in a corner?
No, but that place suits her better than it suits us. She's big. We can't hope to find holes and openings down there. We need more room if we're going to survive. Are you suggesting luring her into the woods? Do you have any idea how dangerous that would be? If you lose sight of her, if she manages to slip away, that's it. Game over for everyone, yourself included. Are you not challenging us on all the looping? Have you known about it the whole time? Are you the same one we've been talking to since the beginning? Sorry to disappoint what I'm sure must feel like a grand revelation, but that's not what's going on here. We've never met. Then what is going on?
What's going on is that you'd only be saying the things you've been saying if you'd already been here, and if you'd already seen things you weren't supposed to have seen.
It doesn't matter. We could go in circles forever. I don't like staying still for too long. Let's get to the cabin, see this through. It's good to know that at least one of you is still capable of reason. We may have the same destination.
I don't know what's going on here. I'm intrigued.
You are still an other, and I don't trust you.
Well, fortunately, you have an entire trip through the woods to reconsider that. There's nothing to reconsider. We're all for violence here.
It seems so, yes.
Are we? I haven't signed off on anything yet.
Yes, you have.
Violence is the answer here, but the method is equally important to the act. You can't let her leave the cabin. It's like I said, all just circles. Instinct tells me we need space, and I trust instinct. Nothing else to say. Not for me.
Because this is new, I might actually look at some of these. We haven't talked enough about how different this place is. I don't care about how different this place is. What if I don't agree with the plan? What if I'd rather do something else? And that's the plan. No matter what happens next, it all seems like our answers are in the cabin. Might as well see it through. Suddenly proceed to the cabin. I'm done with this turnaround about. You say goodbye. Alright, never mind. There's nothing here interesting. Might as well see it through to the end.
It isn't long before you find yourself at the end of the path, staring up the hill at the cabin. I hope you've given serious thought to your predicament.
No last advice for us? No words of warning?
From what I gather, you've heard it all before. There's no use screaming into the wind.
I don't know. Screaming sounds pretty good right about now. I could use a little catharsis.
Catharsis is for when we're finished. For now, we need to hold it out in front of us, something to chase.
Proceed to the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is suffocatingly tight, more of a glorified tunnel than a building. Its stone walls squeeze against your sides, leaving you no choice but to press forward. The only furniture of note is an iron altar jutting out from the wall, a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you're going to do this right. See? We have even less space than before. We need space or she'll kill us. And the only space is out there. Take it.
Take the blade.
You take the blade from the altar. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Good. There's no overcoming her without it. We need every part of us to survive, and that steel claw is as much a part of us as any.
It's the mirror.
You step forward and approach the door to the basement, hesitating before you open it. As if you don't see it. You do see it, right?
All we see is a damned mirror.
It's a bit grimy.
Why don't we wipe it clean?
You reach forward and drag your hand across the door leading to the basement. As if on command, it slowly slides open,
scraping against the floor as it reveals the dim path ahead. Before you is what may as well be a sheer cliff face. There are enough footholds that you'll be able to clamber your way to the bottom, but it will require careful effort. The air hissing up from below is warm and wet, like the breath of an enemy locked in close quarters. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice, bold and fierce and impatient, echoes from the chamber below.
Do you have more fight in you than last time? That was such a disappointing show. I know you can do better than that.
Goad her. Rile her up. If she's angry, she'll make mistakes.
No, that's what she wants. I know you can get out of there on your own. Are you sure you still want to fight?
Dead certain. Everything inside of me screams for it.
We need to get closer. She needs to see us to give chase. You've nowhere to go but down. You start the difficult journey, gripping the stone, lowering yourself foot by grueling foot. But soon, there is solid ground beneath you. Remember, every crack and crevice will need to be faster than her. You turn to face what lies at the end of the narrow tunnel.
She largely looks the same.
Imposing and tightly muscled, grins back at you from the darkness. Her face widens into a broad grin.
Ladies and gentlemen, perfection. This is the perfect woman. This one.
There you are, knife in hand. How thrilling! Attack me, bleed me, twist the blade in my flesh, break your bones against my body. I want a real challenge this time.
We can't get that close. She'll kill us in the tight space, steel claw or not. Make her come to us, stand beyond her chains, and let her become frenzied. She'll break them. Then we run.
I really don't like the sound of this.
It's the only way we live.
Stubborn doesn't have anything to say.
What are you waiting for? If we're gonna do this right, you can't be scared. You need to want this as much as I do. So go on. Make the first move. Don't keep me waiting.
Let's talk about it first. We can always fight when we're done, but I have questions. I want to know what happened after you killed me. Not down here. If you want me, you have to get me. If you want a good fight, you really want to see me at best, we need to move somewhere in space. Why don't you want to be free? Why do you insist on fighting me to death down here in the dark? I'm not fighting you. Step closer, stopping out just outside the chains.
You step forward, stopping just outside the reach of her chains. The princess scoffs.
Oh, you're up to something tricky, aren't you? You're teasing me with what I want, but I'm sick of waiting. I'm not going to let you give me another bad fight. I'm going to get what I want.
Bloody desire in her eyes, the princess rushes forward, ignoring her chains as they bend and snap. Run. Without hesitation, you turn back the way you came and scramble up the ledge towards the tunnel entrance. As you near the top, hands desperately clawing at jagged stone, you glance back. The princess is right on your heels. She doesn't bother to scale the wall as you do, instead digging deep into the rock of the cliff face with her fingertips in her rabid pursuit.
Anywhere you go, I will follow.
Good. You reach the ledge and hoist yourself up into the tunnel, the cabin door finally in sight, at once within your grasp and infinitely distant.
What is all of this for? What's the point? You and I are always going to end in violence, so why bother to run? I know what I am. Why can't you be the same? Little bird, where do you think you're going?
We're almost there. Don't think about almost. We're there when we're there. And we'll take the fight with us. Your skin hums tight with adrenaline as you burst through the cabin door and roll onto the grass. You glance back at the cabin as the princess, singular in her desire to destroy you, explodes through the doorway. You are walking a dangerous path. If you waver once, it's all over.
That's a good thing I can save, huh?
Right.
It's a good thing I could save, huh?
There's nothing left to slow me down. Do you think this is better for you? Do you think this space gives you an edge? Then show me! Show me that you've been worth all the room you've taken up in my head!
Aw.
Do it. Be swift, strike true, be where she's not. Let your body move you.
Slay the princess.
You leap from the grass and bound towards the princess, keeping low.
Charging me head on? Brave and foolish.
Her body braces for impact, anticipating the clash. That's where you're both wrong. Left, now! As the princess strikes, your body swerves to the left. She overextends, stumbling as her balance shifts unexpectedly. Strike. Before you can finish the thought, you lash out, the blade slicing through her leg. She turns to swing again. Right. You move out of the way, but this time it's not quite as clean. You can feel a bruise already blooming where her elbow crashed into flesh. It's nothing. A scratch. Yes, it could be worse. And you manage to gift her another cut in return. I'll be damned.
We're actually gonna pull this off, aren't we?
You just might. But don't let it get to your head. Not until it's over.
Yes, finally! This is the hole I felt in my heart. This is what I've needed. This is what I've been missing. This is how it always needed to end. Both of us giving it our all, beating and bleeding each other to death.
The two of you engage in a devastating flurry of blows, each of you wounding the other again and again. She's stronger, but you're faster, and the deeper the both of you fall into your lethal dance, the more your edge shines over hers. She's slowing down, blood pouring from wounds, splattering at her feet, leaving her weak and unsteady.
Y'all can't see it right now, but I'm cheesing right now. I'm fucking excited.
More! Keep going, we can't stop now! You spy an opening, but this time she's waiting for you. She lets you sink the blade deep, trapping you in place long enough to wrap you in her impenetrable arms. You're slammed to the ground. Nothing! These blows are nothing to us! But her gambit wasn't enough to close the gap.
Ah, that's it. We're done.
It wasn't enough to
It was
kill
fun.
you.
That was a dope fight.
She stares you down, coughing up a splash of blood as she gasps for breath.
You've outplayed me, haven't you?
Indeed I have.
Something feels wrong. Something.
You're dying.
And?
Then what happens? A wide open field. Lure an enemy to an advantageous terrain and win. You don't have the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time for you to leave. Remember your returns.
She's gone. Where does she... This doesn't feel...
Right. You've withered still. Damn, she's huge.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction. All of me is...
Uh-huh. What do you think of this one?
This one yearns to grow and struggle. Even now I feel a will pushing against mine, not realizing that we are one. She will make for a fierce heart. Do not mourn her. We will provide her with the growth she fought for.
Alright.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
Bring the eye of the needle to her.
You're on a path in the woods.
Alright. Let's go back here. No. Actually, let's load this one.
There's nothing left to slow me.
You've fallen right into my trap.
Oh, we'll see about that. Traps aren't real. The only thing that's real is bloodshed.
She charges, fully determined to end you in a single move. Left, now! As the princess strikes, your
largely
body
the same.
swerves to the...
It's the same. Okay. What happens if we run now?
But you don't get a chance to run for the stairs before the princess, loose from her chains, barrels into you and smashes your body to pieces against the wall.
Damn.
You shouldn't have let her break out of her bindings. Why didn't you listen to me? It doesn't matter, because everything goes dark and you die. Great job.
No. Come on. We can't be dead. We didn't even get a chance to fight her.
Dead is dead, but maybe you'll have better luck next time.
The Fury!
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path...
All right. Change of plans. No more hesitation. No more dying. We're taking the fight straight to her.
We've gotten this one, I think,
If we
but...
had a chance against her, we already missed it, didn't we? She got stronger, and we stayed the same.
Well,
We've
we've
seen
gotten
her
this.
bleed. Whatever she is, she started out mortal, which means she probably is still mortal, which means we can win. We just didn't take things seriously enough last time.
If that's what you want, then fine. Enjoy being beaten to death again and again and again.
You're stuck here with us too. For all you know, we'll never get to leave this place until we get it right.
Well, this is just great.
Let me cut to the chase. Clearly, you've already been here. Yes, precisely. And if you...
Cabin.
Good. We're all on the same page. The interior of the cabin
Yeah, we
is a
got
place
this.
that feels the only furniture of no...
We've gotten this one. Strike her head on.
If that's your plan, then that's your plan. You push off the ground, ignoring the pain in your ribs as you charge at the princess once more. You can feel flesh give way before a sudden impact blunts your momentum, your weapon tightly lodged in the bone of her arm. She... Pull it out. We'll try a different angle.
No, we can do this. Just keep pushing.
We're not gonna win if our weapon's stuck in her arm.
Right. We don't have to go back to that one anymore, so here. I know what happens if you keep pushing, so let's unlodge the blade and try a different angle.
You pull back on the blade's hilt, doing your best to free it from its sinewed prison. But as you tug the blade free, the princess slams you down onto her knee. It collides with your ribs, and you feel them splinter, cracking like wet wood from the impact. And you find yourself in midair, effortlessly tossed across the room. You hit the floor, your ribs complaining painfully, but you can feel the hilt in your grip. You still have your weapon. You push yourself off the ground and attack the princess, trying to bait an opening. You do your best to outplay her, slashing out and leaving red cuts in the tattered remains of her white dress. But you have little room to maneuver. For every glancing blow you manage to land, she slams you against the wall in retaliation, each impact threatening to be the last.
This is kind of the same, isn't it? In fact, it is the same. Alright. So the only choice we really have here is fight
If
and
that's
keep
your
fighting.
plan, then
Keep pushing.
the princess's grin widens as the two of you push against each other, her fiery eyes and masochistic glee practically lighting up the dreary cave.
Yes, you finally get it, don't you?
Silently keep pushing.
Yes, you're right. We don't even need to talk about it.
Your balance is suddenly thrown off as the princess pulls you into her knee. It collides with your ribs, and you feel them splinter, cracking like wet wood from the impact.
We're fine.
But you barely have enough time to notice before the princess follows up and smashes her forehead against yours. Your grip loosens from the impact, the blade still wedged in her arm as you tumble to the cold stone floor.
I said we're fine.
I didn't say you weren't fine. I was just describing what happened. You might not have said as much, but you certainly implied it. It really doesn't matter. The princess glances down at the blade embedded in her arm, and with near total ignorance to pain, slides it out of its sinewy prison.
You forgot this.
She tosses it at your feet.
Pick the blade up and attack her again.
You and the princess attack each other once again, each of you dealing a single, terrible, lethal blow. Wait, does that mean we're dead? Or rather, about to be dead. As your blade pierces her sternum, the princess buries her fist into the soft meat of your organs. You feel a few horrifically painful pops, a gush of fluid, and it's over. It's finally over.
No, it's not. We're just getting started.
But it is over. Dead is dead. I know this isn't the happiest ending for you, but you saved the entire world from ruin. There are few better endings than that.
Well, are you going to listen to him? Or are you going to listen to me? Get up.
Wait, no, that can't be right.
Nah, bro, we got up.
Your eyes bolt open and you push yourself back to your feet. Alive.
Ha! I told you. I told you this wasn't over.
What about her? The blade went right through her heart.
What about her? If we're fine, then she's fine.
No, she's dead. She has to be... No!
Feet. We're all shit out of luck, aren't we? I knew it. I told you we should all believe in her. This is perfect.
The princess rises from the ground, staggering slightly, one hand wrapped around the hilt of the blade still buried in her heart.
We don't even need to start over anymore, do we? Let's go again.
She pulls the weapon from her chest, barely wincing, and hurls it at your feet.
You know what to do. Again!
But she came back. What's the point of fighting her if she can just do that?
We can come back. Let's go.
All of you need to settle down. This whole situation is coming dangerously close to untethering. She clearly never actually died. You just missed her heart, that's all. Oh, we just missed her heart? Oh, of course, that's all. You were the one who said we hit her heart. You were the one who said it was finally over. Well, I guess I had it wrong. You guess you had it wrong. Aren't you supposed to know everything? I never said I knew everything.
Attack her again.
With an unbreakable determination, you snatch the blade from the floor and stumble back to your feet. Both you and the princess quake with adrenaline as your eyes lock across the basement floor and share a knowing look. Free from hesitation, you close the distance, both you and the princess aiming to end each other. Your blade digs into her neck, grinding against her vertebrae as her fist connects with your body. The impact forces the air from your lungs, stars dancing in front of your eyes as you fail to keep your bearing. You both collapse to the ground before either of you has a chance to survey the damage.
And then we get up.
Yes. And then you get up.
That was a good one. More.
Slay the princess.
You and the princess exchange dozens of devastating blows. Sometimes you manage to strike first, and sometimes she tears through you before you have a chance to act. But more often than not, each of you fells the other in the same moment. And then you get up and do it again, and again, and again, and again, and again, and again. We're all still here. This is all gonna be okay. Isn't it? Isn't it?
But he doesn't answer the voice. He'll never answer. He's gone.
What are you waiting for? I'm right here. Do you think this is...
What is this place?
Did we do this?
Huh. I didn't think we had it in us. But I guess that stuck-up control freak was right.
It's the end of the world, isn't it?
It's far from it. We're still here. And she's still here too.
Princess stumble and her body slumps.
I feel so tired.
All right.
She's gone. Where did she go? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
I am a growing chorus of contradictions.
Yep, I think this is also the same as the other one, the Eye of the Needle, I think.
This one yearns to grow and struggle. Even now I feel a will pushing against mine, not realizing that we are one. She will make for a fierce heart.
I cannot think of anything else to do right now. Shade, any suggestions? One. Are we anywhere near the end? Mind you, I'm reloading. We could have ended at any time. We only need to get 6 for an ending. We've gotten more than 6. And there's also other endings we need to get. I'm just trying to think about other princesses we can see. I have an idea for one more. Let's finish this out then.
I will be here.
Alright, Fierce Vessel brought the adversary to her. Okay. Let's see. Is it 2 or is there 1?
You're on a path in the woods.
There we go.
And at the end of that path...
Oops.
You make your way up the the interior of the cabin.
Okay. Into the basement without the blade.
The door to the basement. Good.
Continue down the stairs.
You're still...
Let's talk a bit first.
Okay.
Okay. Go back up and retrieve the blade without saying another word.
Thank you. You turn back to the stairs, intent on retrieving the blade in the cabin.
Where are you going? You can't just leave me here. You'd better hope for your own sake that I don't slip these chains before you make it back down here.
Slip these chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice? I don't think she's bluffing. She has to be bluffing, but I'd hurry if I were you. You rush up to the first floor, grabbing the blade, both yours and the world's only possible salvation. Okay. If we're sure about this decision, I'll support it. I suppose we have a world to save after all. You slowly creep down the basement stairs. It's quiet. Where the princess sat only a moment ago, there's only a severed arm, its cooling flesh still chained to the wall. And she is nowhere to be seen. Is it just me? Or did this room get a lot bigger?
She lost an arm. I'm locking her down there and letting her bleed out. No, let's finish this.
Your eyes dart to the corners of the room. Where is she?
Mr. Githyanm, close the door behind you.
You close the door behind you. Almost magically, its locks immediately click into place. Maybe they'll open if you finish the job.
Well, we have no choice but to investigate the arm, which is a terrible decision. If you don't see anyone in the room above you, or with you, the correct option is to look up.
You step forward to investigate the severed limb. A trail of blood leads from its jagged stump into a dark corner of the basement. And then you hear the quiet patter of feet against the floor, and there's suddenly a weight on your shoulders. The princess tears into you. Her teeth and claws are unnaturally
Did we get
sharp,
the beast
ripping
again?
into your shoulder. Holy shit. What is... You roll the princess off your back and turn to face her, rising to your knees and readying your blade. Those eyes. She's going to kill us. Yes, things do look a little grim, don't they? The two of you are losing quite a lot of blood, but there's a reason she decided to strike from ambush. She isn't confident about a direct confrontation. Just because she's playing it safe doesn't mean we have the upper hand. Come on now, don't let your confidence waver. This is an important moment.
I'm going to kill you.
The princess leaps onto you as you raise your blade in defense. You find your target, and time after time you strike, but the wounds she inflicted in her ambush hinder your movements, and with each fresh exchange you're a little slower, a little weaker. You seek solace in the fact that she is slowing too. Finally, she collapses, and you collapse beside her.
If you think this is it, you're sorely mistaken. One way or another, I'll make sure you pay for this.
Your grasp on the blade weakens. It slips from your numb fingers, lying uselessly on the floor. This can't be how it ends, right? I'm sorry, but it is. You aren't making it out of this basement, but at least you finished the job. Everything goes dark, and you die.
The Witch. I don't know about this one. I don't think.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. You're here to slay her. A warning, she will lie. Don't worry, you can trust us to get the job done.
Why is the opportunist here?
The interior of the cabin is a mess of twisted roots. The walls a chaotic weave of knotted wood that, almost as if by accident, just happened to resemble a room. The floor is damp and earthy, and the only furniture of note is a slab of mud in the shape of a shelf, with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Weird. This is odd. This one is odd. What do you think, chat? Should I take the knife? I think I should take the knife.
You take the blade from the shelf. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Take whatever you need. Take it. take a fucking Bible with you,
If
bro.
we're grabbing a weapon, we should probably keep it hidden behind our backs. She doesn't have to know we have it. That's not actually a bad idea. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase dug into the muddy earth
It's
below.
dangerous to go, but
The
don't
ceiling is thick
take
with roots
this.
that hang like locks of tangled hair. The weak starlight from the cabin windows behind you can barely penetrate the gloom here, only illuminating the edges of an opening below. It shines in the darkness like some kind of massive maw, waiting to swallow you up into the earth. The air smells of dirt and copper. It's thick and wet, as if your lungs are being coated in mud with each intake of breath. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her voice skitters up from below.
Something nasty finds itself on my stairs. Come on down. Don't be scared. I probably won't bite.
Alright, so we got Dizzy. I'm not nasty.
But you are. You're a wretched little thing. I recognize that voice as easily as I recognized your nervous little footsteps coming up the path. I know who you are, and I remember what you've done.
She must have you confused with someone else. She seems friendly enough. Maybe we can talk our way out of this whole situation.
You can't. Unless you slay her right away, she's going to break free and end the world. There's no reasoning with what she is. Look, I'm just throwing ideas out there. I like to think out loud. I'm the kind of guy who likes a discussion. Don't we want to hear what everyone has to say before making any big decisions? Do you want to hear what everyone has to say? Or do you just want to hear yourself talk? You need to stop lingering. Your task is to slay the princess, not endlessly debate about what to do with the princess.
She called me nasty, man.
Fine. You're the boss. Thank you.
Oh, she looks cool.
You descend the basement steps, entering the dark room below.
Well, she kind of like... What would you say that is, a lion? The tail kind of reminds me of a lion.
You can just make out the shape of the princess in the gloom. She's huddled against the far wall, her eyes bright and glaring from amid the thick roots.
And there you are, one hand tucked away behind your back, gripping that sharp, sharp blade, no doubt.
I did not make the choice to do that.
That's no fair. How would she know that?
So, we've dropped the pretenses. Good.
She's acting like the two of you already know each other.
We do.
Oh, no. You've already been here, haven't you? That's pretty sharp. How'd you figure that one out? Call it deductive reasoning.
He was being sarcastic.
Well, you seem to be great at it.
No, he was not.
Do you remember us then? Do you remember last time? No, I don't. But you and the princess clearly have a shared reality, even if I'm not a part of it. I won't waste time fighting you on something that's clearly true. I'm just glad we could put all this behind us. Is it all behind us? Just focus on the task at hand. I don't care if you've been here before, and I don't care if you think you'll go somewhere else after this. My world is on the line right now, so I'd appreciate it if you would take this seriously and slay her. Let's chat her up a bit first. Maybe we can find a middle ground where everyone's happy. Don't talk to her. You're just going to make things more difficult than they have to be.
But this is a new princess. I didn't even know this one was in the game.
Well, I seem to remember you having a tongue.
Well, speak, bitch. Sorry about last time. Look, I made a mistake. We all make mistakes. I'm sure you've made mistakes. The blade isn't for you, or not for killing you. We've got to get you out somehow. I get the sense that you're not happy with me. Look, I know things got messy last time, but I think there's something bigger that both of us could work at. We should team up. That's a terrible thing to say in this situation. Can't you get out of those on your own? Those chains didn't stop you last time.
Oh, of course. They're nothing to me.
The princess grins as the chains fall from her wrist. She could have gotten out of those the whole time. That sneaky little... A woman after my own heart, really. She knows how to hold her cards close to her chest. This is why she can't just be abandoned here. If left to her own devices, she'll find a way out. Now stop her.
I do like that she just kind of got out of those. Alright, look, I made a mistake. We all make mistakes, right? I'm sure you've made mistakes.
Ooh, smart. Let's apologize, get us back on the right foot.
The only mistake I ever made was thinking you would help me. And I'm not going to make the same mistake twice.
Well, that leaves us at a stalemate.
But unfortunately, I need you if I'm ever going to leave this place.
There's some interesting options here. Okay, let's leave with the princess. I don't want to hurt you, but clearly there's some broken trust. This is a gesture of goodwill. Give her the blade. I don't trust you, not enough to free you, and I definitely do not to get close to you. I'm leaving by. I like to be straightforward with my intentions. I didn't care for how you treated me last time, and I think you might be in danger to the world. I'm going to attack you now. Attack her. We have the voice of the opportunist. Let's go full opportunist. I already have a save file here. Here, there's some clearly broken trust. You can take the blade. You can have it.
You can't be serious. Now, hold on. We should put this to a vote. The blade is one of our most valuable assets. We can't just give it to her. What if she uses it to kill us? I vote no.
How curious.
As do I. I, abstain? You abstain? She's going to kill us if we give it to her.
But what happens if she kills us? What does she turn into then? This isn't a democracy. We're giving her the blade.
You're going to get everyone killed. You know that, right? But of course you do. You toss the blade at the princess's feet. She eyes it with suspicion before kneeling down to pick it up.
I wouldn't have done that. Why did you?
She creeps forward, taking one cautious step at a time until you and she are face to face.
What do you think happens now?
I think you stabbed me. That's up to you. It's why I gave you the blade. I chose last time and I regret it, so now it's your time to choose. We're both scared and we're both hurting. I know if one of us doesn't make a change, we're probably going to keep each other forever. Do you want that? I know. We can be better than this. You're beautiful. I want to actually save you, and this feels like the only way to do it. If you're like someone I know, you're probably going to kill me. Remain silent. Well, I would say in a situation like this, you're probably going to kill me, but I'll save you. See what's going on here. You're probably going to kill me.
Oh, hey, that someone is me, and yes, you're right. That is exactly what I would do.
Her shoulders tense and her eyes dart away.
You know me too well.
The princess grits her teeth, and her cunning gaze once again meets yours.
And then she buries the blade in your heart. What? No, come on, that's not right.
Yeah, I figured.
I told you this is what she was going to do.
This is honestly the smartest decision for her. It makes sense.
Glee dances across her face as you fall to the ground.
I did it. I got you. You...
The princess seems to tremble, her smile fading quickly, replaced with concern. Her nervous eyes brim with tears.
Why? Why did you let me do this?
But you don't have the strength to respond, nor do you have the time. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Huh. The Thorn. Find your power to a suspicious character. I don't want to hurt Dizzy.
You're on a path in the woods.
She stabbed us. She actually stabbed us.
Of course she stabbed us. That was the smartest thing to do.
Of course she stabbed us. We gave her the blade, which, I might add, I voted against.
Didn't nobody ask what you wanted?
But the whole point was that she wasn't supposed to do that. The whole point of giving her the blade was to break the cycle of violence, and she just killed us anyway.
It takes more than one person to do that, unfortunately.
I guess it really doesn't matter if she killed us, though, right? We're back here, which means that everything's fine, or fine adjacent. Maybe she won't be as keen to betray us this time. We've already proven to her that we can change. Maybe that's all it'll take to show her that there's another way to do things.
Yeah, that's the right attitude, hero.
You know, maybe you're right. In which case, I suppose the only thing to do is to get back to the cabin and give it another try.
Give what another try, exactly? You are aware I've been listening to you, right?
No one gives a fuck.
Like that changes anything. We all know the game is rigged. It doesn't even matter if she's nice this time. I'm sure he'll find a way to turn us against each other.
Cheated is spitting right now.
Great. So you've obviously been here before, since you apparently died at least once.
Twice.
Actually. Sure. Twice. Then I'll spare you the little introduction I had planned. You already know about the princess, and clearly you already know that she's dangerous. So don't muck this up. It's bad enough that this isn't your first time through.
Place is different. We'll keep changing. We're gonna free her. We're even now. I'm sure she understands that, but we can see what she has to say for herself when we get to the cabin.
Yes. Good. Playing both sides. That's what smart people do, and you're the smartest in the room. I'm not sure it counts as playing both sides if people can hear you doing it. Buddy, you're thinking in far too few dimensions. There's layers to doing this right, and I'm pretty sure the one making the choices gets that. trust in the plan.
That's fucking goofy.
Trust in what plan? The Deciders plan. Sure, we don't know what the plan is yet, but that's part of the whole trusting thing, isn't it? A good leader knows how and when to keep things secret, and sometimes a good leader even knows to keep things secret from himself. Sure, we'll see what she has to say for herself, but don't forget that whatever she says is likely just as much lies as what he's been telling us. We should keep our cards close to our chest. If I were you, I'd remember what she's done. You know how dangerous she is, and you should know that someone like her shouldn't be let loose upon the world.
Seems to take the whole looping in stride. Can't deny that. He's just gonna say that the world's ending if we talk about the looping, so let's proceed to the cabin.
It isn't long before you find yourself at the base of the cabin. I think it's clear where everyone stands at this point. I don't know if I'd say everyone. You talking about me? I have a position. It's a good one, too.
Kira doesn't have a position.
Ignore him, he's just talking for talking's sake. My position is the only one that matters. The princess is a threat to you. She's a threat to me, and most importantly, she's a threat to the world. You know what you have to do. The interior of the cabin is hardly an interior at all anymore.
Oh!
The burned out ruins.
You know what? I didn't expect to get this. This is nice.
Stood here, charred wood still reeking of ash. But beneath it lies the fresh smell of spring growth after rain, the promise of new life in the wreckage of the old.
So this is the one. This is the. This is the one that's actually in my screensaver at the moment. I didn't expect to get it, but that's cool.
The only furniture of note is the crisp shell of what was once a table. A pristine... Wait, this isn't right. There's supposed to be a pristine blade. Why isn't there a pristine blade? We gave it to her last time. She can't still have it, can she? Well, it's not here. And if she has it, let me guess, you want to get all chummy with her. Look, as far as I see it, if it's between him and her, I say we side with the one who has the weapon. It's just the smart thing to do.
It is.
I wouldn't be so hasty. I'm sure the blade will turn up somewhere. She can't have it. That's not how this is supposed to work.
Of course we don't get to make a choice about the blade. Every single time we come back here, something has to be different.
You step forward and approach the scorched entryway leading to the basement, hesitating before you begin the descent.
Might as well take a look while we can. There's nothing else to do here now that the knife has been taken from us.
You reach forward and wave your hand through the hollow entrance leading to the basement. What are you doing?
Figures. Well, seems like the only way to go is forward, isn't it?
Yes, that's where everything tends to be. Let's just put on a good face and have our wits about us.
The narrator is sweating everywhere, realizing the anomaly is ruining his cannon. You'll disrupt the cannon!
You step through the frame of scorched wood and make your way into the darkness below. The stairs to the basement are covered in a fine layer of gritty ash. The air still feels warm, as if the fires that ruined this place had only recently been extinguished.
Minus the
Yet
princess
fresh
must
shoots
die.
of thorny branches are already weaving themselves through the soot-covered earth of the walls around you.
Commas are important, because right now that reads as Miles is a princess and he has to die.
Their spines point courteously down towards the basement, so you're able to brush past their jagged points with ease, at least on the way down. But you don't need to think about the way back up just yet. That's a matter for after the world's been saved.
I'd say this feels like a trap, but you practically said as much. Yet you still want us to keep going.
They're only thorns. I'd say getting a few scratches in exchange for the lives of everyone in existence is a fair trade. I'm sure you'll manage. Her voice, worn down by pain and suspicion, hobbles up the stairs.
I can't get away from you, can I? We kill each other and you come back. You let me kill you and you come back. I don't know why you let me do that. I don't know what you want from me.
I want to figure out a way out of here for good. I don't know what I want. I never really chose to come here. I want to free you, I mean it. I just want to talk, really talk. Proceed down the stairs. I just want to talk.
I think you know how this goes. I'm down here and I can't leave. So, come down and talk. It's not like I can stop you.
You continue down the basement stairs, brushing past the smooth edges of thorns that grow more and more plentiful as you make your way forward. You step out into what was once a vast open cavern, now overrun by briars and prickles and thistles, the space thick with hostile vegetation. At the heart of it all, encased in a tight weave of vines, is the princess, her bloody, trembling hands clutching a pristine blade.
Did you know this was going to happen to me? Are you here to watch me suffer? Are you here to laugh?
Yes, I'm here to laugh. I'm not here to laugh. I'm here to free you if you'll let me. I can cut you free, but you have to give me the blade. Reach for the blade. You're in a prison of your own making. I broke our cycle of violence. If you still want to wallow in it, be my guest. Turn and leave. I guess I don't have anything left to say to you. Turn and leave. Fine, if you're going to be like that, I'm going to leave. Have a nice life. I'm not here to laugh. I'm here to free you if you'll let me.
I want to trust you.
Her grip tightens on the blade.
But you're hiding something, aren't you? Why would you help me if you weren't helping yourself?
You're not the only one who yearns for freedom. I'm just as strapped as you are. I think we need to leave together. Is there nothing I can say to change your mind? Reach for the blade. No. You're not the only one who yearns for freedom. I'm trapped as you are. I'm just as trapped as you are. I think we need to leave together.
The princess clutches the blade closer to her chest.
That sounds nice. I'm so tired of the bad blood between us. But it's hard to let it go. You've hurt me.
Her eyes dart away from yours for a brief moment.
And I've also hurt you.
Is there nothing I could say to change your mind?
I don't know. What can either of us really say at this point? How can we trust something as hollow as words?
I mean, you have the blade and you have killed me yet.
She's right, there's nothing left to say. So let's get a move on and do something before she comes up with a scheme to get out of here on her own.
She can't get out of here on her own.
Careful with that one. He's not the smooth negotiator he thinks he is. But it does feel like we're stuck until we do something. If there's even anything to do besides make things worse.
We're not making things worse. I think she wants to trust us.
Can I take the blade now?
Her eyes briefly meet yours, then dart back to the floor. She hangs her head in resignation.
Okay.
Reach for the blade.
You reach towards her bloodied hands, laying your palm on her trembling fingers. For a moment, she clutches it even tighter, her knuckles going white with the effort. But then the tension fades. Her grip finally loosens and she allows you to take the weapon. You carefully pull it free from the thorns, though they scrape at your skin, leaving red trickles of fresh blood all along your arms.
I'll be damned. She really gave it to us.
It feels like it's been so long since we've held real power in our hands. I wonder what we should do with it. We free her, obviously. It's the right thing to do.
I think you're right. She's as much a victim in all of this as we've been. Besides, it would really stick it to him to free her. Or, hear me out, we slay her. Right here, right now. She's never been so helpless, and if we don't take advantage of that,
we may never get another chance. That sounds like a splendid idea. You should listen to him.
we've all said our piece. Now it's time to make our move. It's 2 against 1. It's 2 against 2. You don't count.
He never counts.
And why shouldn't he count? Because he's clearly not one of us. That doesn't matter. He's been with us the whole time. He should get a say.
So, did you mean it? Or was I a fool to hand my life to you?
We can really kill her. All right. I'm going to go with the option of kill her first, because that's obviously not what I would do here. Jesus Christ.
Why? We finally gained her trust. That took a lot of work. Sorry, boys. Looks like we've got our tiebreaker.
Blade safely in hand, you
Oh, it
turn
doesn't
on
matter.
the princess and drive it towards her heart.
But her thistled prison proves to be an impossible obstacle, its thorns digging deeper and deeper into your flesh the closer you come to striking the fatal blow. Those damn vines are going to stop us just like they stopped her. Of course, like we should have expected it to turn out any other way. It's funny, really. I'm laughing.
The tip of your blade only manages to touch her sternum before it stops moving entirely. A single drop of blood trickles down her chest as the two of you stare into each other's eyes.
Come on, just push a little further.
But you can't, can you?
I knew this was coming. I can't believe I ever let myself hope for better. This was always going to be us, wasn't it?
I actually hated that a lot, so I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back now. Cut her free.
Yes, what a good idea. Let's cut her free. Oh, so you're suddenly team free her? You can't just switch sides as soon as we make a decision. I can do whatever I want, and I believe with my whole heart that this is the right course of action. Let's free this princess. Even if he'll stick a knife in our back as soon as he has the opportunity, it's still better to have him nominally on our side. At least that gets him to shut up for a while. See? We're all friends here, united in our actions and intentions. Yeah, united. But the other one has a point. If it keeps you quiet, sure, we're all friends. You take the blade to the thorny vines imprisoning the princess, and she flinches, relaxing only slightly as the blade slices into the thick vegetation rather than her arm. And she flinches again as the last of the vines is cut away, as if, after all of that, she's still expecting you to turn on her and stab her in the heart. But you're not going to do that, are you? Still, all it would take is a single slip of the blade. Is that really all you've got, threatening us with an accidental misstep? I expected more from you. Our blade didn't even waver when he said that. Yeah, you're right, he's a bit of a nobody, isn't he? Good thing I've been on your side of all this since the beginning.
Shut the fuck up.
The princess falls into your arms, tears streaking down her cheeks. I can't believe you're making me describe this. I hate you.
It's a good thing I don't give a shit about what you think.
You actually meant it. You rescued me.
Of course I did.
She smiles, her hand slipping into yours, and the two of you rush to the basement stairs. Shameful, really, that the same thorns that so graciously allowed you downstairs are now blocking your only way out. You're getting desperate, aren't you? Even more proof that you can't actually do anything to stop us. We cut through those other vines just fine, they're only thorns. I'm not afraid of getting a few scrapes. I'm not even sure we need to do any cutting, we can just move them out of the way. What a pathetic showing, really.
A few pointy sticks can't keep us down here. We're both meant for so much more than this.
This voice actress is fucking. I mean, not that Jonathan Sims over here isn't killing the game, but she is so good at sounding fucking anything you need her to be. Jonathan Sims is also killing the fucking game. He also sounds like anything you need him to be. But fucking Christ, man. Let's cut him.
As you swing your blade into the thorns covering the basement stairs, they yield. Both you and the princess ascend the stairs without obstacle.
This is unacceptable. The second you step out of this cabin with her, the world ends. Do you hear me? What did the world ever do to you to deserve this?
It's not about the world, man.
It feels so good to hear you say that you're admitting you've lost and we've bested you at your own game at last. I don't care what happens now. That's all I've wanted. You and the princess hesitate at the cabin door. This is your last chance. We've already made our decision.
We're finally leaving here together, aren't we? And all we had to do was trust each other. It wasn't easy, but I'm glad we finally could.
Step into your freedom.
Hands clasped, the two of you open the door and step out into a new day, you irredeemable murderers.
What do we do now? Where's everything going? Why is it so cold?
Until I get an actual answer about what the princesses' names are, I'm going to call that one Wildfire Princess, and that is my new favorite.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now? This doesn't feel right. It feels different. Final. It's going to do something to us. I can feel it. If they think it's bad, I'm with them.
I am a growing chorus.
What do you think of this one?
This one yearns for connection she feels she doesn't deserve. Even when shown compassion, she hid herself away. She will make for a cautious heart.
Okay, that hit a little bit too close to home.
Do not mourn her. She isn't alone anymore.
That one hit really close to home. That one hit me. Yeah, sure.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
I think we can start getting some endings. The Thorn. All right, that Thorn Princess.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Yeah, I think that one was my favorite. Fuck. Let's go ahead and save, I guess. I'm fine. Yeah, you just realize that after a lot of time, after being something for a long time, you realize that you're not that anymore, and that's kind of what that was. At the end of that, she was like, she just kind of realized that she's able to trust now, and it took a lot for her to do that. I don't know. I think I might need to sit on that one for a little bit.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Honestly, I kind of don't want to play the... I want to just leave it on that, but we have other things that we have to do. We still got to get the endings.
Your way up the short path,
like the actual endings.
You'll find the...
Shut up.
The interior of the cabin is almost entire.
We've gotten all the princesses from entering the basement without the blade. We can only take the blade now.
You take the blade from the table. door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room.
I have an idea for the next one.
Good. You're still listening to reason.
I haven't decided yet.
How about you drop the...
I will drop it.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands. Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face, unarmed.
Okay, we've talked enough.
Oh, have you...
I'm going to get you out of here.
Oh, you have to be kidding me. Maybe it's somewhere doubtful. Whoever locked...
Doesn't matter what I choose here. Turn.
You make your way back.
Save.
Against your better...
Approach the locked
No,
door.
we won't have any of that as the princess approaches the bottom...
Okay, Warner.
Stop that.
I thought this was a little
Your body... Stop.
Resist.
The blade.
You're doing your best to help. I'll make...
She steps forward and...
Maybe I'll see...
And then her face... This is the end. I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark. You're on a path. You're here.
Okay, I think there's some options we can do here.
A warning. She will... Yeah. Did you just... No, I did. Just... The interior of the cabin is less a cozy woodland retreat and more like a dungeon.
Yeah.
The only...
Yep. We've actually already seen this before. I guess we take it.
You take the blade. Good idea.
Enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks. Her voice.
Is that a visitor I hear?
I wonder what visitors she could
Okay,
be
so last time
referring
we
to.
got here,
You walk
I
down
actually
the
put
stairs
myself
and
in
lock
this
eyes with the princess.
in this lock over
She
here.
looks up at you, the heavy collar around her neck clanking loudly as she moves. The chains binding both her wrists to the far wall, joining the metallic chorus as she adjusts her hands in her lap. Should we be worried about the one around her neck? Why would you be worried about her restraints? If anything, they'll make your job easier. Have you noticed the empty chain on the wall? Odd that in a place where everything seems to serve a distinct purpose, there would be something so obviously useless.
What an interesting development. Why don't you have a seat? The two of us should chat before you bury that thing in my heart.
Sit with her. Actually, I should save here. Because we can leave her, and I think that is a different ending. So let us sit with her.
You step towards the princess.
I lied. I don't want to sit with her. Load. Yes. Slayer.
Without a moment of hesitation, you charge the princess, your blade primed to deliver a lethal strike.
I am not a damsel to be helplessly murdered.
As you move to strike the princess, she stands, her chains clinking as she wraps them around her fists.
Damn.
In an instant, they're around your neck, both of you dropping to the ground as she pulls them taut, bracing her body against yours as you struggle uselessly.
Drop it, or you die.
I thought this was going to be a safe move, but she's going to kill us. Just listen to her, do what she says. How many times did I warn you she's not to be trusted? But while strangulation can be very distracting, she's not armed, and you have your pristine blade. End her before she ends you.
Slayer.
You steel your will and refuse to give in to the princess's demands, ignoring the stars dancing in your eyes and the screaming of your starved lungs. You strike. You fumble your first few attempts, only making surface-level scratches and gouges as your arm flails forward, barely able to obey you. But a single focused blow was all it took. Your blade pierces up through her ribs, slicing through flesh, striking her heart. The chains loosen.
The darkness creeping in at the edges of your vision subsides.
None of this was ever very fair, was it? But I did kill you last time. I should have expected you might want some petty revenge. Unfortunately for you, that means you've dug your own grave. You can forget about me ever helping you again, even if it damns us both.
And just like that, the princess is slain and the world is saved. Whenever you're ready, you can proceed to your reward.
You got the achievement, but
I don't like this. It was too easy.
It was not too easy. We almost died.
That's right. This was an incredibly difficult task, and you performed it admirably.
Let's just get out of here. I don't like looking at her body.
Plus, you have the attention span of a fly. How are we supposed to unravel the mysteries of this place if you're so easily distracted by empty promises? It's better to have a short attention span in a situation like this. There's no use dwelling on the past, especially when it's already set in stone. And especially when your promised reward is not, in fact, empty, and is worth all the adversity you've been through to get here.
it is specifically empty, but whatever, dude.
Fine. But if we're leaving, then we're taking the blade. I feel exposed without it. With your work done, you remove the blade from the window.
This should be the same.
Do you see that? We used to be able to see the outside world from up here, but now it's just empty. The door. Check the door.
Don't accept your reward. This should be the same, I
You
think.
open the cabin door. Ready to only a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is nothing at all. Where a lush forest stood mere minutes ago, the only thing in front of you now is the vast emptiness of some place far away. You don't have to act surprised. We could see this vast emptiness through the windows.
But if everything's gone, does that mean we're not gonna get our reward?
This is your reward. An eternity of bliss, if you'll have it. And I suggest that you have it.
Okay.
This is what's best for everyone. Trust me. Like hell it is. What's done is time passes. You can't... Decades? No, it can't be decades. We can't go along with this. We can't let him win.
What do you suggest then?
We still have a blade. Let's use it on ourselves and start over. He's suggesting you kill yourself. You shouldn't kill yourself when you have an eternity of bliss right in front of you.
Yeah, let's just slay
You
ourselves.
goddamn spiteful bastard. Are you really going to turn down immortality itself just to make me lose?
Immortality is definitely no fun if there's nothing to do.
Why should it matter if we die at this point? Haven't you already gotten what you want? I don't have to answer that. That's all we needed to hear. You raise the blade, then drive it into your heart. You collapse to the floor, everything goes dark, and you die. You're a genocidal maniac, you know that, right? Yeah, we'll see about that.
Agree. I don't know about this princess either.
You're on a path in the woods. See, that wasn't so bad. And now we've got another chance to get to the bottom of things. Bit by bit, we're starting to unravel this place.
There are so many more threads to pull once you stop feeling.
That's a little dark, buddy. You feeling okay?
I'm feeling nothing, and I like that just fine.
He's not wrong. Sentimentality won't help us here. We need scientific rigor. So you've been here before. Of course you've been here before. What count is it this time? 2?
It's our third. What gave it away?
Your open discussions. You came around on that awful fast. Have you just been pretending to forget every time? I'm afraid not. Whatever other versions of me you've met in those other lifetimes were just that. Other versions of me. I just wish I'd been the first. So you knew how all this worked. Why didn't you ever tell us? We could have used it to our advantage. That's because there is no using it to your advantage. The more information you have, the harder it will be for you to succeed.
It's not like it was that difficult to slay her last time. She may have put up a fight, but her flesh is still softer than our blade. And now she's dead, and I doubt she'll be able to do much of anything from the grave.
You already slew her. And you survived.
Yes.
Then why, pray tell, are you here? Oh, I know that one. We killed ourselves. Why?
Because you thought trying to stuff us away in a corner for eternity was a suitable reward.
Was it not? What better reward is there than eternal bliss? You should have been happy.
He says that every time, like sitting in a box for all of eternity is happiness.
We weren't.
We were bored.
You were bored. I was just unhappy. There were still answers that we needed to find. It was actually working. And you killed yourself. I can't believe it. You ruined everything. How does us dying ruin everything? What aren't you telling us?
Said that last time, too.
The world doesn't stay saved if you die. And if the world isn't saved, then that means she isn't dead.
Oh, now isn't that interesting? I assumed she'd just be a pile of old bones. But perhaps she's not. There's only one way to find out. We should go see her.
Whatever happens next, it seems like we all get the answers at the cabin.
I'm sure you've already heard my words of warning in one of your past lives. You've already managed to slay her once, just don't muck it up this time, all right? What we do is entirely up to us.
And we have all those mysteries to unravel. Isn't that right?
You aren't here to solve a mystery. You're here to save the world. That's what you say. But how can we be sure?
We can't be sure of anything except what's right in front of us.
Okay, but we should care about the fate of the world.
Why?
Because we should. I don't know. It's important.
Is it?
Yes. I think. For all we know, the world you're talking about isn't even real. Of course it's real. Where do you think you are? Somewhere else? Maybe we are. This is horribly unproductive. The cabin and your extremely important destiny await.
To the cabin.
As soon as you enter the cabin, you're struck by an overwhelming scent of decay,
There she is.
of mold.
She's right next to the mirror on the left.
Water. The once stately wooden building is bloated, its beams dripping with a black ooze of putrefaction, all but the exterior stone walls warped beyond recognition. It must have been beautiful once, but in its ruin, it is beyond repulsive. But you're not alone. You can feel something watching you. There is a figure faintly outlined against the rotting wood of the wall. Is that her? It's like she isn't even there.
See? We killed her.
You're right. Maybe she doesn't reset like us. She certainly doesn't look the same as she did last time. Before you can make a move, the figure is gone, vanishing behind the door on the far side of the room. The door at the end of the room, but there isn't a door. There's a mirror, that's it. The mirror? Is this some kind of joke? Did you all plan this out before dying? There is no mirror. There's the door to the basement, the table, and the pristine blade.
Maybe it's gone because we've already killed her with it.
But we had it with us when we died. And besides, everything else has reset. Why wouldn't the blade have reset too? Maybe it's because we've already explored that avenue. We've seen what happens when we slay her. Maybe this place has decided we don't need to try that again. I suppose it doesn't matter why the blade is gone, but you're going to have to find it if you're going to do this right. So why don't you march over to that door and make your way down to the basement? You make your way to the door at the end of the room, stopping just in front of it. You must think you're looking at that mirror you mentioned earlier, the one that doesn't exist. Just reach forward and open the door. It's so hazy. We should try and clean it off. You reach forward and place your... Yeah, we can see it now.
So much for our reflection. We didn't need to see ourselves anyway. I'm much more interested in seeing other things.
No way left to go but down. The door to the basement groans
she's
open.
there too.
The air is foul and wet, so thick that you can almost feel it settle onto your skin in layers of grime. The stairs are coated with slimy algae, the wood rotted through in places, reeking of fetid vegetation. A wispy figure watches you from the bottom of the stairs, face veiled in shadows, legs submerged up to her shins in dark waters. There she is again.
She's going to drown us.
Barely. She's just an old memory. Your eyes lock for a brief moment, then she vanishes around the corner.
I think we have a lot to talk about. Is there anyone there? I'm sorry about last time. Are we good? Proceed down the stairs.
As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view. A bloated body floating face down in slowly rising waters. Her wrist still bound to the wall by a heavy chain. This cell is a dark and isolated place, with not so much as a window to allow starlight to penetrate the gloom. See? She's dead. She's not just dead. It looks like she's been rotting. So killing her does stick. Mostly. But if she's dead, then what are we supposed to do? She isn't dead. You clearly just believe she is. Her corpse is floating right in front of us. You can stop it with the mind games. If she's dead, then do we even have to do anything? How can she be a threat to the world like this? Your thoughts are cut short by the sound of a slamming door and a clicking lock. You turn to see the shade of the princess staring down at you from the top of the stairs. So that's where the blade is. It's already in her heart. And yet she isn't dead. She is dead. Have you never heard of a ghost before? Oh, for the love of... Can we not waste time arguing over the semantics of what is and isn't dead? She is clearly conscious. She clearly just slammed the door on you, and she clearly has a weapon. Your pristine blade sticking out of her chest. This is extremely bad. Catastrophic, even. Yeah, dead or not, what are we supposed to do about her? Slaying, or destroying, if we want to be a little more death-neutral, seems off the table.
Destroying?
Yeah, this is tricky. But let's talk to her.
Hero's trying to look out for the
the
TikTok viewers, which I have none of.
But she hasn't said anything. Are you sure she can talk like this?
Bold of you to come back here after what you did.
What's wrong with you? I don't want this. I only killed you after you killed me first. We're even now. We don't need to do this again. Please, I'm begging you. I'll do anything. Just don't drown me. Is this about last time? I'm sorry. Now can you let me out? Rush for the blade. Rush for the door. We're even now. We don't need to do this again.
But she doesn't answer your question. All she does is watch you in shadowed silence. Do you hear that trickling sound? The water's rising, isn't it? It is, and it's rising fast. Oh, that's interesting. We've never drowned before. I wonder how it'll feel.
Not good.
Bad, I bet. I don't think dying ever feels good. Yes, how astute. Dying is bad and you should avoid it. How about you stop trying to talk to her and do something instead?
Okay, rush for the blade.
The princess eyes you with a disaffected gaze as you rush up the stairs, but you don't make it past the first few steps. The door bursts open, a powerful wave of water crashing down towards you. You're swept up in the flood. Your head slams into the basement wall. You come to a moment later, suspended in darkness. Disorientated, only aware of the surface of the water and the emptiness above. And of course, the princess, hovering above you, watching in silence as you struggle to stay afloat in the icy depths. There's no way out. It's so dark and cold, I think our limbs are slowing down. How much longer can we do this? Just keep breathing, we'll figure this out. Or we won't. It doesn't matter either way. But you don't have time to figure anything out. Something cold and clammy wraps around your ankle. You're dragged under, only able to take one last hopeful gulp of air before your head is plunged into the freezing depths. As you sink below the surface, you see it. Or rather, you see her. The body you found floating when you first arrived, its hand is locked around your ankle, the heavy chains pulling you both down into the unfeeling, suffocating nothingness.
I get it. We shouldn't have killed her. Just get it away from us, please.
The past is the past. There's no changing it. There's nothing to fix.
And there's not a lot we can do about the present either, not unless we think like we should have been doing all along.
But there is no thinking as you drown. You desperately try to pull yourself back to the surface again, and again, and again. Your icy limbs flailing desperately against the grip of her rotting corpse. And all the while her ghastly figure stares down at you, expressionless, as unfeeling.
Your lungs filled with water, the same your mind filled with blood. In the end, we're not so different.
All right. But your lungs don't fill, nor will they ever. It's time for you to leave.
She's gone.
Yep.
You're right. Ignore the cow.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet. I am curious to see what it means for us to know it.
Alright, I have an idea. Leave her.
As if by divine will, just as you finish the thought, you hear a door slam. I'm afraid you won't be leaving until the task is finished. It doesn't matter how many chains she's in, without your intervention, she'll find a way out eventually.
That's not fair.
Unless you deal with her right here, right now, she will remain an existential threat to the entire world. What seems unfair to you is fair for everyone else.
Huh. So it's not even safe to think. I see how it is.
How surprising. They locked you down here too.
Guess we sit with her then.
You step towards the princess, but she stops you before you get too close, holding up one shackled hand.
There's fine. I'd prefer we keep some distance until we've sorted this out.
That's reasonable. We do have a weapon. Might as well put her at ease. You do as she asks and sit on the floor, still a good distance away from her.
Thank you. Now, what are your intentions for me?
I don't know. Hey, let me out of here. Open the door. My intentions? What do you mean? I've been here before. Am I the only one who remembers that?
Oh, are we acknowledging that? I thought we weren't going to give away the game. But yeah, I remember.
So you've already been here. As much as I would like to remain in denial, it's no use. This has complicated things.
It's complicated things how?
Ideally, this was supposed to be one and done. You go to the cabin, you heroically slay the princess, and in the process you save the entire world from being damned to oblivion. The situation right now, where you're getting a second shot at things, is a contingency.
A contingency for what?
For you failing, obviously. And you being here means that things are going to be a lot harder than they were. I really shouldn't say anything else, I'm just going to make it worse. Just good luck.
If you knew this could happen, why didn't you tell us? All of this is incredibly valuable information. It would have changed our actions considerably.
I needed you to be in the dark for as long as I could keep you there. It's important. Necessary, even.
It's really not.
And maybe I wanted to be the first version of me that you met. I didn't want to be confronted by the alternative.
That's pathetic.
I never said I wasn't.
I get it. It would be pretty upsetting, wouldn't it? To know that you might not be the first version of yourself. At least we can remember what happened before. Seems like we should count ourselves lucky for that.
I'm not actually sure that matters.
Exactly, he gets it. You're lucky, so don't waste that luck by messing it up again. Alright?
Moving on. Why is it important for us to be ignorant? How is it ever helpful to be in the dark?
The more I say, the more your mind will swim into dangerous waters. Even saying that is too much. Your success hinges on you having imperfect information.
It really
For the sake
doesn't.
Of the entire world,
I would actually
you need to
argue.
accept that.
I think in actuality, that the more imperfect information you gave me, the more I did shit that you didn't want me to do. So, but I think this is drawing the parallel to real life in the sense that you don't know how the world works. You're just gonna have to make a decision and stick to them.
I won't.
Fine, but you won't get another word from me on the matter.
Yeah, sure. We'll see about that.
Just give it a rest. This isn't helping.
Focus. This is a serious situation. You shouldn't be daydreaming.
How long do you think we've been sitting here not saying anything? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by my intentions? What happened after I died?
Nothing happened. You died. I went upstairs. I couldn't leave. I found myself in a new place in chains again. More of them. And now you're back.
Is that really all she knows?
It's not like we have much of a clue about how things work. And she's probably even more in the dark than we are.
You're looking at me like I might be hiding something. I'm not.
I guess it's possible she really doesn't know anything. Maybe both of us are stuck in this loop without any idea why or how.
Yes, your intentions.
I did not mean to do that.
You have a knife. What are you going to do with it? Why are you here? There isn't a keyhole in these shackles, and I don't see any keys in your hands either. So I'm afraid my only way out is another surgical removal.
Is she forgetting about the shackle on her neck?
Or does she think she'd survive a beheading?
You're right. Maybe she's delusional. All the more reason not to trust her.
Unless she really could survive.
Though I suppose you could just be here to kill me. But I don't think that's in either of our best interests.
Yeah, I did that already. We drowned. What would you have me do? Slay the princess. Slay the princess.
Let me borrow that knife. Don't worry, you'll get it back.
That's ominous.
But she seems confident. Whatever it is she has planned, I think she knows what she's doing.
Oh please, she's just putting on an act to disarm you. That much should be obvious. In case you need to hear a voice of reason, it would obviously be unwise to give away your only weapon.
Though if she isn't bluffing, whatever she has planned might be for her benefit alone. There's no guarantee that what's good for her is good for us.
So, what should we do?
I don't know. I'm just spelling out our options, listing the pros and cons.
Then let me help you. I'll start with the cons. If you're handing her your weapon, the cons are that she might use it to escape and end the entire world, and she might use it to kill you. That doesn't sound great. What about the pros? There are none.
The pros are that we can't trust him, possibly even more than we can't trust her. And whatever she has planned could do something to mess with what he has planned. Or maybe they're both screwing us over in their own ways.
You realize that I have as much reason to distrust you as you have to distrust me, right?
I do. So I guess this all comes down to which of us caves first. And it's not going to be me. I'm extremely patient.
It's probably better if we take action anyway. No use trying to wait her out. That's playing to her strengths.
I'm very curious to see what she'll do if I try to cut her out myself.
Do you think these chains take away my saying things?
Yeah, okay.
I said
the same thing happens. Here you go.
slide it over.
No, absolutely not. I am not letting you hand your only weapon over to the world-ending princess. Until you come up with any other idea, like, say, I don't know, doing your job and slaying her, you remain rigidly in place.
You tried this last time. Do you want to know how it went for you?
Oh, I remember. She killed us, which, by your estimation, ended the world, right?
Oh, I've already tried to take over your body.
Exactly. If I were you, I wouldn't be too keen on repeating your mistake. Hell, we could even force your hand and do it ourselves. I'm not afraid of dying again. Are you?
A little.
I think you got your point across. Fine. You slide the blade across the floor. The princess maintains unsettling eye contact as she reaches down to pick it up.
Thanks.
She pulls up her hair, smiling slightly, as she raises the blade to her throat.
What is she doing?
She doesn't say another word as she cuts into her own neck.
No.
Her eyes stare forward, unblinking, as she saws through skin, veins, cartilage. At last she reaches bone, the blade grinding audibly against her vertebra as it continues to slice its way through her neck. I'll be damned. She's actually doing your job for you. Why would she do that?
Huh. So that's her play.
Killing herself?
She isn't dead yet.
Finally, you hear a snap. Her eye twitches. There's an uneasy silence. She remains motionless for a long moment, her twitching eye the only movement in the room, until at last it stops in an unsettling half-wink. Her head twists slowly to the side, flopping to her shoulder, and her neck opens. The remaining tissue is not enough to hold the weight of her severed head. It stretches and tears until finally it falls to the floor, completely free. It bounces a few times before rolling to a stop at your feet. Oh no, oh no, oh no, what did we do? Can we put it back? Please tell me we can put it back. The princess's eyes stare up at you. Dead. Congratulations! You saved the world. I hate this. Can we just get out of here now, please? Of course, the princess is slain and the world is saved. Whenever you're ready, you can proceed to your reward.
We should take her with us, don't you think?
What? No, you shouldn't do that. Why would you do that?
I can think of lots of reasons. A trophy, proof of our victory. Hell, we could even give her a proper burial. She did save the world, right?
You don't need proof, you don't need a trophy, and she doesn't deserve a burial. Just leave.
Even after all that, you're still not satisfied, are you? Something is still motivating you to keep things the way you want them.
I'm just eager to put this all behind us and give you your reward. Stop reading into things, the danger has passed. You can relax.
I'm just keeping myself sharp. I'm not so eager to put my guard down.
I am. I'm on team, let's put this all behind us, so can we leave or...
We get two different outcomes from this, so take the princess with you.
Ugh, fine. You pick up the princess's severed head, its neck stump still oozing bodily fluids, then make your way back upstairs to the first floor of the cabin.
Did you see that? I could have sworn she moved.
She didn't. She's dead.
But what if she's not?
Are you listening to yourself? Do I need to explain to you why decapitation is lethal? The door to your bountiful reward is right in front of you. All you have to do is open it. You open the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom. Only a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is... Wait, no, that's not right.
Well played.
This
Talking
is the end of
heads.
the world, isn't it? I always thought I'd at least have time to explain myself before I had to watch it happen. It's already... over? Is he gone?
But we're still here. Maybe it wasn't the end of the world after all. Maybe it was just the end of his.
Thanks for carrying me up here. I had to take it on faith that you would know what to do. I'm glad I was right to trust you. So, this is the outside. Maybe it's just my lack of body, but it's colder than I expected.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
Is that? This...
You're...
There's a world beyond the...
This is the last one. How do you feel about this vessel?
This one is cold and cynical. She has protected herself when others could not. She will make for a clever heart. Do not mourn her. She doesn't need to be protected any longer.
You could go back to the witch. I'm getting sleepy though. I'm gonna go back to the witch after I finish this. Hold on. Get the achievement.
The next I will be here.
Alright.
You're on a path.
That's why I gave it to you. That's why I gave you the blade. I chose last time and I regret it, so now it's your time to choose.
Her shoulders tense and her eyes...
This is another trick. You're trying to sow doubt, but it's not going to work on me.
And then she buried... What? I told you!
Is it the same? It's the same. Got it. What about if we go back further? Sorry about last time.
Ooh, smart. Let's apologize.
Oh, you're sorry. Isn't that nice? You're such a gracious little monster. If you're sorry, then let me out of here. Prove it.
Blade isn't for you or for killing you. We're gonna get you out somehow, right?
Oh, I don't need you to cut me out.
The princess grins as the chains fall from her wrist. She could have gotten out of those the whole time. That sneaky little... A woman after my own heart.
Yep. Can we just leave then? Okay, let's leave.
Yes, let's.
She creeps forward, taking one cautious step at a time until you and she are face to face. She never breaks eye contact, even as the two of you find yourselves face to face. She's silent for a long moment, as if testing to see what you'll do now that she's within arm's reach.
After you, darling. You're the one it lets come and go. It's best if I follow.
Oh no, we can't have that. If anyone is going to turn their back on anyone else, she's going to turn her back on us. It shouldn't matter who leads and who follows. We're working together here. Well, if it doesn't matter, then she can go first. We may be in this together, but that doesn't mean we have to trust her. We're armed and she's not. What's she gonna do? Bite us when we're not looking? You're talking a lot about trusting someone who, by her very definition, cannot be trusted. I don't know how many more warnings I have to dole out, but if you help her out of here, you're going to regret it.
We already know what happens if we give her the blade. Let's go.
That's right. You're the one who's going first. Don't worry, I'll be right behind you watching every single thing you do.
That's fine.
That's exactly what I'm worried about.
You step onto the stairs and begin your ascent from the basement. The princess follows close on your heels, perhaps even a little closer than you'd like.
You're only saying that because you want us to feel nervous. You want us to turn around and kill her.
I do want those things, but I want them for a good reason. I don't need you to trust me for my sake, because I already know that I'm right. This is for you.
Can we walk backwards up the stairs? I think that's the smarter idea. She can't sneak in and attack if we're facing her.
This is true.
No. The stairs are a bunch of overgrown roots. You'll trip and hurt yourself.
But...
The princess is silent as you both continue the climb, and, in no time at all, the upstairs of the cabin is within reach.
Isn't that a relief? We're fine. Nothing happened.
You're not even going to wait until you're through that door to proudly claim your victory, are you?
Why did you just say that?
I think we know why. You feel something dig into your shoulder, sharp and piercing. The princess clawing at you and pulling you down with her full weight. Together you tumble back down the uneven stairs, your body and hers crashing against the unyielding wooden roots, until finally you both separate with a bone-shaking thud against the basement floor. You feel something pop.
The princess lands against the far wall, gasping as she struggles to recover from the impact.
You're still in shock, trying to get a hold of yourself. She grins as you continue to remain exactly where you are, cackling derisively as she watches you realize that you won't be getting up.
Wait, why won't we be getting up?
She broke her spine, probably.
I'm afraid your back is broken. One unlucky fall is all it takes, really, and you had several.
You know what? I'll say it. That sucks. I don't like having a broken back.
Well,
we were going to help her. Why? Why did she do that?
Because she's hurt, and the only thing she knows how to do is hurt.
It's what I would have done.
Have you considered not being like that? Of course not. It's what keeps us alive.
Yeah.
And yet here we are, paralysed and stuck with someone who hates us in the basement of a remote cabin.
You must have known this was coming. The arrogance of turning your back to me after everything you've done.
I think this route is my favorite route, because this shows something that the only way that you can really truly be trusting is to be vulnerable. We gave her the knife, and then we were vulnerable, and then that's the only way that she could trust us. But then she had to be vulnerable too. Trying to help you out of here. We're never gonna get up those stairs, are we? We could have gotten out of here together if we just trusted each other. There's no reason for her to trust us now. I was just trying to help you out of here.
Maybe you were, and maybe you weren't. But even more than I wanted my freedom, I really, really wanted to hurt you.
Yeah.
And you know as well as I that by our very natures, only one of us could make it up those stairs unscathed. Someone had to make the first move. Better me than you.
That is not true.
See, this is why I wanted her to go first. I had this whole little scheme planned where she'd turn her back on us and I'd say, "Now stab her in the back! Do it now!" And then you'd say something like, "Wow, that's an amazing idea that I never saw coming. Thanks for looking out for us."
Fucking, I think Opportunist is probably one of my least favorite ones. Opportunist and Broken. Opportunist is seemed in my mind more like an optimist, but nah, it just takes whatever opportunity comes his way, and it's very shitty most of the time.
And then you would have done it and we wouldn't be stuck down here with a broken back. Why didn't you tell us your plan before we agreed to go first? Because then you'd have had to lie to her, and you're a terrible liar.
That's not... Okay, that's actually a good point. It would have been a good point if it had actually worked. But it didn't work, did it?
Well, it's not my fault that nobody listened to me.
The princess's body twitches as she tries to get up.
And she's hurt, like, I like this one. This is very literal. She hurt herself trying to hurt us.
Ho ho ho! So she's got it as bad as us.
Something inside me is broken. Isn't that a cruel twist of the knife? Isn't that so funny?
She eyes you with intensity, silence falling between you for a long moment as her gaze travels up and down your battered form.
Seems I'm not the only one, though.
Wait, Are we both just stuck here? Certainly seems that way. What a way to go. But look on the bright side. In all this chaos, you may have actually managed to deliver a lethal wound. World could be saved after all.
We're going to die together. Isn't that a lovely treat? I wonder how long it'll take. Maybe I'll get to watch the worms lick your bones clean.
Is that really what's going to happen?
No, it's taking her.
Hello? Are you still there? What happens next?
He doesn't respond.
I think he's gone.
Something strange is twisting this place out of shape. I wasn't feeling much of anything, but now I feel cold.
She's gone. And is that a... This doesn't feel right. If you think...
What do you think of this one?
I am a growing chorus of This one is hope, marred by bitterness. She could see the end of the tunnel, and the door was closed on her. She will make for a righteous and weathered heart. Do not mourn her. She is finally on the other side. I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
Interesting. Must I bring the witch to her?
You're on a path in the woods.
Okay.
And at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the
good.
basement of that cabin is a princess.
I am very sleepy. But I'm not tired of the game yet. So we're gonna go raid someone who's also playing the game. And that person is Natty, the person I convinced to play the game. So let me make sure I spell her name correctly. I don't know why she's always at the bottom of my fucking list. Why is she always at the bottom of my list? Twitch is really silly. Alright, well, if you enjoyed what you've seen here, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe. Like button and subscribe, Jesus. And I'll probably be back tomorrow with more Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't know if we're playing Tag Course or we're playing Master Duel, but we'll be back. Alright, I will see you guys tomorrow. Take care.